Hello, everyone. Hello. All right. All right. If it, I'll show you my special move. 10 years in training. Whoa. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Sornum? How you doing? Let me type this into chat, and then we'll get started. You're doing well after the stuff from last stream. I'm doing good, Cameron. I really do appreciate it. Anxiety really got me over last week. Was definitely fighting through some demons, some other stuff, but I don't know. I'm good now. I think taking a small break and being able to like reassess one's thought process and where one stands is always important. I also celebrated my 6 month anniversary with my girlfriend on Saturday, so that was like really helpful to clear things up for me. Hope you're doing good, by the way. Hope you're doing good, Cameron. This stream, I've got quite a bit written down so far. We're about 23 pages into the script, and we've only finished talking about the first 100 chapters of Naruto. I need to start off with talking about the first 100 chapters of Luffy. We're gonna go through all of East Blue, and then from there, we'll see how we go. I don't think I'm gonna be able to write this entire portion of the script just yet. It is a lot. I don't know how long it'll take, but I have to be able to make a case for Luffy. Considering that I would personally say I have Naruto at a lot lower in terms of scaling than the average person. Mostly coming from the perspective of like a lot of the things that happens in the first 100 chapters are next to unquantifiable for Naruto. He really only has like taking down a giant snake and smashing through the ice mirrors, which I mean, it is what it is. It doesn't. They don't really quantify to anything. Um, I had to make like an interesting comparison at one point. I had to make an interesting comparison at one point because like there's this whole discussion to be had about like Orochimaru's summons. He definitely displays the capacity to be able to summon like a ton of giant snakes, many of which are usually around the same color. So, at least in my opinion, I would argue that the snakes likely scale to varying degrees and are each of varying different levels of strength. Um, Muchísimas gracias. But yeah, hey, what's up, One Smart? So, we're going to. God, my anxiety is still hitting me. Like, I don't know if I need to take like a slightly longer break because I really only didn't work for like 2 days last week. I took like Thursday and Friday off just because my anxiety was getting really fucking bad. Was it Thursday or Friday? When did my family get back? What day was the 18th? You scaling the snakes? Yeah, I already finished scaling them. The 18th was 21, 20, 19, 18. Yeah. Yeah, I really didn't get any much work done like Thursday and Friday. I got to the first 100. I finished the first 100 chapters of Naruto on Wednesday, and I kind of just stopped from there. Anxiety was just really fucking bad. My family's also over, so I had to spend like a little bit of time with them. But besides that, uh, yeah, it's been a bit rough. On the bright side, as far as that whole other situation goes, everything's chill. I told the Discord server, for those of you that care, I told the Discord server, let's just leave the conversation back in the past, move on with what we're doing. Things can focus on the things that we can control, focus on the things that we can deal with and do, and the rest is sort of. Is there an instance where the Orochimaru snake destroys the giant trees and the tuning exams? As far as I'm aware, no. Okay, I'll just bring this up for you guys real quick. So, as far as I'm aware, right? And mind you, by aware, I mean basically in the instance of exactly two arcs. It's right here. We go to tuning exams. Yeah, tuning exams. So I'm only doing again the first 100 chapters, but I do have to talk about some later feats in order to explain some stuff. So I'll pull up this page and then I'll pull up one more. And then we'll go through it slowly so you guys can kind of get an idea of where I'm coming from. The giant snakes are just not impressive in my opinion. Like, they just don't do anything. There's just nothing that they do that even remotely substantiates anything for me as far as like Naruto being super duper powerful as far as like the first 100 chapters go. And you know, I think that's fine, right? Like, if a person hasn't, I mean, I guess I'll just word it like this. I think it's completely fine, all things considered. I mean, Naruto, especially as the series starts off, he's not meant to be like a massive powerhouse. He's meant to be a kid who has these large bursts of strength depending on the situation, but they're not meant to be something that he can actively or consistently get out unless, you know, his body is being pushed past a certain limit, right? Hey, what's good, Esther? Oh, Memento. That's right. Here, let me add you as a moderator. Can review, remove chats, hide, can manage block words, change chat mode live, and also capabilities. Yeah, nice. Yeah, there we go. Told you I would make you a mod, right? Yeah. They didn't do anything versus Jiraiya and Tsunade as well. Correct. Ooh, open this up by accident. Correct. I'll bring that up as well in a moment for you guys. Yeah, it was around there. Okay. So, starting off with the giant snake that Naruto. Just starting off with the giant snake that, like, Naruto fights, right? Like, this snake, if anything, is probably one of, like, the smaller ones that Orochimaru summons. At least this one and the one that, like, Sasuke first fights are the strongest ones. And they really don't do anything else. Like, it burrows into the ground and it gets blown up from the inside by Naruto. I counted 34 to 35 clones. Yeah, I counted about 34 to 35 clones, which is honestly pretty impressive, all things considered for Naruto. This is, like, what made me consider, though, that the snakes were trash, right? Hey, Dupont is on. Thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. This is basically what made me believe that they were trash. So, count them real quick, right? Giant snake coming after Sasuke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shuriken, right? Zoom in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sasuke killed one of these things with just 6 shuriken, bro. Like, I don't think I've ever really seen anything in fucking Naruto die with shuriken. Just like regular tiny little shuriken. I don't think I've ever really seen anything in Naruto die with this. I might be forgetting something. I might be missing something. Maybe it's just like one of those like random offshoot characters or whatever. Is there a visual similarity between those and the one that goes through the building? So I'm gonna get to that in a second. Now I just want to also do like a bit of a comparative side. Like, these things are not that big. At least this one that Kishimoto is riding. Yeah. You take 6 shurikens to the head. My guy, only a tip broke through the fucking skin. What are we talking about? It doesn't even look like they broke through the skull. I think a snake's skull would probably be a bit thicker than, I don't know, a shuriken's fucking tip. Anyway. Naruto fight, shows up, blah, blah, blah. You see how this one's, like, way fucking larger, by the way? Did you see what I said about the community, the snakes in the community post? I did, read through the community posts. Do I remember everything that everyone said? No, but I did read, the community post. Let's go back. Actually, there's a couple more comments here. So, it's like the Lord of the Coast. It's just a big serpent. By the way, and just to clear one thing up, I don't think that the Lord of the Coast, Sea King and everything, I don't think it's that impressive either, right? I don't think that the Lord of the Coast is the most impressive thing either, anyway. Like, I would probably just put it on the same extent as a giant sea serpent. No feats, just shows up. Only that Naruto struggled with it. And Luffy actually one-hit KO'd the Lord of the Coast. Manda looks around 50 meters next to Gamabunta, who is 17. So I don't see the snake being that large. Yeah. I read the chapters again. The snakes don't have a single real feat worth talking about. I mean, it does attack Naruto once off guard, but it didn't seem to hurt it much. Considering we see nothing else about the snakes, I can't say, wow, Naruto tanked city level AP or so. After that, the snake just gets the drop on Naruto, which I wouldn't say is a speed feat, but more of off guard. I think for the purposes of scaling the snakes, it can be entirely ignored because it doesn't add anything. All it does is sneak Naruto 2 times off guard and hit once without doing much damage and then dying via getting exploded from within. Yeah. How do we turn Shuriken feats into Mihawk upscale? Are the Shuriken black? Are the Shuriken black? Because if a Shuriken technically has an edge to it, and an edge is another way to say edge is a blade. Technically, they have 4 blades into them. So if you can argue that a Shuriken is black, then it's technically a black blade. Therefore, it's Mihawk upscale. I'm just saying, Mihawk one-shots these things. But back to this point. So obviously Orochimaru summons a giant snake and then smashes Naruto through multiple trees, even breaking some hollowed out. It even breaks out some hollowed out tree branches. I don't know what to tell you about this. These are literally hollowed out tree branches. You can literally see it from the inside. They're gray and black, Eon. Right, so they're not even fully black, so which means it's not even Black Blade. So it's just so it's 100% just Mihawk upscale. And yeah, Naruto gets smashed through about 3 of these. He gets smashed for 3 of them, with the fourth one being smashed by its tail alone. Naruto spits out blood, by the way, falls down and punches the snake down. Now, I know that a lot of people consider this to be like extremely impressive, right? And I mean, hey, listen, I'm not here to tell you that a 12-year-old child punching down a large snakes are reptiles. A large reptile isn't fucking impressive, right? But I don't have much else to go off of versus Marineford Blackbeard. I'd probably give it to Blackbeard because I don't think Enel can hit him with enough damage. Orochimaru does punch the snake away. Orochimaru does blow Naruto away. And one thing I want you to focus on right here is that the snake never technically loses consciousness. That's kind of my biggest thing. The snake doesn't lose conscious. It just immediately goes straight in for Sasuke. Ian, can you once check where versus Battle Wiki scales the snake? Probably at like town level or some shit, or like small town level, just because of some Sasuke, I guess, fireball jutsu type shit. Naruto. Actually, maybe I should do Orochimaru. How about Snake summons Naruto versus Battle Wiki. Easily withstand. I don't know about easily stop and withstand. Okay, I was about to say in somewhat tank. Okay, I was about to say no fucking way. Stated to be a threat, weakened to a weakened Orochimaru. Sub-relativistic. Why the fuck is Gamabunta sub-relativistic? Sub-relativistic. Kept up with Shukaku. Why the fuck is Shukaku relativistic? Why the fuck is Shukaku should be comparable to other tailed beasts? That's their fucking logic. I hate this. Real life animals at street level. Sure. Yeah, they do. So Sasuke's Shuriken is greater than Naruto's punch, I suppose. Or is Naruto's 35 clones superior to Sasuke's? Orochimaru does what to Naruto? Orochimaru blows away Naruto. He blows Naruto. Orochimaru, the freak, blows hot air. I'm assuming it's hot air, because I'm just assuming Orochimaru's, yeah, I'm assuming that this page is, that his breath stinks. I mean, come on now. Do you guys think Orochimaru's breath stinks? Do you guys think Orochimaru has, like, very, unappealing fucking breath? I don't know. I feel like a guy with like Orochimaru, probably, his breath probably smells like dead rats or some shit, right? Anyway, so yeah, Naruto stops the giant snake. Naruto 100% stops the giant snake, physically halts it. No, Orochimaru actually has the cleanest breath. I disagree wholeheartedly with that. There's no way a guy... Okay, time out. You're telling me You're telling me this guy has clean breath? He's a man of science. He absolutely has toothpaste. Unlike these what? Unlike these what? Unlike these what, Michael? Unlike these what? What are you gonna say? Like, bro, his arms are fucking rotting away. These ninjas from the Hidden Leaf. Yeah, 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 these fucking ninjas. He's literally... Okay. Orochimaru came out of a fucking snake, is covered in that snake's glossy innards, and he's also has his tongue out licking himself. Like, no, his breath has to stink. There's no fucking way it doesn't. Like, Taco Bell toilet, given how many dead bodies he's been through? Probably. Do you think the snake, Sage Path, or whatever would like to eat Naruto or Jiraiya, who are frogs? Probably. Probably. How fast you got East Blue Luffy? Okay, so how fast I got East Blue Luffy actually boils down to... There's basically only one thing I can recall, at least as far as everything goes, for East Blue Luffy. And it should be comparatively faster than anything I've seen in Naruto. So far, and it's this feat right here with Don Krieg. So, at least as far as the context of the video goes, I'm going to scale East Blue Luffy. Also, for context with Naruto, I don't ever really argue that he's anything faster than Mach 1 to Mach 2 within the first 100 chapters, and that's with, like, Ninetales Chakra. There's no other way to quantify it. Naruto doesn't scale to Lee, and he never scales to Sasuke in terms of speed. Maybe you can try to argue that throughout, like, the later portions of the pre-time skip, but I don't think that Sasuke is necessarily, at least in the instances where Naruto is quote-unquote keeping up with Sasuke when, like, they're running at each other with, like, Rasengans and stuff. Naruto has a clone essentially throw him forward by pulling around his arm. He essentially has a clone throw him at Sasuke for the first one, and the second one, him and Sasuke are basically just jumping through the air, which I don't believe they can jump through the air as fast as they can run, but that's besides the point. Naruto's never even remotely considered as fast as Lee, and it's not like he ever really blitzes Gaara's sand, so it just doesn't really stack up for scaling. But Luffy does have one feat, and this isn't a movement speed feat. I'm not saying that this is a movement speed feat, but this is definitely a combat speed feat. What you think about light speed Haku? A lot of people using it. I'll cover that in a second, and I'll read through you what I've written. Are you going to be going over Boruto stuff? I'm going to be going over Boruto stuff, but I'm also going to be putting up a big disclaimer when I go through it that, like, yo, straight up, I'm gonna let people know I'm not reading Boruto for the sake of this fuck-ass video. I'm not doing it. If I'm doing any Boruto scaling, it'll be after whenever I decide to come back to this. I don't care to read through more Naruto or Boruto or whatever. I'm not doing it. Everything I'll say, I have read Boruto. I have read it from a casual perspective, but I do understand at least the scaling somewhat well enough, so I can at least give you my opinions on why things just don't matter in Boruto as far as people think it does. And I will be covering, some stuff, including the Momoshiki Tenketsu stuff that he hits Naruto with, because I know people are going to bring that stuff up to get him to, like, star level, even though it doesn't make any fucking sense. So Luffy right here, let's just go through this real quick. He brings out his battle spear, and just to show you guys the images really slowly, very, very, very slowly. Yeah, Luffy at best only punches the mighty battle spear once right here. Specifically once right here. So let's say he landed 5 punches. Let's say it's part of those 5 punches. I'm going under the logic that if the average explosion, right? If the average explosion is around the speeds of Mach 5 to Mach 10, how fast are the average explosions? How fast are average explosions? So detonation velocity is around this speed right here, which, if I'm right, should be around what? Like, actually, I already got Versus Battle Wiki here. Speed, yeah. What was the value again? Miles per hour is 4,500, 18,000. 4,500, 18,000. Is this in miles per hour? 4,500. So around Mach 5 to Mach 10. So yeah, around Mach 5 to Mach 25. The average explosion is around like Mach 5 to Mach 25, right? I think I said Mach 10 in the video. I think I'll just keep it at Mach 10 for now, just to like really lowball explosions. But I could have sworn it was Mach 10. I'll just change it up if anything later. But essentially, if you think that this explosion is at least like around the speed of like Mach 5, which sure, I guess. If you think that this explosion's around the range of like Mach 5, then yeah, Luffy in the middle of a singular explosion punched the mighty battle spear 4 times, which would mean that he would have to have a punch speed. Isn't the speed of an explosion generally correlated with the size of the explosion? I don't fucking know, and I'm not gonna go out of my way to do the math to figure out how big this explosion is. It's an unquantifiable thing. I don't give a shit. I really could not give a shit. I'm just using Mach 5 to Mach 10 to simply describe what the speed of an explosion is, because, in all honesty, it's just a quick way to create a similar speed scale for both Naruto and One Piece, right? Are we scaling Krieg Dion? Yeah, we are. Luffy punches this thing at least 4 times, which means on the bare minimum possible, if you think that the explosion was Mach 5 at the lowest metric possible, it doesn't matter, like, literally it doesn't matter how fast an explosion actually is, because I'm going to be using the lowest metric possible. That would put Luffy at, whatever interval of Mach 5 to Mach 10 you think the explosion of the spear is at. That would put Luffy at around 4 to 5 times faster than it, depending on whether or not you think this specific punch right here counts. The anime adaptation, I can't bring this up for you guys right now, but the anime adaptation does show that Luffy punches it, I think, 3 times prior to that, and then 2 times mid-explosion, which would up the speed to... This will be manga only, right? No, this will include manga and anime, which then I will also refer to the anime itself, and I'll also bring up the scaling for it, but I'm also letting people know that if you do want to include the anime, then this stuff happens. If you don't want to include the anime, then only going off of the manga, this stuff happened. That's why there's 23 pages for Naruto. There is technically a statement from Haku. I think I bring it up within the context of the speed scaling for Naruto. There is a statement which essentially does bring up that, from the English dub of Naruto, I don't think I wrote it down, but I don't think it's necessary anyway. I think I might just type it in. That Naruto that Haku essentially says that his traveling between his ice mirrors is light speed, but again, that's within the English dub. As far as like attack potency and stuff like that for Naruto goes, I just basically said he can punch harder than Sasuke's fireball jutsu can melt ice. And he can punch down a giant snake and physically stop a giant snake. There's nothing else I can give Naruto. There's basically nothing else he has. And I guess he can, like, knock down 3 guys around his age with a single kick. Anime, so will you go through the Horty Jones pill meta? I will be going through the Horty Jones pill meta, but I'm going to emphasize and explain that the Horty Jones pill meta does not work within the context of the manga, because the manga never shows the pill counts in Horty's hands. Those are anime only. So if you are going to argue off of the Horty Jones pill meta, then you have to specifically argue anime only. You cannot argue anime and manga. You cannot use manga stuff. You have to specifically... It's not really confusing. The Horty Jones pill meta is really not confusing at all. It basically boils down to the following. Do you think that the pills at least increase speed? The answer is yes, because Horty Jones physically moves faster while using the pills. Do you count using the information from the series where every single time your strength will be doubled by eating a pill? You just have to go off of the number of pills that Horty Jones ate, which is usually around 40 to 45. Are you giving pre-time skip Naruto Gamabunta? Yes, but I'm not giving it to Naruto in the first 100 chapters. I do mention it within the context of the script that Naruto never summons Gamabunta within the first 100 chapters for the context of a fight. He only summons Gamabunta to sort of stop himself from falling, and he does it within the very strict circumstances of him spending 21 days training with Jiraiya in order to basically use up all of his chakra. So when Jiraiya puts him in a high danger situation, a high cortisol situation where he's falling down the chasm, Naruto essentially can only rely on using the nine-tailed fox's chakra, which is why in that scene you also see Naruto speak to him for the first time. What about Shadow Amps from Thriller Bark? So the Shadow Amps, I have nothing to go off of. I don't think that there's anything actually stated as far as how much more powerful the shadows make you. Though we know that the average person can maybe handle 2 shadows at best before passing out, right? Yo, what's good? Glad to hear. 1 second, guys. Let me send a message. But then we can interpret that manga Luffy equals anime Luffy. Luffy due to anime having just more accessible data and not different data. You can argue that it's more accessible, sure, but I think it depends on who you're having a discussion with. As far as 3D2Y goes, I think we had a stream on this a couple of weeks ago. We should have had a thing on this. We should have had a conversation on this like a couple of weeks ago. Where is my chat with Aura? Aura, and I, we had a discussion about this. They actually helped us out with the scaling for it. So there's a website known as Kuro Navi. Oh wait, no, that's not Kuro Navi. It's, not that one. Where is it? It was the, right here. So it's essentially implied, at least, I guess, by the producers of the One Piece anime. It's implied by the producers of the anime that they got approval from Oda. The official One Piece website states that a long-lost episode hidden from the manga will now be revealed, so it's canon to the manga. I know that people often consider canonicity to be what's, one second, guys. One second, guys. One second. Yeah. So I know that some people have this whole idea that like canonicity is essentially dependent on the author because it's the author's intent, blah 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 blah, and all that crap, just as a way to basically say that certain things can't be used or whatever. I don't know, man. All I know is if it's considered a long lost episode and it's given an A-OK by Oda, I think it's fine to use. But we'll just say that again. It has to be anime adaptation only. What's good, Drake? How you been, man? I love that. All right, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Oh, what's up, Han? Thank you. I appreciate that. The people who gave Luffy 3 to 4 Shadow Amps stated that it'd be many times amp, depending on how you see many. It's bare minimum 3 4. I think that's fine. I think 4 is fine. How do you people scale the potency of Haki? It seems impossible for crossverse. It's not that it's impossible to scale it for crossverse. It's more so that your Haki scales to the user itself. Luffy Haki should be able to scale to the user itself, since Luffy essentially stated by Blackbeard that his haki was way stronger than when they had last met, and by that point in the series, he doesn't. And that it doesn't debunk every time speed feat as they can't see or track light without observation haki. Not necessarily, because they are literally visibly shown to do it. So you can just say that Rayleigh is technically making an inconsistent statement. To me, it doesn't matter if Rayleigh is like a quote unquote voice of authority or whatever in this case, because we visibly see Luffy react, Zoro react, Zoro reacts to Kuma's pad cannons. Luffy reacts to Foxy's Noro Noro beam, which is also stated to be light. Like, there's too much stuff that actually contradicts Rayleigh rather than Rayleigh being right. I don't give a shit if Rayleigh, I don't give a shit if what Rayleigh says people want it to be true. I give a fuck is this consistent with the rest of the series? No. We see the characters look at light, react to light, etc. Maybe it's coming from the perspective of you can't see light because it's literally too bright. Luffy, we do see this with Luffy versus Kizaru, where Kizaru's light is very bright, but I don't believe that it debunks anything. Don't scale to Haku's mirror traveling speed. Sasuke literally stated Haku keeps on vanishing and using Kirin's statement to back it up. Yeah. What was this? Ground 32, I always view it as the results as canon, like how Luffy grows, but the dialogue and such not to be because of how huge inconsistencies that weren't written by Oda. I think that's also fair. Just call me Han, Soren. Okay. Bro, even if you argue teleportation speed, you can't still see infinite speed. Okay, you guys are just having a separate conversation. It's going well. Hopefully the lack of bean and feet jokes will make things less distracting. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. There's a guy in the movie who amps himself more than 100 times and Luffy matches it with second gear. Yeah. The villain has a fruit that amps himself 100 times and Luffy surpassed him. Yeah. That's like saying Zetsu's always right, which he isn't. It's not so much to say that Zetsu's right, which he isn't, because I know that people also use it to detract from the idea that, like, oh, well, Zetsu says that, like, it should be, Kirin should be impossible to dodge, but obviously it isn't impossible to dodge or block or whatever, or evade, because, whatever the fuck, when it's like, no, in that case, again, context is very important. Context is very important, because when a character like Black Zetsu states that that's the reason why it can't be evaded. If it's lightning fast, or if it's the speed of lightning, and lightning cannot be evaded, it's not that he's saying Itachi cannot evade it because it's lightning. He's saying that, in general, the average shinobi wouldn't be able to evade it because it's lightning. And Itachi, though he does not fall within the category of the average shinobi, is also in a position where, like, okay, yeah, this likely shouldn't be avoidable. It shouldn't be avoidable. I think like the issue that people often try to the issue that often tries to come from like differentiating context or statements or wording from different characters is that every single character, it's not just as a knowledge claim. Is that not just a knowledge claim? It's a knowledge claim, but it's a knowledge claim based on a character that has essentially existed since, I guess you could say, the dawn of shinobi history. And on average, you can probably argue that if they have seen shinobi fight for, let's say, 1,000 years, the average shinobi likely has not evaded lightning. Maybe you could say there are clear cases like Hashirama or Madara that could avoid lightning if they were being struck by Kirin, but on average, let's be honest, it's not like Itachi also falls within like that category of character of like Hashirama and Madara. Like, Itachi falls in a separate category than the average shinobi, but he does not fall under, like, let's say, that level of category, right? As someone, I had someone claim that Rock Lee is more skilled fighter than Sanji. What reasoning do you see for that claim? For me, both are skilled, but they just have different fighting styles. Well, it's not just that they have different fighting styles, it's the fact that a series like Naruto tends to focus more on realistic combat, and I'm using realistic with like very big quotation marks. A series like Naruto tends to focus on, again, more realistic fighting styles, which a lot of people tend to always see as more skillful, right? Because if you see a character like Sanji, let's say, do the table course, his table kicking course, or his table manners course, where like he spins on his hands and does like a full 360 Chun-Li spinning bird kick or whatever the fuck. It's like, first of all, that is extremely impressive in and of itself, but it's not like real martial arts, right? It's not like what the average person would consider real martial arts. So the average person, especially to somebody that, let's say, maybe does partake in or does like watching real martial arts, to them, Sanji is just throwing around kicks. He's just throwing around very powerful kicks. But Rock Lee's using like legitimate martial arts. Rock Lee knows Drunken Fist, which is an actual martial art. Rock Lee probably knows some form of like strong style karate, so that's a real form of martial arts. For Sanji, again visually, he's just throwing around very heavy kicks, which is why people say this, right? It's why like they're always asking about like just all hands, no skill. It's the reason why people are always asking only hands, no powers, only hands, because it's like if you can't have your if you're one of those people, especially that scales on a very casual level, if you scale on an extremely casual level and you're basically going off of mostly vibes, because a lot of people technically just scale due to vibes. They see a big explosion from Naruto and think, how the fuck is anybody in One Piece dealing with that without even remotely considering the scaling? No, they're just going off of the vibes. Then you're obviously going to come down to a conclusion that, like, okay, let me pull up Rock Lee versus Rock Lee Drunken Fist, right? Let's just see Rock Lee Drunken Fist, for example, right? Okay, we're going to mute this. Okay. See, like, if you're someone that, like, essentially, like, watches things and goes straight off of vibes, then, like, yeah, you're going to see this. You're going to see something like this. Okay, 1 second. Okay, this is not the real one. This is not the real one. That one just S. Where the fuck is it? Okay, it should be like around here. Yeah, you see that? Like you see that kind of stuff, and then you see like, okay, so Rock Lee's like parrying, dodging, weaving, blocking. He's doing all of these different types of, like, again, rudimentary, fundamental martial arts, high skill, high level martial arts, versus a guy like Sanji who essentially just throws around a big powerful kick. Yeah, you would see fighting style is mostly based on Taekwondo and Capoeira. Regardless, whatever kind of fighting style Sanji uses, you'll see something like that and you'll be like, okay, yeah, no, Sanji clearly knows like actual disciplines versus Sanji, who's essentially a guy who throws around like very quick, rapid kicks. Like, it's just that, right? Like, it's just that. It's a very bare bones and simplistic way of viewing it, but it's like, the average person is not going to think about it too in depth. They're just going to say, well, Rock Lee actually knows martial arts, Sanji doesn't know any martial arts. Yeah. And yeah, people say that's more skillful. I would say, you know, again, different series abide by different rules, different logics, and different forms of writing, which is why I feel like there's always this divide between the people that will be able to witness that are be able to distinguish and discern the varying levels of nuance that different stories can have, especially based on their... Yes, Sanji does know martial arts, but it's not as visibly cohesive as like someone like Rock Lee, where it's like, oh, you see this, you're automatically assuming something crazy, right? Like, you could see Rock Lee, for example, you could see right here, something like that. You can see that Rock Lee, okay, he is using like specific stances and all this other crap. You see? See, this is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean right here. Right here. This is exactly what I mean right here. Right? So you have block, turn around, hit, block with kick, and then he's basically attacking like backwards. Yeah, like the average person, again, 100%, I can see why someone would say, oh yeah, no, Rock Lee just has more skill. Doesn't Sanji use an inverse martial arts style? Yeah, I think he uses like Blackfoot style. I think his fighting style is called Blackfoot. Or Blackleg. Something like that. His style is an actual taught style. No, I don't know if it is, but obviously the average person... Here's the thing. I don't know shit about martial arts. I'm not someone who knows. So if someone like me, again, someone like me, can't immediately pick up on what kind of fighting style Sanji uses, it likely will just come across as just another anime strong guy just throwing around attacks. Poor Crinaldo fans. I don't know who Crinaldo is. Is there some like take on are we talking about the FIFA right now? We're talking about Ronaldinho or Ronaldo, wherever the fuck that guy's name is. What the fuck are we talking about? They can't even laugh for 20 minutes. Now all turned back to clowns. I don't know what you're talking about. He did also learn the Skywalk, which is a martial arts style in One Piece. He did learn Skywalk. That is a thing. Just with the debate I was in, they claim that Lee's skill gives him the win, even though blocking a kick from Sanji would break his arm and send him flying. Yeah, I would agree with that. What matters is displayed choreography, something One Piece often lacks with a few exceptions and something Naruto does very well. So of course people are going to think that exactly. It's all about choreography at the end of the day. If you can have a character seem extremely skilled at combat, it doesn't matter if they're fighting against someone who says they know. It doesn't matter if you're fighting someone who is like allegedly a martial arts master within the context of their story. It's why some people usually do like Baki Hanma versus Goku from Dragon Ball, because people often forget. People often care more about visual displayed choreography over anything else within the context of a story. Which is why then we reach a problem or a point of contention where you have someone like, for example, Goku, who I think like within the context of like the World Martial Arts Tournament, back in like original Dragon Ball, there was like somebody with a 40th degree black belt, which is I think is like 4 degrees, 4 times greater than like a 10th degree black belt or some shit in like real world martial arts. You had somebody who was like a 40th degree black belt and he was absolute fucking fodder and they were just absolutely outskilling them, right? It's like, is Baki a 40th degree black belt? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. What matter? Yeah. You say that, but Bleach has little to none of this, yet people still get behind the series having realistic fights. Well, Bleach is a little different. With Bleach, it's just, again, it's just all vibes. It's not about the characters actually being skilled combatants. It's one of those series where, like, what the fuck happened here? Divorced because she lost 170 pounds is fucking crazy. I'm gonna watch this later. Alright, I'm gonna watch that later. But yeah, anyway. It's why some people think Thrall's very skilled despite being called is very skilled despite being called skilled because he just looks like a strength merchant. Thrall or Thrag? You talking about Thrag? Baki negs with his invisible style. Alright. Skill is honestly one of those lesser important categories in scaling. Yeah, it's important. It's sort of important, but it's like, it's really only matters if the gap isn't so large to the extent skill won't even help. Yeah. Dragon Ball is a series where like skill can come up. Dragon Ball is 100% a series where skill can come up, but like, I don't know. Yeah, Thrag from Invisible. I imagine they were saying Thrag. What Sanji did the whole series is some Taekwondo kicks, not true martial arts. Yeah. I don't think that he was. How does a sword fighting anime have choreography? Well, they can have choreography, but again, with Bleach, it's more so swing sword very hard, slash through big thing. It really just is that. The anime that suffers most of this is DBZ with the repeated punches for 3 minutes straight, despite every character apparently being masters of several crafts. Well, I mean, Goku is considered the greatest martial artist in the universe or some shit, right? So, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Master Roshi is the best mentor in anime to me. He set the basis for Goku for the rest of his life. Yeah. It's not bad. Bleach has statements of skill and age that don't match the choreography at all. Yeah, no, with Bleach, it's less of a... With Bleach, it's one of those things where, like, you 100% have to go with, like, either the statements, because if you don't, like, there's just no choreography. It's just swing strong blade, activate Bankai. Does my Bankai have a sword? Does my Bankai include a sword? No, it does not. Oh, well, looks like we're just... We're just doing the thing. We're just doing the big sword thing. I don't know where the sword choreography comes in with a giant nuke or a bunch of blade blossoms, but yeah. Demon Slayer looks more skilled than Invincible because the animators can flex choreography. Yeah. So, just to let you guys know, okay. Now, something that I was actually going to start off this portion of the video was actually this portion of, like, the script. Oh, wait, actually, are overrated. Hot take. Oh, no, 100% they're overrated. They have some cool, they have, like, a couple of cool sequences or, like, panels, but, like, overall, I think they're very overrated. I don't think Bleach fights are that interesting. It's really just guy jumps into the air with a massive sword swing, arm fully cocked back with a big sword behind them, swing hard, that's it. Yeah, it's just that. With Bleach, it's just either they clash for, like, a while, or they're clashing blades for, like, a while and struggling. They're swinging very hard against each other if their name is Kenpachi Zaraki, or eventually just big unga bunga swing. end of game, or beating the opponent through some hacks. It's really, it really just isn't anything crazy. What I think about the size of the Soul Society, I don't believe it's infinite. I just think it's I just think it is what it is. Anyway, um, somebody asked me before if I covered the Lightspeed stuff in the Lightspeed stuff in Naruto for like Haku. I already covered it in like around these pages. Right here. Okay, so if I Ulquiorra Ichigo fight is one-sided, I don't see it as a good fight. That's interesting. To be honest, after you did your live read of Bleach on stream, the cool designs kind of got old quick. They were cool at first, but it felt like Kubo was trying to one-up himself in the drip department. Probably, but I also don't think, like, I'll be honest, the drip in Bleach is only, in my opinion, it's only really good as far as, like, the covers that Kubo makes. Most of the drip in Bleach are essentially just the black Shihaku shows that most of the character wears, and the random fit that Ichigo's squad has every single arc. That's really what it is. Why did you call Haku Zaku? I didn't call Haku Zaku. Zaku's a separate character. Zaku is the guy that Sasuke, whose arm Sasuke breaks. The issue with skill in Shonen is that most fights either come down to strategy or brute strength. Not a lot of series have come down to pure skill. That's true, but there are examples. There are examples like in Dragon Ball and even in Jujutsu Kaisen, where like Goku does beat on Khalifa and Kale while being in base form, and he is capable of keeping up with them in their Super Saiyan 2 versions. In Super Saiyan 2 forms. And then in JJK, where Yuji fights someone like Chozo, where Chozo says that Yuji's blows are not only powerful, but it was boiling down to a fight of skill because they both had advantages. Chozo had a curse technique, while Yuji had raw brute strength that he couldn't take many hits from, and he ultimately won because of skill. He ultimately outplayed Yuji by essentially using his blood manipulation to harden the skin on his rib cage so that Yuji wouldn't be able to deal the most amount of damage. I mean, listen, if I ever where do I scale the what? I think mecha fights are underrated. I like Gundam series. I love mecha fights. I genuinely do love mecha fights. A lot of them do. I feel like a lot of them can boil down to raw skill, but that's mostly a display of like speed of the Ink top tiers. Who the fuck are the Ink top tiers? Bleach anime fights aren't very good, but the manga panels look good. Yeah. Or do you want to scale something specific? I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been trying to like work up the. I've been trying to like work through the anxiety of like starting up the next portion of the script, just because like again, there's just something like in my body that like every time I look into like the start of this next portion of the writing, I feel like a very weird wave of anxiety in my chest that like just pulls me back, dude. I'm trying to work it up. I'm trying to. The point of the stream was for me to work through like scaling East Blue Luffy first 100 chapters, but like holy fuck. Would you ever scale JJK or the Demon Slayers? I technically do scale JJK. I just haven't read it in a while. Are we stuck in tuning exams? No. We're done with Naruto. We're done with Naruto in the first 100 chapters. We're technically slightly into the tuning exams, but not yet. Okay. I think one of the most. Let me just get my flow of writing first, and then I'll be doing this through speech to text. So if you guys hear me talking, and it's gonna be popping up through the screen. I find it much easier than just having to type everything out myself. Not this one. Naruto versus thing. Okay. Fuck. Okay. I think one of the most jarring things about scaling early One Piece is that, in general, many people who downplay the series by saying it is hard stuck at island level or maybe even country level, depending on how gracious they want to be, generally boils down to completely ignoring specific statements and scaling like Don Chenjiao and Don Sai, having the capacity to split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. As someone who essentially got into power scaling through Naruto, and first started scaling by let me think. Will you ever will you ever make One Piece versus My Hero Academia? No, I don't. I can do it if somebody pays me, but I'm not. There's no way in hell I'm ever going out of my way to read through My Hero Academia on my own. I don't really care for it. Do you believe Kieran is lightning speed or light speed? Hey, what's up, one man? Kieran is lightning speed. I will not take the data book over. I refuse. In general, my rule of thumb from now on is just if the data book contradicts what is stated in the story, I'm going to go with the main source material. I don't give a shit about what a data book says. I really don't care. Yo, Eon, because Gunko's arrows are indestructible, could they easily block Malevolent Shrine or Hollow Purple? I mean, I would say they block it because she would scale higher in general, but yeah. And I just realized Infinite Void would do nothing to Brook. I suppose. When are you scaling Jimoto Psycho? I don't know what Jimoto Psycho is. The hesitation is so relatable. You can do it. Yeah. As someone who essentially got into power scaling through Naruto, the thing, the biggest factor that sets its scaling apart from One Piece is the number of statements and tangible feats that one can use. Things about scaling early One Piece is how impressive the characters appear to be even within the first 100 chapters. In general, many people who downplay the series by saying that it's hard stuck at island level, our level, depending on generally boils down to not understanding that even from the start of the series, the characters have how physically impressive the characters are from the start. Why would characters like okay. What's going on? I don't know how people call One Piece island level when in the canon manga it says that Elbap Mountains are the sizes. It doesn't. I don't think it says it in the manga. It doesn't say it in the manga. The whole like they're the sizes of islands is an anime only thing. It says that in the manga and the anime, and I don't know how many people can still call that nonsense. Actually, that statement is anime only. Yeah, it is only. Is it raining hard over there? It's raining quite a bit. It's raining a little bit. It's not that hard. You said chapters 1130 and 1131. It's not in there. I'm like 90% sure. It's 99% sure it's not in there. Are those mountains? Yeah, it's freezing. Yeah, this is the moment. A minute of vast. I feel like it's dizzying. Came down the bridge. Hope Elbap. Yeah, no, it doesn't ever say. Look at that tree. How many thousands of years old is it? They're all like this. So big, bro. It's freezing. The mountains. Yeah, no, they never say the sizes of the mountains are that of an island. Anyway, yeah. Uh, what's going on? Giant animal ruled each mountain because it's the size of an island. It's like Toriko. Sounds like water hitting metal. Yeah, that's it's water hitting like a little. It's like water hitting outside of my window. Not Obito's statement, but simply what he did to Sasuke is natural lightning, not a jutsu. He uses his jutsu, and it would be raining down on him to call down Kirin. I checked the raws, no size for the mountains. It's just impressive, too big. He shoots fire style into the sky with the Amaterasu that Itachi released. Yeah. Okay. So, I think one of the most jarring things about scaling early One Piece is how impressive the characters appear to be within the first 100 chapters. In general, many people who downplay the series by saying it's hard stuck generally boil down to not understanding how physically, even from right from this, right from the start, right from the start of the series. As someone who essentially got into power scaling through Naruto, the biggest factor that sets its scaling apart from One Piece is the number of statements and tangible feats one can use to scale One Piece. That sets it apart. From its rival manga is the number of tangible statements that one can use. I say this because a lot of people genuinely use to the mountain Elbaf can naturally be considered island sized since it makes massive giants look like spots. Wait, so you think it's not true, Leon? You think Elbaf is that small? What do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, what are you asking me? That I think Elbaf is small? I don't think Elbaf is small in the slightest bit. Okay. To scale One Piece. Now, Luffy, like with the giant snake, one of Luffy's, like with the giant, one of Luffy's first feats. Yes, I think that Luffy can break a TSO orb with raw brute force. Feats regarding the first 100 chapters of. is taking down the Lord of the Coast, which is a large Sea King that prevented smaller ships from reaching his home village. Like the giant snakes in Naruto, this feat is essentially unquantifiable. I can't tell you which one is more impressive, and I can't tell you which of these two long serpentine creatures is more powerful, but if there is one difference between both Naruto and Luffy's feat that can help differentiate, that establish which is more impressive, it's definitely. No. There's one thing that we can use to differentiate which feat is more impressive. It's the fact that Luffy took out the Lord of the Coast in a single hit, while Naruto, at best, stunned the giant snake. Um... Okay. Dun dun da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum dum da making rivers in the desert. Speaking of Sea Kings, I don't understand how Poseidon is regarded as one of the most powerful ancient weapons in the verse when every Sea King we've seen is fodder compared to top tiers. Well, that's one Sea King. Now imagine multiple 5,000 meter long. What are your hopes for Persona 6? That it's not 100 fucking hours long, dude. I'm sorry. I'm all for games being worth. I'm all for games being worth every fucking schment that we spent on them, but like, bro, when I first played Persona 5, I hated the fact that I was 80 hours into the game and I was still fucking around. I was still fucking around, just doing shit. I'm like, dude, this doesn't get any better. I told my friend straight up, I told my friend Casey, who absolutely loves the Persona games. He's bought Persona 3. He loved Persona 3, then he bought Reloaded. He loves Persona 5. He bought both versions. My dumbass bought both versions too, but both of them were on sale. Persona 4. Mind you, I've only played Personas 4, 5, and 5 Royal, right? But like, so my friend loves like the Persona series, and he said he's getting 6 right off the bat, and I told him straight up, I will just buy Persona 6 Golden Royale Premium. I'll fucking buy Persona 6 Premium when it comes out, because at that point it's the exact same fucking game, but likely with better mechanics or less egregious mechanics and 20 hours of extra gameplay. I don't know, man. Persona games in general are one of those games that, like, if you're just playing it on your own, at least for me, speaking for just my personal perspective about this type of RPG, I have to play it with a walkthrough. In order to get all the best shit, in order to not have to like struggle with like anything crazy, I just use a walkthrough, dude. I will look up what the best items are, any missables, what to do on the day-to-day, because a game that essentially has every single choice that you make matter, especially more and more on the end game, I will, especially when it comes to like having to figure out what to do on specific days or missing specific triggers on specific days. Listen, I'm not the type to read. I know I sit down and read a lot for video games, but there is no fucking way in goddamn hell you're going to expect me to sit there and read through a fuck-ass RPG, especially when I can't go back and see previous dialogue. I'm just not doing it. You cannot pay me, I will not do it. I'm using a walkthrough. If I ever get Persona 6 Premium in like 5 years, whenever that comes out, I am going to pull up an entire walkthrough playthrough, most optimized, how to platinum it in your first walkthrough. I'm gonna get all the best shit. I'm gonna look up where to get what confidants to talk to, when to talk to them, when I have to get the fuck ass job to get the confidant, to get the trophy. Like, I'm doing all that shit, bro. I'm not playing that shit raw. I'm not raw dogging those games. Never again. When I did it the first time, I hated it. I hated every second of it. I fucked it up. No. Persona games are fun. They're just not fun to play on your own. Have you played SMT V Vengeance? I technically do have SMT 5. I don't know about Vengeance, but I do have 5. I bought 5. I should have probably waited for Vengeance to come out. Or is 5 just straight up Vengeance? I don't know. I didn't really get that far into it. So is Eon unemployed? Technically. Afternoon, Eon, how was your day? Also, you think we are loud enough we can get you to read the weekly Hell Arc for Bleach? I'll tell you what. I will give it a read every week that it comes out until if and when I get so fucking sick and tired of Kubo's bullshit that I just decide I'm never reading that shit again. If and when that happens. How will Luffy break a TSO orb? By punching it with Advanced Conqueror's Haki plus emission. He doesn't need to make physical contact. Luffy, unironically, does not need to make contact with TSOs to break them. Depending on the Sea Kings are alive, Poseidon may have the power to completely control the sea and even be able to sink most islands. Well, think about it like this. The Sea Kings are not only massively large, the Neptunians are the ones we need to look out for. The Neptunians are the ones you need to look out for. It's not the Sea Kings. Sea Kings with Fishman Karate or Jujitsu, we moving oceans for real with that. Yeah, not actually type shit. Yeah, we're lucky that Neptunians don't have fucking arms and legs, dude. Bleach's plot is boring, but the panels are fun to look at. Yeah, no, it's all fun to look at. Listen, let's be honest here. Anyone who's gonna fucking I'm gonna say it right now. Anyone who's actually gonna go out of their way to glaze Bleach, oh, we're so back. Oh, blah blah blah. This, the king is back. It's about time. This and that. Oh, One Piece has had its thing on the spotlight for the longest time. Now it's time for Bleach to break the internet. Yada yada yada. Blah 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 blah. I'm promising you right now, every single one of those people are not going to actually read what is on the page. They are going to just look for cool panels. They are not going to care about what the characters are saying. They are not going to care about what Kubo is writing. They are quite literally going to sit there and be on some bullshit. They're just not going to read it. It's just panels. It's just panels of pictures with recommended text. It's recommended that you read it. You're not actually going to, though. Shirahoshi is going to be on Luffy's side. I think that's what's going to be the only ancient weapon the Straw Hats will have. I'm glad Bleach is back. What king, bro? Yeah. Eon Sea Kings. Yeah. Okay. So let me check this out. I have to mute this. All right. Okay. Okay. What happens here? Okay, so Alvida just goes nutty. Okay. Uh-huh. 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 Okay, so she throws a giant club. Okay, so she smashes through. Who's the fat old lady? Okay, so I just have to confirm one thing about the... Didn't TSO only break against natural energy? No, my guy broke it with the full force of one of his punches. Why do you think most power scalers confuse AP and durability? Because there's this... okay, I'm gonna just say it. Again, it goes back to early fucking Naruto YouTube scaling, bro. I will always say this. Listen, I love Suikage. I love his content, but I will always go back to him and Seth, the programmer, essentially saying that, like, yeah, because of the laws of physics, when a force is applied to an object, an equal and opposite force must be applied to the character themselves. So many people believe that if you are capable of slashing, let's say, a mountain with your sword, you must be capable, your body must also be capable of withstanding the recoil of that. And while there are certain cases where, like, this is emphasized within certain stories, it's not always the same fucking case, right? So a lot of people tend to just go with this idea. So because of this idea of, like, again, real world physics and logic based on the context of a series, a lot of people often will just say that, like, okay, well, Naruto is, because, I don't know, Naruto is able to punch down a giant snake, then his body must also be durable enough to withstand the punch itself. So then, if Naruto shoots a tailed beast bomb, that his body is not even making contact with his body, it's just, you know, he's just charging it up in front of him using a giant avatar. If he's able to shoot a tailed beast bomb that blows up any 5 fucking mountains, then he should have 5 fucking mountains worth of durability. Like, it doesn't add up entirely. It's not a 1-to-1 comparison. Durability and tough durability and power are 2 completely separate stats, and it's usually why even in video games you will have, in video games and movies, etc., you will have characters be either tougher than they are stronger, stronger than they are tougher, etc., etc., etc. Somebody asked me, by the way, why would he break it with a punch? I got you right now. Simple, very 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 simple reasoning and logic here. Where the fuck is it? Right here, right here. Punches Madara. Punches Madara, right here. You see that? Punches Madara, right there, right there. The energy required to shoot out an air vacuum? Yeah, right there, right there. No natural energy. Just a guy with hands. Just walking hands. Just a guy who can punch very, very, very hard. But Luffy, unfortunately, punches very, 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 very hard. Vice Admiral Suru solos because she has the Wash Wash Devil Fruit. Bleach is just an aspect of her powers type shit. I've tried on several occasions to get into Bleach. I just don't get what's the appeal. It's okay, but I've always went to something else after a few episodes. It's fine. Couldn't Luffy just use Ryuo to destroy Naruto's brain and heart since Ryuo bypassed durability? That's my argument, Konashi. That is my entire argument. That is literally my win condition. The reason why I think Luffy wins is because he punches Naruto once in the brain or heart and he automatically wins. People just don't seem to understand that it's that simple. Of the two, it is quite literally the easiest application and the easiest line of damage. You have to write Eon for a highlighted messages with the without the yeah. Eon, if Buggy had two inverted Spears of Heavens, which could he solo Prime Sukuna and Gojo at the same time? Two inverted Spears of Heaven. Domain expansion. Here's the thing about Buggy. If the Chop Chop fruit disassembles him automatically from the slashes, there's to a certain extent. The only reason why I always have a trouble with like Buggy going through domain expansion for Malevolent Shrine, it's because the Malevolent Shrine consistently attacks every bit of point until a person gets turned into dust, which means that it must be slicing the individual and the objects up at a very fine and precise extent, right? Because it's a bunch of fucking slashes coming at you at the same time. Buggy cannot reform himself after a certain point. Buggy cannot reform himself after a certain point, which is my issue. I'm gonna dip because something's wrong on my end after every few minutes. Alright. See you later, Tempura. I mean, KCM2 Naruto did deflect 5 Biju bombs with his chakra, but the chakra can't be used offensively and defensively at the same time. Naruto doesn't have stable durability, if you know what I mean, yeah. If Guy punches very hard, Luffy punches very, 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 very hard. I agree. If it only broke when Madara touched the TSO, how was Guy able to enter the TSO to hit him to begin with? The TSO don't... the TSO are so fucking... Wait, am I smoking crack, or did I actually see that the Steam machine is going for $1,000? Steam machine? The fuck is this? Huh. 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 Wow. This thing, wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Wow. This thing really is $1,000. Even Ryo is more potent than Fishman Karate, which is similar to Frog Kumite, and Naruto literally planned to use Frog Kumite on Obito after the Rasengan worked. Whole band doesn't even have a 1 terabyte storage. What the fuck, yeah. No, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You can buy a 2 ter... You know what's crazy? There's not even like a 1 terabyte storage thing here. It really doesn't even say 1 terabyte. It just says 512, and then it shoots up to 130 to 1350. That's crazy. So you're telling me if I spend you're telling me if I spend $221, I get an extra 1,500 gigabytes? Guys, am I getting my bang for my buck in terms of my bytes? Yeah. That's crazy. Island size Shockwave, but he can't quantify how much stronger AKA Guys is compared to the former. Well, it's not just that, it's the fact that, like, an island-sized Shockwave does not mean that the island-sized Shockwave could destroy an island. I'm sorry, I just don't agree with that. Also, yeah, no, like, the island-sized Shockwave was just a big blast of air. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't damage the island. It doesn't do... I even checked up the anime adaptation of this. Oh, shit, Panazon, thank you so much for the $2.79. I really do appreciate it. Does Dabura downscale the JJK speed? No, he only upscales my King Sukuna. Never thought I'd say this, but actually buy a Switch 2. It's more than worth it. I disagree with the Switch 2 in and of itself being more than worth it. I'd say if you can afford a Switch 1, just get that instead. There's, like, no games on the Switch, unless you want to buy, like, one of the 3 games on the Nintendo Switch 2 that are worth buying. I would say just don't buy a Nintendo Switch 2. I would 100% disagree with that. Like, looking at my Switch 2, it really does, after having a Switch 2 for over a month, it really does just feel like a Switch 1 Pro. It really does just feel like a Switch 1 Pro. It's not worth $500. I kind of have to look back to it. Can you stop using our kitchen spong to soak up every last drop of Nami saliva? It's jarring. First of all, it's kitchen sponge, so by the fact that you automatically misspelled it means you ruined the joke. And second, yeah, the 2 terabyte one is decent, but you still have Only 16 gigabytes of RAM. You can build a better PC than this for a lot less, and at 32 or even 64 gigabytes worth of RAM. It's crazy. Sukuna mentioned with no gargles. Sorry, I haven't seen my king in a while. I have to be reintroduced to why he's my king. Yeah. They made the handheld almost $300 more expensive. AI, bubble, and all. Yeah. Okay, back to the point. I will continue to write this script. I need to, yeah, I just need to slowly but surely, continuously move to write the script. I just bought a PS5 and I'm finally able to play games I've watched for years, so I'm good. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. Listen, unless you're buying a Nintendo Switch 2 to specifically... Unless you're specifically hoping to play a Nintendo game right now, I would say just don't buy a Nintendo Switch 2. Anything on a Nintendo Switch 2, you can probably just play on another console for better quality and better graphics. Especially if you already own another one, you know? Oh, shit, John, it's been a minute. You're a mod? When the fuck did I make you a mod? Oh, wait, no, you're a member. Heyo, despite the occasional disagreements, I'm glad you're taking some time to be healthy and distance yourself from the drama. I respect your platform. Hope you'll keep it up. Hey, thank you, John. Yeah, right now I'm just like yapping back and forth, opened a hole for the barrier. Yeah, I know he opened up a hole for the barrier. I completely forgot we were talking about that. Yeah, no. Yeah, Kakashi did open up a hole. My bad. Yeah, right here. So the TSO are like weird. Yeah, so the TSO are weird because they are capable of being affected by jutsu. Kakashi even states the fact that they physically exist must mean so since it says right here, so since they physically exist and can be traced and followed, Kakashi, your Kamui should work on them. Like, even if they quote-unquote null all ninjutsu, they don't necessarily null all ninjutsu because Kamui still works on them. By the way, yeah, John, listen, I appreciate the message a lot. I know that we disagree. I don't really care about disagreeing with people. Like, I think it's fine to disagree with people. I think it's genuinely fine. Like, disagreeing with people is never, like, a bad thing. It's more so just when people, like, disagree, but then they just don't, like, there's just no reasoning behind it. It's just, I just disagree because I don't like it. Have a good one, Aster. Hope you have a good hope you have a good, I hope you have a good attempt at your test. I hope that you do well on it. Best of luck, my guy. Madara's own Sage Chakra's body. Madara's own Sage Chakra's body was between Guy and the punch of the TSO, so Guy's fist can make contact with the TSO. It would have been turned into dust regardless how strong his punch was. Okay, but what forced his body through the TSO? Let me ask you this. What forced his body through the TSO? So you're telling me that it broke because Madara's body touched it. You're telling me that it broke because Madara's body touched it, not because of the force behind the punch. That's what I'm hearing. Ma! 1 second. Sorry about that. Why are you downplaying the TSO? Who says I'm downplaying the TSO? I'm telling you straight up. They don't technically null all ninjutsu because, right here it says, since they physically exist and can be traced and followed, your Kamui should work. Kamui falls under ninjutsu. That is not a lie. Totally agreed. It seems like maybe I hit a nerve with the slow stuff. No, you didn't hit a nerve with the slow stuff. It's not that you hit a nerve. It's that I don't agree with this idea of generalizing or coming to a conclusion on something, saying that this interpretation is the right one without having any actual logic to back that up other than I don't agree with it. I'm not saying that's even what you did. I'm just saying this is something that people often seem to have where it's like, more often than not, when coming to like conversations about power scaling and about like expressing one's logic versus another person's logic, a lot of the time, some people's logic, I'm not saying even if it was yours, I don't even remember what the fuck our disagreements are about. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think about disagreements that I have with people after I've had them. I don't put that much thought into it. Honestly, I didn't even really think that we had any disagreements. But in general, one of the things that people often say and do is that, like, for example, right? They say, well, I don't know, Foxy's bring up the Noro beams, right? Like, Foxy's beams are stated to be slow, therefore their name is slow, therefore they're slow. Right, but they also are stated to slow down everything, so it could be a name used to exactly define what they do rather than them actually being slow. Yeah, well, but like, you know, they're not really photons, right? Like, scientists haven't found them, okay, but there's no scientists in the series that have discovered them yet. And he's the one describing his powers, not a random fucking scientist. Right, but a scientist could, if they're not entirely the same thing as photons, then, you know, they could have different properties. It's like, again, this logic doesn't follow anything. It's just, I'm already assuming that they're not as fast as light, therefore they're not meant to be light. Right? Like, that kind of logic where it's like, you are basing your logic based on the conclusion. You're not getting a conclusion based on logic. You're not reaching a conclusion based on backed up logic. You are developing your logic based on a conclusion you already have. That's my point. Yeah, but it's no big deal. I think we need more open and productive discourses in general, as you've hosted before. Yeah, wholeheartedly. By the way, if anybody wants to come in on Discord chat live and make any claim for like Naruto or... this is something that I'm willing to do right now, right? So here's something that I'm willing to do just to see if I've got like everything in my argument set up. Let me know where you scale Kid Naruto first 100 chapters. Let me know where you scale Kid Naruto first 100 chapters. Let me know where you scale that. If you'd like to tackle anything that anything specific about like the first 100 chapters with Kid Naruto that you think is exceptionally impressive or whatever, you're more than welcome to. Let me know, and we can have a discussion on our Discord debates chat. I'm fine with like just hopping into a voice channel and us just having a chat, if anybody's down for that. Is the pinnacle of ninjutsu? You misspelled pinnacle, by the way. Why do other fan bases downplay hockey? I'd never hear Madara being downplayed for he's always way too glazed. It's because of it. You know what? I'll even show you something. Top 5 problems power scaling. This guy made a video on power scaling. A friend of mine, Michael, he was here before. Yeah. Power scaling is dumb, right? He made an argument here that I wholeheartedly and just generally disagree with. But this is essentially encapsulates everything that I believe as far as power scaling goes. Let me put on my headphones so I can hear this as well. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. Now, I'm 100% cooked, and fortunately, I took the maximum grade in the math test, so I'd likely pass anyway. Lovely. Well, you know what? We take our wins where you can get them, right? It was around, like, here.
Of power. Now, I guess the argument that there's relative is the fact that they're functionally invincible, because if they weren't, the air resistance would instantly completely incinerate them. And that's not to mention the other stuff, spatial relativity and time dilation, or that the shockwave produced from accelerating a thing the size of a human being to the speed of light would probably, like, destroy the Earth, if we're being perfectly honest. Okay, well, come on, Noah. Sure, in real life, the science would dictate that there's relativity and there's shockwaves and stuff, but this is fiction. We don't have to deal with the consequences of that. That sucks. Yeah, but, like, now we don't have to account for science being real. 5 minutes ago, we were like, lightning in fiction has to be moving at real lightning speed.
Well, no, the assumption is that if the author is calling it lightning, then it must be at least as fast as real lightning, right? Unless the series implies or states otherwise, which it hasn't been done yet.
Doesn't make any sense otherwise, so all these people are Mach 1,000. And now we're like, oh, well, but the science doesn't matter. The vast majority of characters that power scalers claim are the speed of light are not the speed of light. I don't care what Matthew have done, the fact that it's fiction makes it not correct and they're not the speed of light, because that would break everything. And even when characters do actually do things that would require them to be faster than light in Invincible, the Viltrumites, the Superman analogs of the setting, they're able to fly interstellar distances in weeks, months at most. Functionally, this isn't even relevant information. We see Viltrumites fight each other to the death, going all out, and they're not moving the
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. You said the TSO are pinnacle. It's not the same argument for hockey not working on Naruto characters. The TSO will keep through One Piece characters with these. Also, Naruto was able to kick a TSO away. Yes. Cool. Fantastic. So they can be physically interacted with. And Luffy doesn't need to make 100% physical contact. Cool. You said right here, wait, for what it is, I get the feeling why you scale One Piece so high is because you get paid. I don't get paid that much. You think I get? Okay, let me ask you this: Hito Brasto, right? Let me put it like this: you think that for less than $300 a month, and in most cases a couple thousand views after like a couple thousand views, you think I'm out here saying I'm trying to push some random fucking narrative that One Piece is stronger when I quote unquote already know that Naruto's not stronger by any means. I don't believe that. I do think One Piece is stronger. I don't scale it high because I'm trying to do some bullshit. Or because I want to push the fucking narrative. I'm scaling it high because that's what the scaling shows. I'm pushing it high because that is what the scaling consistently shows. Naruto scaling doesn't show that. You can interpret it to be such, but it's not consistent with the narrative. That's why. I don't care where you scale Naruto. I don't care if you think Naruto is omniversal for all I care. My first small timeout? What was the timeout for? There was is there somebody who needed to be timed out? I wasn't saying. Toxic chatter. What now, Great Eon? I don't know who's toxic, but nobody else does it. But you, that's fishy. Yeah, because nobody wants to say what I'm saying, and yes, other people do it. Straw Hat Aura does it. Stynixos does it. There are other people who scale One Piece high. All of my fucking subscribers scale it high. I'm just the only YouTuber that's actually going out of their way to scale One Piece to the extent that it should be scaled at. Because I don't personally care which is stronger, Naruto or One Piece. And as a matter of fact, no, I haven't timed out with some guy saying you were paid off. No, that's fine. I don't care if they say I'm paid off. That doesn't break anything I've said. I think a lot of Naruto fans can't separate Kaguyu's power level from what the rest of the verse's power level is actually in most. No, yeah, it's 100% like the Zeno clause. It's the Kaguya clause. It's the Yuhabaha clause. It's essentially the top tiers of the verse, the top 2, top 3, top 10 of the verse scale this fucking high, so that means that the rest of the verse just must automatically solo. Because Goku is this powerful, that means a random farmer with a fucking shotgun should also be as powerful as Goku, Vegeta blowing up planets. It's not the same case. It doesn't make any sense. It's just, well, the characters that everyone would like to use in the uppity top tiers of the verse are the most powerful, therefore the rest... No, it doesn't make any sense. No, we scale characters based on what they can do. I don't really care about anything else. But there's something this guy was saying right here that I want to focus on.
As fast as lightning, that I might actually accept that one, but the speed of light? Fuck no, dude. Look at them. So even if they are many times the speed of light, they don't use that kind of speed in fights, so functionally, they aren't that fast. Now, I guess the argument against just look at it, they're not that fast, is that we as viewers are not seeing these fights at the speed at which they are actually happening. And I actually kind of do buy that argument, at least for some series, not for Avatar, they are not that fast. But that introduces this weird paradigm where it's like the outcome of who would win fights is based not on the evidence of your eyes, but rather on the numbers. Because one of the favorite arguments of power scalers is the speed blitz. The faster character will just be able to run in and take the other guy out before they even know what hit them. If one of the characters involved in the fight is like the Flash or Sonic the Hedgehog or something, the other guy probably wouldn't be able to hit them or react to their attacks. But if they're just like a guy that you have scaled to light speed...
I hate the fact that he's using Luffy because this just goes to show to me that, like, this guy just doesn't... Again, people just don't know One Piece scaling, right? And what he's going to bring up is this idea that I've been talking about earlier throughout the context of the stream, which is just vibes. Scaling based on vibes, arguing everything based on vibes. It's never been a case or a matter of whether or not a character actually is this powerful, or a character actually is so skillful, or a character is physically powerful enough to do something. It's all about what vibes does the character offer. With Bleach, the characters usually do this whole thing of with Bleach, for example, the reason why people think they scale so much is because, and not even just take away the statements themselves, right? It's because Kenpachi is looking at a giant building, and he just swings his blade right without his opponent ever bleeding there. He just swings his blade once really hard to the right, so then it just automatically slices through the entire buildings. It's just a building slicing attack. You can't scale it much higher, all things considered, given the actual context of that portion, but... it's because it seems like he did it so easily. It's because he looks so cold doing it. It's because of the vibes that he gives off that people think, oh yeah, no, he must be country level or some shit. It's just vibes.
It doesn't apply. To be that level of fast...
When somebody scales entirely based on vibes, that's when I immediately, in the back of my head, it goes down to the context of, again, a casual scaler. Someone who doesn't think about the actual evidence presented within the story. They are going off of what is visually present for them. They're going off of how it's being portrayed, how it's being displayed, portrayed, illustrated, etc. But it's never about a case where, oh, the character actually looks powerful, right? Like, you're comparing, I don't know, a kick from Gohan versus a tailed Beast Bomb. Yeah, you would say, oh yeah, no, the tailed Beast Bomb would solo a Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. I mean, he's just kicking this guy named Cell, right? He's just kicking Cell in the stomach, or he's punching him like very fucking hard. But going off of vibes, oh, a tailed Beast Bomb just wiped out an entire mountain. Like, which one would you say is more powerful, right? Because again, it's just off of vibes. The idea of like people scaling off of vibes is, again, it would just immediately tell me they are a casual scaler. They don't think about things in-depthly. They won't use anything that the actual story presents. They'll just say, nope, their entire logic will be based upon this thing known as the incredulity fallacy, whether or not they choose or choose to not believe it.
Character needs more than just fast feats. They need fast...
By the way, John, you said he scales to multi-city block if you include Gamabunta summon and subsonic speed and in speed overall. I agree with the subsonic speed. I would say that Naruto, you say this, but you ignore the grandiose scaling of the page of the Biju's destruction is gigantic, and yet you ignore this. What What gigantic? What are you talking about? The grandiose scale of the page? Again, you're going off of vibes. You're not going off of the actual context of the scene. Can you give me what exact Bijou destruction you're referencing?
One of the greatest failings of power scaling as a system is its inability and refusal to acknowledge the importance of vibes. Just to take it back to the Avatar example.
Exactly. So, there we go. This is what I mean. So this right here tells me this guy is I'm just gonna say it, a casual. He does not know what the fuck scaling actually is. He is going off of just vibes. And I don't really care about vibes. Vibes can be whatever the fuck they want. Vibes are not inherently quantifiable. Vibes are not inherently that important to actual scaling in and of itself, but people give it importance where it doesn't need to be.
To acknowledge the importance of vibes. Just to take it back to the
this
Avatar
is
example,
exactly
if
what I mean.
Zuko is in a fight with, like, Electro, and Electro shoots a lightning...
With the continent? The Ten Tails. Oh, you mean what? The big Ten Tails explosion? You mean the big Ten Tails explosion that doesn't even blow up one of the smallest countries on the map? Are you referencing that Ten Tails explosion? You know, the Ten Tails explosion that wasn't, again, capable of blowing up... Not right here. That was the wrong folder. You're talking about the Ten Tails explosion that doesn't even blow up one of the smallest countries on the fucking map? Yeah, totally. That makes perfect sense. What was it, page 16 or some shit? Yeah, the Ten Tails explosion that happened in this land right here. By the way, I think this is just a straight up a different map. Oh no, it's similar map. Yeah, the Ten Tails explosion that existed in this fucking area of the map of the giant continent, and it didn't even blow up one of the smallest fucking countries in the continent. Yeah. This is the continent, by the way, right? That's the continent. Right away. Oh, right here, what did it say? For most of the countries on this continent. Yeah, this continent. Yeah. So this one right here. One of the smallest countries in the entire continent. Yeah, it didn't even blow up the entirety of the continent. So no, it didn't even blow up one of the smallest countries in the continent. I'll give it country level. You will not see me give it anything more than that. You will not see me ever give it anything more than that. I'm letting you know that right now. Why would I give the Ten Tails anything higher than country level? Under what reason do I have to? What piece of evidence objectively forces me to do it, or else I'm objectively wrong? Tell me right now, what, big explosion? I don't give a fuck how it looks. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me because I have context. This right here didn't blow up one of the smallest countries on the map. Didn't even fully blow up one of the smallest countries on the map. I could give two shits. I don't care.
Bolt at him, Zuko would be able to react to it, absorb it, and shoot it back. But if Zuko's in a fight with, like, John Wick, and John Wick just, like, shoots him with a gun, I think Zuko would just get shot.
And this is what I mean, right? This is the kind of casual logic that I'm talking about, right? Zuko can react to lightning. We know this for sure. Zuko should be capable of at least redirecting lightning from Shocker. But, keyword but, now we have a situation where, again, would you be able to see Zuko dodge or react to a bullet? Yeah, like this guy said.
Absorb it and shoot it back. But if Zuko's in a fight with, like, John Wick, and John Wick just, like, shoots him with a gun, I think Zuko would just get shot. I don't think Zuko can dodge bullets. He doesn't have bullet dodging vibes. And I know that the math doesn't make any sense on that, but that's why power scaling is dumb. Anyway, that was problem number 1 with power scaling.
And here's the thing. Oh, and just to clear this up, I'm not gonna say whether or not something is small country or large country or whatever. I'm just gonna call them busters. If a character reaches a point where they can, like, blow something up, I'm just gonna call them a buster. Like, with the Ten Tails, I'm not gonna say it's a small country. I'm not gonna say it's a large country. I'm not gonna say what. I'm just gonna say it can blow up a country. Whether you think this is a small country or whether you think this map takes up the entirety of the Naruto planet, and in truth, this entire fucking region, everything within this square is the entire fucking planet of Naruto, all of this, it's just a singular giant continent. I don't give a shit, bro. I don't give a shit. I don't care how big the Naruto country is. I don't care if it's massive. I don't care if it's small. All I know is it didn't even blow up a country. Aren't you using the same guy that Luffy favoritism? Are you the same guy that Luffy favoritism? Holy. What are you talking about? Am I the same guy that what? Am I someone who likes Luffy? Yes, I like Luffy. Are you saying favoritism? No, there's no favoritism here. I'm just telling you straight up. Power scaling bad because me no likey argument. Yeah. I don't like... I stopped watching the video after this point onward. I think I was like around like this point. He does bring up something that he did say before that I do agree with like destructive capacity doesn't exactly equate to attack potency and vice versa. You need attack potency to reach a level of destructive capacity, but you do not need a certain level of destructive capacity to show attack potency. Sizes range from Vatican to Russia. Exactly. Country sizes range from the Vatican City to Russia, which is larger than I think fucking Australia, dude. Or almost as large as Australia. Russia, for all intents and purposes, is just a fucking country. Sorry, it's almost a continent in of itself. The problem here isn't so much about like trying to differentiate. I'm just saying it could at least create a bomb that is large enough to damage a large portion of a country. That is it. That is all I can give it. A large portion of a country. That is all it can do. I'm not going to tell you if that's large country, small country, medium large, or medium small, or venti, or fucking grande. I don't care. Hey, what's up, Julio? How you been, man? I mean, Oda just better at displaying feats than Kishimoto. I think Kishimoto's better at fighting choreography, but Oda way better displaying a character. Everyone in this chat, I have to remind you, is one of itself is not that strong as you all proclaim. Best highball, give his mountain level, is getting to island tier. Right, so, okay, so we have one of you. So you're one of those people, right? So you're one of those people that says everybody else is wrong, I'm right. Okay. Explain to me right now. Explain to me this right here. Explain to me, guys, I think we all know where this is going. I think we all know what I'm about to bring up. Explain to me right here. This continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point, and then he splits the continent. Crazy. Oh, look at that. A character being far past island and mountain level. Even far past island level. It's already been 6 or 7 months. That's crazy. It has been. Yeah, get the bingo card out. You know what? Yeah, let's bring out the bingo card. Let's bring out the bingo card. Where the fuck did I leave the bingo card at? Content. Is it miscellaneous? It's not. Logo, sound effects, musics, video game VODs. Where the hell did we leave it? Thumbnails? No. Where did we put it? Profiles. Profiles. Miscellaneous. Yes. Let's see. Yes, quite. Let's see. You know what? I want a different one. I want a different one. So you can go off, King. Tell me why. What is that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what it is that I'm doing. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Right? Actually, was it this one? Naruto's Raikage. Yeah. 6, 7. Yeah. Let's just use this one. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let me just ask you this. So what about the Don Chinjao stuff, right? What about the Don Chinjao stuff? What about a character quite literally stating that this is a continent and then he splits it? And then in the very same arc, Karu, One Piece, Dressrosa, what is it, 81? 781. Oh no, it's 71. 771. Yeah. What about this statement right here? I have now seen that your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. I will give you a chance, Stein in Earth. I'll give you a chance to like counter whatever you want with that. But yeah, have a good time. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. So, did we bring up any actual arguments? Alright. At least I'm brave enough to be one of the first to call out the bias you have. You haven't called out any bias. You're only showing me bias yourself, dude. If you're not biased, then explain to me why this if you are not biased, right? Because you're saying that they're hard stuck at mountain level. Well, we have to look at the translation first and foremost. Let's see. We have to look at the translation. We have to look at the translation. Do we have translation here? No, we don't. All right, let's look at the translation. I have the translation right here. All right, now, you may not know this, but I actually know a little bit of Japanese. So let's put up Google Translate. Let's do it, guys. You already know. Now, I'm going to teach you a bit of Japanese right now. This kanji right here, this right here is the hiragana, right? This is ta, I, ri, ku. So right here, this word right here is tairiku. Let's type in tools, more, yeah. Google Translate. I don't need Portuguese. When the fuck did I use Portuguese? Or is that like just like a random setting? Japanese. All right. Tairiku. What does Tairiku say? Oh, Tairiku. Yeah, Tairiku, continent. Oh, look at that. It stated to me a continent. Oh, look, the Japanese translation literally translates it to be a continent. Now, let's look at this right here. Tairiku o mu uchikudaku. 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 There you go. Uchikudaku. To shatter. So he shattered a continent. Continent to shatter. He shattered the continent. Crack into the bank safe using thermite to break through a door, but that doesn't mean the thermite charge destroyed the whole bank. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. We've had this discussion before, John, and here's why this is, and this is why this is consistent. This is why this is consistent. Alabasta. Guys, you all know where this is going. You guys all know what exactly it is that I am about to bring up. When enormous force is directed at one point, it doesn't cause extra damage. I think I want to ignore this point, please. No, you're not going to ignore the point. You don't get to ignore the point. You don't get to ignore the scaling just because it makes you uncomfortable that a fucking mid-tier in One Piece, that this ugly-ass motherfucker right here, these two motherfuckers right here, mid-tiers, absolute fodder by the actually strong characters in the story, can split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal itself because metal pickaxes cannot even scratch it. It says right here, not even our fire or pickaxes will break it down. So even striking it with pickaxes, metal pickaxes, won't break it down. It won't even scratch it. So no. Mind you, Sai also hit Don Chinja with this attack and couldn't knock down Don Chinja while Gear 3 Luffy knocked him down. Yeah, no. There is no we're going to move past it. There is no we're going to ignore it. You came in here saying that you were unbiased and now you want to ignore the point because you have no counter arguments. So, no. Alright, but isn't the entire verse weakness water? Sure, that checks out my... No, it doesn't. How does that check out your argument? How is the verse... First of all, the whole verse isn't weak to water. Let me tell you actually right now. You know what? Let's even look up. How many Devil Fruits users in One Piece? Let's see. Currently, there are... How many Devil Fruit users in One Piece? There are, in total, 230 Devil Fruit users in One Piece. And water is not even a real weakness for some of these guys. And the rest of the verse, you know, characters like Zoro, Sanji, Jinbei, Frankie, and that's just me listing the Straw Hats, right? I'm not even listing Vice Admirals, I'm not listing Garp, I'm not listing Rox D. Zebek, Goldie Rogers, Silver's Rayleigh, Shanks' entire crew. They're not weak to water, so no. No, your argument doesn't check out whatsoever. Your argument is, in fact, terrible. What next? What next? What's the next bad argument that we're not... What's the next bad argument that isn't going to counter anything that I'm saying? Oh, by the way, yeah, you're right. He did hit a point. All right, so we got one right now. Oh yeah, no, actually they say that caps at island level. Right. Then again, water jutsu isn't real water to begin with. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'll keep waiting for you to respond. Don't hold this one against me. I'm moving on because I think I somewhat debunked. No, you did not. You did not debunk anything. You didn't debunk a single thing. You haven't given me anything. You just said, let's look at the translations. Your words, not mine. Let's look at the translations. I did. I showed you. To shatter. Then I typed in the word for Tairiku. Tairiku, continent. There it is. To shatter a continent. Shatter a continent. You haven't debunked anything. You just said you wanted to move on from the point. But whatever. The Shinobi, etc. and Naruto have high battle strategy. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit when they get speed blitzed? No one gives a fuck. They all get speed blitzed. They're absolutely no. That one's not a battle IQ one. I don't think that one's a battle IQ one. Because they're not directly saying it's a... They aren't very smart or low battle IQ. Yeah, who gives a shit about strategies when you get absolutely speed blitzed? Who gives a shit about strategy when a random mid-tier can hit harder than the Ten Tails? I don't care if you have good strategy. Good strategy doesn't help you... Good strategy does not help stop a person who can literally split a continent. That's also a mid-tier. What's your next argument? Have you heard of Easy? He's a power scaler. How actually understands how strong diverse is like you? I think I've heard of them. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Mike Tyson, pretty much. This is an exact metric of force actually concentrated into a... This isn't an exact metric of the force actually concentrated to the point. Yes, it is. Why isn't it? Why isn't it? He hits the continent. He hits the continent of ice, and it splits. Why isn't it? Under what facet of logic is it not a concentration? He literally says what he's doing. You have to direct monumental amounts of force into a single point, and then he splits it. But the intelligence gap is higher, though? It's really not. What makes the intelligence gap higher? What makes it higher? What objectively makes it higher? Where does he hit... Where does it say that they hit harder than the Ten Tails? No, that's an easy assumption. He split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. The Ten Tails can't even blow up a small country. That's my reasoning. The Ten Tails tailed beast bombs, which would scale higher than its punches, cannot even blow up a small country. Don Chenjiao can split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. That's my argument. You don't have to agree with it. I don't give a shit if you don't. Explain to me how not even blowing up a country is more impressive than splitting a continent of ice with your head by smashing it into the ground. A whole lot of planning, yes, all that planning. What does planning matter? What does planning matter when you get speed blitzed and punched? Tell me how you're going to devise a plan when a guy is going to literally walk up to your face, punch you in your face with enough force to literally destroy your body thousands of times over. Tell me right now why that matters. Tell me right now why sitting there and trying to plan out how to beat a guy who can split a continent when water style jutsu doesn't even affect the guy to the extent you think it does. So we're ignoring Shikamaru. Shikamaru doesn't beat these guys. How does Shikamaru beat these guys? Explain to me right now what tactic Shikamaru has ever done to beat these guys. Because if you're going to sit here and tell me that a shadow stitching jutsu is going to beat him, I disagree wholeheartedly. People can't scale One Piece correctly. They rely on characters DC to scale their AP, but One Piece characters rarely show DC feats, and if they do, people downplay it. Exactly. I don't care about what the reasoning is. It sounds like maybe you're not having much of a fun talking about this. Oh, I'm having a blast. I love it when somebody is struggling this much to build up an argument, and then he says Shikamaru, right? Okay, so Shikamaru. What does Shikamaru do? How does Shikamaru beat him? I know, I'm having a good time, honestly. Because this just goes to show that my this is what it is. If my scaling is consistent, and my argument is... If my argument is not only consistent enough, but also well-constructed enough to where someone like this cannot even develop an actual argument and are literally trying to what's the word I'm looking for here? Scurry about trying to find some kind of an argument here that doesn't even remotely change anything that I'm saying, then yeah. I mean, you say that you hate me, that's fine. I don't personally care that you hate me, Stein. I really don't. I could not care less that you hate me. You came into my stream. You basically went on saying that you're the only person here that isn't biased, then you're trying to ignore feats that are stated in the series where I did exactly what you wanted. I gave you the translations. I gave you the raws. You wanted to just ignore it, and then you're saying that intelligence will beat out this raw level of difference in attack potency. Your argument is DC, not K. No, it's not DC, it's AP. AP did this, not destructive capacity. AP did this. Attack potency did this. This is not a DC feat, this is an AP feat. Technically a DC feat from the perspective of manipulating it, but yeah, AP feat mostly. By that large, the planet-wide deep forest emergence makes the Ten Tails stronger. It doesn't, because the planet-wide deep forest emergence doesn't actually do anything to the planet. It covers the planet, it doesn't deal damage to the planet. It's not an offensive jutsu. It's not anything. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I was talking about before, where people try to use the same logic for both series when the same logic doesn't apply. Context and nuance, my friend. Context and nuance. The Ten Tails Deep Wood Forest emergence that spreads around the entire planet does not damage any infrastructure, does not destroy housing, it does not reform the entire landscape. No, it's just a bunch of tree roots that spread out that doesn't do damage to anything and disappear as soon as Naruto and Sasuke perform the rat hand sign. As soon as they perform the rat hand sign, yeah, that's it. That's literally, it just disappears like nothing ever happened. Like it never even existed in the first place. Yeah, no, I don't have to agree with this. Look, it disappears, it disappears, it disappears, it disappears. No broken housing, no damages anywhere, no damage. It rips, no it does not. It did not rip through the planet. That is an objective lie. That is an objective lie. Never once is it shown anywhere in the manga. Never once is it showed anywhere in the manga. I do not give a shit. Don't care. Doesn't do anything. Fantastic. Not an argument. Objectively speaking, not an argument. Look at this. Guys, where's the destroyed ground? Where's the destroyed ground all over? Oh, look. Tree roots come out of the ground. Fantastic. Fantastic. It has the range of a planet. It does not mean anything to me. Having range does not mean anything if it does not have the actual attack potency. This is not an offensive jutsu. You cannot use it to scale attack potency. You cannot use it to scale attack potency in the slightest bit. None of the other jutsus scale to it. Why didn't Kaido destroy the continent when he was fighting Luffy? Why didn't Kaido do it? I already showed you why. I already showed you why. Right here. Read this bubble right here. Then read this bubble right here. Read this right here. Read these words. Actually, these are not really relevant. You can read these 3 lines of text. You can read these lines of text. And then you can do yourself a favor and also read... You can do yourself a favor and read this right here. Cracking it requires monumental force. But Kaido is stronger than this guy, though. Exactly. 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 So again, use the synapses. Use the neurons in your brain to, again, interpret this. There are no cracks around the hole. When enormous, a lot of force, power is directed at one point, it doesn't cause extra damage. Yes, yes, Kaido hits harder than this guy, and he's causing less damage around him because he's directing it at a single point. You see how that works? It is stated twice. I'll even give you right now the chapter count. 188, 719, over 500 chapters apart. Do you get it? Do you see what I'm saying? Is it making sense for you now? The story's literally telling you why they're not breaking it. You are choosing to ignore it. There you go. There you go. You know, go ahead. I'll let you have your Continental Highball that doesn't support itself. It does support itself. It actually does support itself. Because right here, Don Chinjiao states, right here, verbatim, this is a continent of ice, and then he splits it. And then you know what his grandson does? Do you want to know what his grandson is capable of doing? His grandson is then stated, chapters later, his grandson is then stated, like 52 chapters later, like 52, literally 52 chapters later, his grandson is stated that he's now also capable of doing it. That adds consistency. So it's not a one-time thing. It's consistent. Naruto is not planetary or star level. Objectively not true. You cannot actually argue that. It is a meta you can argue. The narrative of the series does not back it up. That's objectively what's shown in the manga. You choose to disregard when it's shown damaging structures. You showed multiple buildings damaged and said they were working. What buildings were damaged? What buildings were damaged? Let's go over that again. What buildings were damaged? Where is a building damaged, One Smart? Where is a building ever shown to be damaged? Here, let me do it again for you. Right here. When is a building damaged? When is a building damaged? Show me right here. I don't see any buildings here. I don't see any buildings here. Where is a building damaged? Oh, look at that. Where is a building? Where is it damaged? Where are the buildings damaged, One Smart? Answer me right now. I don't see any buildings damaged. I see them coming out of the ground, sure. Oh, I guess one building. Oh, look. One building. The only panel in a single building damaged. Wow. Staggering. That is a planetary, this is planetary attack potency right here. So you're telling me that this is planetary attack potency? One building damaged is planetary attack potency. Alright, lowball continental? No, they're not. What makes them lowball continental? What page or statement does it say they're lowball continental? Why are they continental? Why do they scale to continental? Tell me the statement or feat that says they scale to continental. Is a planetary wide attack. So where is it stated or shown that they are they're continental? I would love it for you to show me what page it's stated that that the tailed beasts are at a lowball continental. Why are you trying to be a smart aleck? I'm not. I'm asking you to provide. You made a claim. I made a claim. I backed it up. You made a claim. You haven't backed it up. Where is it? Give me a page. I have all the Naruto chapters right here. I have everything right here. You kept claiming it didn't rip through the planet. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Because guess what? It's just going through the ground. Fantastic. Where's the structural damage? Where are all the buildings being destroyed? Where is the attack potency? Where in this does it explain attack potency? Where does it explain attack potency? When is this attack ever used offensively? Come on, One Smart. Don't do this thing, One Smart, where you're trying to say, well, it's for one series but not the other. Yes, for one series and not the other, because one series goes out of its way to actually explain that an attack, the tree is bigger than anything in One Piece, dude. It's actually not. It is actually not. You cannot argue that the tree is bigger. Maybe the roots, the tree itself, absolutely not. I can argue Elbaf is way larger than this tree. I can easily argue that Elbaf is way larger than that tree. Easily. We've been at this for a while. With respect, I appreciate you advocating for context, but it also feels like an ice sheet you've seen. I don't care how deep or wise. No, I don't care about those things because it's a continent. Yes, it is a continent. It's stated to be a continent twice. That's all that matters to me. The story, the narrator, the story, the author can only give us so much information, especially within the context of a story. It says it's a continent, it's stated to be a continent, it translates directly into a continent, and they played it twice. I don't care about how deep it is, I don't care about how far the cut goes, because again, they manipulate their attack potency. They manipulate it. I'm not trying to start, but I do wonder, how do I reconcile and resolve this? Well, here's the thing. There's no, in terms of reconciling, I can just move on and just ignore this guy and just time out Stein, because in all honesty, they're not really adding anything to the discussion. You are claiming that it takes no AP to rip through a planet. What I'm stating is, what is the AP? Where is the AP implied for it to be a planetary level attack? You are saying that this attack is capable of being, if it's planetary, then you're telling me that the attack is powerful enough to destroy the planet. You're telling me the attack is powerful enough to deal a massive amount of damage to the planet. All I've seen is some roots come out of the ground across, specifically, these villages, assuming sure the whole planet, but these villages, but that's all range. It's not potent, it's not attack potency. The jutsu itself is not an object, it's not an offensive jutsu. It's never used to attack anyone. It's never used to damage anyone. It's never used to do any of that. It is simply a wide range jutsu that is used to keep everybody inside of the off the god tree. That is all that it is. You cannot prove to me that the attack has, objectively speaking, planetary levels of attack potency, so I will disregard it as a planetary level attack. I will give you planetary range, I will not give you planetary attack potency, and it's not even an offensive jutsu. You're giving us nothing to work with your audience throw your audience a bone for once. Like, I don't have all the information together and give it time because I have the information. No, here's why I'm not going to give you any information, and here's why I'm not giving you time. Because you're making a claim that I know for a fact you cannot argue. I know for a fact, I know for an objective, literal fact that in terms of Naruto's 700 chapters, it is never once stated nor implied that the tailed beasts can blow up a continent. That they can heavily damage a continent without attacking it for over a large period of time, and even the strongest tailed beast, the Ten Tails, cannot blow up with a tailed beast bomb in its second state a country. So, with that being said, Stein, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put you on timeout. I'm going to put you on timeout for 24 hours because I just don't feel like dealing with you. Now, as far as the other information, now, you were asking before about reconciliation and about how do we resolve this. I'll explain how do we resolve this. I'll explain it real quick. It's actually quite simple. Within the context of both series, Naruto has showings. Naruto has some showings, but none of the showings have anything to directly back it up. As in, the reason why I say that this attack cannot blow up anything more than a small country is because it never blows up anything even remotely close to a small country. Again, here is the map of Naruto. This is where the war takes place. It didn't even blow up this region, and it didn't even blow up this region. Right? Number one. Number two. With One Piece, again, many of these series, when you are power scaling, especially if you're not going by calcs, you have to go with what the story is presenting, but you also have to use context, nuance, and narrative. The narrative is the author's intent. I go into this in the first 4 pages of my video, of the Naruto versus Luffy video. The reason why this is important is because most of the time, authors are not going to give you any statements or feats as to how powerful a character is. I cannot tell you how fast Monkey D. Luffy is throughout any point in Alabasta because I have nothing to go off of. So, I have to then... Right, okay, so I'm sure you won't accept someone saying, I don't care because it's stated to be planetary. You wouldn't accept someone saying, I don't care because it's stated to be planetary. If it were an attack that was stated, remember that motherfucking tree. Right, the tree. Here is the difference. And again, context and nuance. Do I have an issue with someone saying that the tree has, that the nativity of the god tree has the distance and range of the planet? No. Do I? If someone were to say the god tree has the range to cover the planet, I would not in the slightest bit ever disagree with that. As a matter of fact, I am planning on saying it has the range to cover the planet. So does the Infinite Tsukuyomi. It has the range to cover the planet. Does that mean that its attack potency, the damage that if you were to be hit by this attack, if you were to be struck physically to the chest, to the face, to the arm, to the leg, to your toes, to your nails, to your teeth, if you were going to be hit by this jutsu, would it scale to planetary levels of attack potency? No, I would disagree with that 10 times out of 10 every single time. There is no statement that says this jutsu has the potency to destroy the planet. There is no statement that says the jutsu can destroy the planet. There is no statement that says these guys can blow up the planet or destroy the planet. There is nothing that adds to that. There is nothing that states that. They can cover the planet in a jutsu that puts people under an illusion. They can create a giant tree that wraps all the humans on the planet. But will I sit here and tell you that that tree scales to attack potency? Absolutely not. Will I say that the Light Fang scales to planetary levels of attack potency? Absolutely not. I don't have a reason to even remotely entertain it. There is nothing that backs it up. There is nothing that states it. Are we seriously sitting here and arguing, for example, that... Are we going to sit here and argue, as an example, that, this lightning-style jutsu right here has planetary levels of attack potency? Absolutely not. There is no scaling that implies it. There are no statements that implies it. There's nothing here that implies that this jutsu has planetary levels of attack potency. You can argue range. You can argue range for two techniques. You cannot argue attack potency. Unlike in One Piece, where Don Chinjiao is coating his head in hockey, he is physically striking it with his head, and then he is splitting the continent. If a character can split a continent and that's what it said, it is also the author's intent within the context of the story. This is also fiction, physics mean nothing here. Yeah, I agree with that. To be a continent, not that splitting it makes you continental in AP. I disagree with the notion of it not working like that in terms of physics. I don't really care about the physics end of it. He hit it, he split it, he manipulated the power. He says, cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. Curious though, because I noticed that Bleach itself has a consistent light meta as well as One Piece with Ceros being labeled as light. Why do you never say it's light? Because they're also made out of light spiritual particles. And light spirit particles are never stated to be the exact same or to travel as fast as actual light particles. Unlike... it's never stated to be literal light. It is stated to be made out of light from spirit particles. Spirit particle light. Those spirit particles are a completely different... are not even remotely real, dude. They follow a completely different, They're... how do I put it? God, I'm like all over the place. One second. These arrows are stated to be light spirit particles. Light spirit particles are not inherently the same thing as normal photons, so you can argue they're not the same thing. B, the light novels that take place after the Ceros are fired, but you can get a good idea if it's kind of equivalent, right? If it were to be stated to be equivalent, if Kubo were to go out of his way to say light particles in Bleach are essentially just the spiritual version of, like, let's say light is essentially all the same thing, sure, I'm not even going to argue it, I'm not even going to dispute it, but that's not the case. It's never clarified within the context of Bleach, so I'm not okay with just saying that it is. And then there's also scaling in the light novels, according to what I've been told. In a more low-key setting, e.g. VC off stream, I'd be happy to chat in a more low scene. Yeah, off stream, I'd definitely be fine to chat too, if you guys would ever be down to. Now, if it were stated within the context of Bleach for it to be the same thing, then sure. But in the light novels of Bleach, I think it's Tokinada shoots out like a blast of lightning or some shit. Some guy named Tokinada shoots out like a blast of lightning that or uses like natural lightning that Yoruichi is genuinely surprised by, and she says it's extremely fast. So, if you also go by the novels, then the scaling for Bleach is completely inconsistent, Monk of the Gold. It's completely inconsistent if you go by the light novels as well. It feels like I'm getting yelled at. Sorry, I'm not saying that I'm trying to yell at. I just speak in a very abrasive tone. I speak in a very abrasive tone in general. If you feel like I am yelling at you, that is not my intention. I'm not trying to yell at anyone. It's not something that I am necessarily trying to be like, oh no, you're wrong, any opinion other than this is wrong. No, I'm not saying any of that. I speak in a very abrasive tone, especially when I'm on stream. In my day-to-day, I usually speak in a much lower tone, but I don't usually feel like it translates well for me when I'm speaking. Like I don't feel like I can talk in my normal tone when I'm going on stream. I don't want you guys to think that I'm yelling at anyone. I don't want you guys to think that I'm actually like upset or angry or anything. I speak with a lot of energy. And as my girlfriend puts it, a lot of passion at times. It's not innate anger issues or whatever like that. Alright, lovers, but I just wanted to say the argument exists. The argument could exist, but here's the thing. It doesn't mean that I have to use the argument. Don't get me wrong, One Smart. Don't misunderstand. When I get to this point, in the final rounds of the video, when I get to like the final rounds around like, I don't know, like chapter page 60 something of my script, when I get to like the latter end of the points, I will bring up and I will talk about the logic behind people reaching that, yeah, it covers the planet, therefore it should be planetary. But I'm also going to go into an idea as to why I disagree with it and what my logic stands before it. Again, what I told you is essentially what I'm going to say in the video. Does it cover the entirety of the planet? It's the reasonable assumption to make considering that he put the entire planet to sleep. Does it mean that it scales directly to planetary levels of attack potency? Absolutely not, and I don't have a reason to believe it. Because you don't need planetary levels of attack potency to literally have tree roots come out of the ground. Or else Rock Lee would have planetary levels of attack potency for having a tree, for literally ripping out a tree root off the ground. That's not how it works. It's not destroying the actual planet. It's not blowing up the planet. It's not putting the planet at risk. He is simply creating a jutsu that... He is simply using a jutsu that grabs the entirety of the civilization of the planet and puts them under a giant tree spell. That is it. It never scales to any of the other jutsu, and none of his other jutsu showed the same level of range. None of his offensive jutsu show that level of range. As far as the continental stuff for Danchenjou, I have nothing else to base it off of. Like I said, true calcs are impossible because the variables are headcanon. It's all good. Yeah, true. And that's the other reason why, like, I don't specifically go into calcs, because you cannot have true calculations. It could be the size of Antarctica, and you might be able to say that it's only mountain level because of it, but it could also be the size of Asia. 1 second, guys. Now, if anyone does want to have a discussion, again, I'm more than willing to simply have it live right now. And to be honest, why does it sound like we have the same AC? Probably does. You haven't insulted my sexuality or offered me derogatory statements about neurodivergence, so you're already doing better than 95% of Naruto scalers. I appreciate that. If anybody wants to have a conversation, by the way, in a conversation, I will talk less passionately. You know what a tree does when it grows? Its roots break the ground and forest. In the same context applies. The tree breaks the earth's crust and mass. Fantastic. Cool. Still not planetary attack potency. I do not agree with it. I have no reason to agree with it. There is no objective reason for me to sit here and say, hey, if I don't agree that the nativity of the world tree jutsu, if I sit here and say that the nativity of the world tree has planetary range but not attack potency, yeah, there's no way I'm objectively wrong. You cannot prove to me that I'm objectively wrong. Just curious what you scaled something like the human extinction attack in DBZ and AP. Well, they're wiping out humans. They're just wiping out humans. Unless they're blowing up the planet in one shot, I don't really have much to go off of. Like, are you talking about like Zamasu? You're saying DBZ, so I'm assuming you're talking about the androids. The tree was used as a weapon, my guy. That's the reason why it has to get the AP. No, it doesn't. Why does it have to get the AP? Why does this scale automatically to planetary levels of attack potency? And even then, why does Madara's other jutsu scale to planetary levels of attack potency? Why does this jutsu scale to planetary levels of attack potency? Why does the tailed beast bomb scale to planetary levels of attack potency? Different jutsu can have different levels of AP. Why would I scale it to one or the other, especially when none of the jutsu have such statements or such feats to back it up? You're telling me because of range that now it has to have the same level of attack? No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. That's like saying Might Guy's Hirudora's island level because it expanded to a larger size than an island, but it didn't do shit to the island. It didn't do anything. Is hogging the machine with their phone out, dog? Oh, I've had that happen to me a couple times in the past. I hate that shit, dude. The tree roots are more of a planetary environmental change than a direct attack. That's what I'm saying. And there's also no infrastructure change within. There's no structural damage to the planet. For example, Kakashi scales to Chidori both speed and power. Why shouldn't Madara scale the same with his jutsu? For the same reason that Kaguya doesn't scale to the same jutsu. Creation A doesn't equal attack potency B, and C. Creation feats don't equal attack potency. 1. 2. Not all jutsu scales to the user. Are you sitting here and telling me that Kakashi scales to Kamui? And 3, and most importantly, this jutsu has no attack potency, so why should I agree with it? When does Madara use this jutsu offensively? When does he use the jutsu offensively? This isn't an offensive jutsu. Why would it have AP? Why would it have AP? Explain that to me. Why, objectively speaking, does this jutsu have attack potency when it's never used offensively? It's just there to literally put every single person on the planet into a genjutsu. It's never used as an offensive attack. So why is it planetary in terms of offensive capabilities? You can use whatever logic you want. Then why are you so adamant about Kizaru scaling to the light fruit? Because that sounds hypocritical. Because Kizaru is a man made out of literal light from a devil fruit, a type of devil fruit that is literally stated to embody the literal element. So yes, Kizaru would have to, at the very minimum, based on the context and nuance of its separate story written by a completely different person, have to be that. I don't do this whole, because I did it for One Piece, I have to do it for Naruto, and because I did it for Naruto, I have to do it for one. No, fuck that. I don't have to do that. Why? Different authors write different stories. Different writers have different ways of writing things. Kishimoto writes way less. Kishimoto has way more vague statements and feats than Oda does. Oda goes out of his way to at least express how his series translates attack potency, how it works with manipulating AoE. It literally states that a character can destroy X amount of thing. How is that even fair to an honest discussion? That is literally it being fair. When you offer the series the context and evidence provided within the context of each story, and you use their own nuance, you use the nuance of the writing style, what the author is saying, what the author is trying to imply, and not just trying to generalize it for both so you can give Naruto some leeway. Yeah, no, that in and of itself, that is, by definition, being fair. Would scale higher than the air pressure produced? What are we talking about? A direct hit would actually scale higher than the air pressure produced? What the fuck are we talking about? Panda is a large organism in the world, a tree colony spanning 1,300 miles. Are they country level in AP? I would say no. Like, what are we talking about? Like, oh, if Oda writes that his characters are lightspeed, then we must also just assume that Kishimoto's characters are lightspeed by sheer virtue? If Oda literally goes out of his way to write that enormous power can be directed to a single point, it doesn't cause extra damage, and he says it again 500 chapters later, oh, I'm supposed to just assume that every single fucking attack in Naruto is supposed to just scale? Even if condensed is just supposed to just scale higher? No, I don't have to do that. No, not at all, because I already know you just hate the fact that Genjutsu can affect... No, it doesn't affect One Piece characters. Why does it? Where's the chakra network? But any One Piece act is able to affect One Piece, and then now that's fine. Yes, because unlike Genjutsu, you do not need to have the power system of the verse to affect it. Again, context and nuance, Gojo. Context and nuance. Genjutsu is reliant on the user having their chakra flow be manipulated, and chakra flows through the chakra network. So, if a character in Naruto is put under Genjutsu, it is because they have a chakra network right here. Genjutsu works on the 5 seconds. You control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. It's an advanced intellectual technique. You're not cut out for that. If you are caught, you stop your flow of chakra as much as possible. When you're caught, your chakra is under your opponent's control. If you can break the control to disturb the chakra flow. And where does chakra flow? The chakra network. Someone else has to physically touch you and send chakra into you in order to disrupt the chakra flow. Again, you have to have a chakra network. With One Piece, what hexes are reliant on the person having a devil fruit? What hexes are reliant on a person having haki? This is what you don't like. You don't like the fact that Kishimoto limited certain abilities in Naruto to specifically work on the power system itself, so when we're considering it cross-verse, it doesn't apply the same logic to One Piece, because One Piece doesn't have set limitations. That is the difference. If you cannot comprehend that, is make it all apply to any verse, have them get the same chakra effect so things can go. No, it's not about things going more smoothly. Fuck things going more smoothly. No, that's just so you don't have to think as much. That's just so you can make things easier for yourself. I choose to not do that. I want to make this. I want to actually go out of my way to figure out who actually wins in a fight. I don't care about bullshit logic. I don't care about giving anyone any benefit of doubt. I want to find out who would actually win in a fight. So if a character's abilities are, say, limited to, for example, in JJK, domain expansion. If domain expansions are limited to only people that have cursed energy, then guess what? I would never say domain expansion would work on Naruto. Or that it would work on Bleach. I don't fucking like Bleach. I hate Bleach, but would I sit here and say, oh yeah, domain expansion will work on Ichigo? Fuck no, I would never do that. Would I say domain expansion works on Orihime or Chad? No, I would not say that, unless it's Sukuna's. But that's because that is a limitation of the series. That is something that the author wrote. That is something that the author intended within the context of their story. Why would I ignore that just to make it a little bit easier for me to figure out a fight? That's taking the easy way out. That says the network is necessary to escape. Okay, and? Cool. It doesn't say the network is necessary to escape. It says you have to stop your chakra flow as much as possible. Chakra flows within the chakra flow. You control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. And what's around their cranial nerves? The chakra network. It's literally flowing through their entirety of their body, dude. Literally flowing through every single internal organ in their body. What are we talking about? Would tear apart Maki, the same person who has no CT, and it amazed you're trying to say that domain should work on other verses. Okay, and do I need to bring up how domain expansion, specifically Sukuna's, targets things that do and don't have, are we gonna sit here and not bring up the fact that Sukuna, not Sukuna, the narrator quite literally states, quite literally and objectively states that, let me get some more water. Sukuna's domain expansion works with two different blades where dismantle slashes attack things that are, that don't have CE, and cleave damages things that do have cursed energy. There we go. I needed some water. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, right here. So yeah, no. I would never say that domain expansions, it should not work on other verses. Should not. Maybe Sukuna's, but no one else's. As a matter of fact, I'll even just prove you. I'll prove you further wrong. I'll just do you another favor and just prove you further wrong. Let me just do that. Where's JJK? Sukuna shows up in like what, 120? Yeah, it's like around like chapter 120, right? Chapter, I think it was like 118 through 120, something like that. 119. Sukuna has two types of slashes. Malevolent Shrine differs from other domain types of other types of domain expansion. Doesn't create a separate barrier. Furthermore, in Binding Vow. Okay. For anything with cursed energy within range, cleave. For inanimate objects, dismantle. Yeah, no verse is escaping the fact that they have stamina. Right there. For inanimate objects. A domain expansion considers an object without cursed energy to be an inanimate object. Sukuna's domain targets inanimate objects. It would target people who don't have cursed energies, and they would therefore be classified by their domain as an inanimate object. Gojo, however, would have to make some level of contact. Sorry, Gojo would need some level of cursed energy for his opponent. Yuji would need some level of cursed energy for his opponent. Other characters would. What do you think about Yuta versus Jotaro? You can probably argue that Star Platinum is stronger than Rika, but you can also probably argue that Yuta, as long as he is enveloping himself in cursed energy, should be capable of maybe tanking and healing through Star Platinum. Actually, you know what? Let me take it back, because I'm assuming this based off of scaling for Star Platinum that was based off of calcs. Ignoring that, Jotaro's Star Platinum should be way faster than Rika. Yeah, no. Jotaro's Star Platinum. I'm done. You can never get through this arrogant guy. What arrogant? What arrogance? I prove you wrong and you call me arrogant? All right, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Prove me. Call me arrogant because I proved you wrong. Call me arrogant because I can literally prove you wrong. Fantastic. Go ahead, man. So, you're mad because I won't verse equalize, even though it doesn't matter within the context of Naruto versus Luffy. You're mad because I won't verse equalize, and you're mad because I can literally prove you wrong when it comes to domain expansion. Insane. Insane. Imagine being upset. Imagine calling somebody arrogant because you yourself cannot make an actual viable argument. That's crazy to me. I want to state that Moe's JoJo characters are Lightspeed. Alright. Giant Snake. Okay. But nope. This, the first feat we come across within. This is the first feat. I think he's gone. That's fine. This first feat. Coast in a single hit while Naruto at best stunned the giant snake. Time's out for 5 guards regardless, so he will leave. I don't personally care. Anyway, going back to it, I think I just want to focus on a little bit of like pre-time skip Luffy scaling before anything happens. You got the Leloucia treatment? Yeah. I suppose. Okay. Within the first few series, I just wanted to stay there because they were all basically. I just wanted to stay there because they were all basically light speed, and then Jotaro has an ability to stop time as well while moving at light speed. Yeah. Yeah, Yuta should be cooked actually. So when I was gone, did you talk about the snake going through the building? Oh, right, the snake going through the building. I didn't get a chance to. I forgot about that. My bad. We can go over that right now. So, tuning exams and search for Tsunade. So there were some things I did need to cover, specifically right here, and then, right here. So Orochimaru does summon a giant snake that he tries to bring up with Tsunade, right? So he summons this giant snake right here. I'm gonna be so fucking real with you. The first casualty in my service for the Great Mu. You know, it doesn't help out that we're essentially going with this joke that I'm Emu, because it technically makes me the bad guy in any situation, right? So, I don't know if this snake is necessarily the same one that Orochimaru summoned to, is the same one that Orochimaru summoned to bring down this building. It does look relatively bigger, but it was also stopped and stunned by Naruto, but the snake doesn't really ever get taken down by Naruto. Orochimaru essentially summons away the snake, and I mean, Naruto stopping it sure is kind of impressive, don't get me wrong, and punching it down is, again, impressive in of itself, but besides leaving, like, a bruise on the snake, he doesn't really do much to the damn thing. Like, physically stopping it while also essentially bleeding from his mouth and nose isn't really all that impressive to me, and we know that Orochimaru has different snake summonings, some of which could technically be more powerful than the others, since you can always just argue that this snake was more powerful than the ones that he summoned in the Forest of Death, right? If this snake isn't the same one that he summoned by in the Forest of Death, you can argue that they all are able of doing the same thing, but then again, the ones that Naruto and Sasuke beat prior to this, the ones that Sasuke and Naruto beat prior to this could be taken down by a couple of shuriken, and one of them wasn't even that fat, one isn't even that large remotely considering. They're just inconsistent in my opinion. I don't know if I'm okay with necessarily saying that this snake is the exact same as the other one, because you don't get to see the full size of the snake. It's one of those like weird things where like, let me just show you in the Chunin exams. Oh wait, why did I open up again? I already had it. Within the Chunin exams, Orochimaru also summons like these larger snakes that he does use to essentially fight the Leaf Shinobi to make it like a massive distraction for them. Orochimaru, yeah. When the fuck does he summon the giant fucking snake, dude? What the fuck's happening? When the fuck does Orochimaru summon the giant goddamn snake? What the fuck's going on? Ah, right here. Yeah, big snake. These three snakes seem to be more powerful than the ones he summoned in the Forest of Death. The only thing is that they do have this Tomoe symbol on their foreheads, which we cannot necessarily see. The Tomoe symbol, which we never see as far as like this image go. There's just no way of seeing it. Doesn't a snake also go through a wall around the village in the Konoha Crush arc? It goes through one of the Konoha walls, yes. But this is again a different snake than the ones that we were talking about. Yeah, it is a completely different snake than the ones we were talking about. So again, it kind of puts in this weird perspective of like, well, what the fuck do I use, right? Because these snakes are clearly not the same as the ones that he summoned in the Chunin exams, and I can't exactly tell you if this snake right here is if this snake right there is the same as this snake right here, because its neck is covered, so I can't see the scarf, and its head is covered, so I can't see. That is a snake with 3 heads, I'm pretty sure. No, it's 3 separate snakes, I think, because Jiraiya does summon a toad on top of one of them. At some point, Jiraiya does show up with a summon. Yeah, no, Jiraiya does slam on top of one of them. Yeah, they're not 3 separate snakes. There's just one snake, and Jiraiya summons a toad on top of one of them. This toad, obviously, I think this toad is Gamma Hero. I think this might be the toad Gamma Hero. Yeah, this should be like around the same size as a Gamabunta. And that's it, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen these other snakes as well. I think they just stopped moving from there. They just didn't do anything. These snakes essentially like fucked up a couple of houses and that was it. That's kind of like my problem. It's like everything that you might say, oh, this is kind of crazy, this is kind of impressive and everything, it's just like, well, they're just blowing up a couple of houses. I'm not saying that's not crazy. I'm not saying that these houses aren't like 2 or 3 story houses either. Again, impressive type shit, but a bit of an issue. It's one of the 3 that Naruto stood on. He appeared in front of Pain, right? It looks like it. It looks like Gamaken, but it's also a different color. But have you read Kagurabachi? I'm up to like chapter 90 in terms of like the last thing that I actually read. I haven't read anything past chapter 90, but I have seen like that they're in a current like a flashback. Also, I tried to look up the anime adaptation of this. I even went out of my way to look up the anime adaptation just to be like as consistent as I possibly could be. Also, 14. Oh. Classic Space 14. I think it's like right here. Guys, cover your ears. This is about to be copyrighted. By the way, I had to search for this because finding like the actual scene lasted like a couple of fucking seconds, dude. All right, let's mute this real quick. All right, I'm gonna show you guys something. Yeah, you see this? You see Orochimaru standing on top of this shit? Yeah, let me show you something. That's it. That's all I have to go off of. Is there any way for me to like speed this up? This is like the scene itself, by the way. That's the scene. That's the only time you see the snake. Just to be extremely clear, this is the only time you see the snake. Everything else after this, I don't think the colors from the manga are canon outside of the volume. I don't know either. But, this is the only scene. This is the only fuck-ass scene where the snake shows up. That's all I have to go off of. I don't know, man. I don't know. Orochimaru does summon some snakes later on. He does summon 2 giant snakes again. They look absolutely massive. They look absolutely huge. They're going down. They're attacking. By the way, pay attention to the page count up top. I don't know what the fuck happens to one of these snakes. This one tries to eat Naruto, right? Jiraiya. One of them tries to eat Naruto. Jiraiya uses a swamp jutsu to essentially like bog it down. This one tries to eat Naruto. It crushes his foot. Again, I'm not skipping any pages besides, like, I guess the 2 pages here, but I looked at it in the chapters, just nothing here happens. Yeah. I don't know what happened to the second snake. I have no clue. There were 2 giant snakes. I have no idea what happened to the second one. I genuinely don't know. One of them is still bogged down. Tries to stab Tsunade. And then they summon... Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. The other one got scared and ran away. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm missing, like, technically, 1-2 pages, but I looked into them. They're not, what is it, like 166? They're not, they don't do anything. Like, those pages don't add anything to, like, whether or not the snake disappeared or not. I think Kishimoto had summoned a second snake and then just didn't know what the fuck to do with it. Yeah. No, this is it. It never pops. It never goes away. Like, I'm not fucked up on this, right? Like, I'm not making it up, right? The snakes are summoned. They attack. One of them has Orochimaru. The other one does not have. The other one has Kabuto on it. Cool. That's the one with Orochimaru. Kabuto jumps off the other snake. Cool. He's fighting Shizune. This is the second snake. This is the second snake, right? Naruto says he doesn't want to be eaten. It slams down his tail. Naruto's tail should be underneath it. Naruto just got up and chased after the snake. What the fuck? Did Naruto off-screen the snake? Did the summoning jutsu time out? The fuck are we talking about? Right? Like, I know for a fact I wasn't bugging when I first read through this and I was writing through this portion of the script. I'm gonna have to go back into it. I'm gonna have to go back into it whenever I talk about the end of the pre-time skip for Naruto. You ever thought about collabing with Noodles? Fuck no. If Noodles wants to collab, he can hit me up. I'm down to chat about something. I'm sure. I'm down to chat with him first. I'm not gonna just drop a collaboration with him off of no reason. But no, I've never thought about collabing with Noodles. Honestly, I watched quite a bit of content regarding him. Seems very, very, very frustrating to talk to because he usually just assumes that his interpretation of things is the objectively correct one. And then goes through some mental gymnastics. I don't know. Anyway, back to this. He actually used the Rasengan for the first time on the snake. Yeah. He totally mastered the Rasengan for the first time against the snake. That's totally what happened. That's why we don't see the snake anymore. But yeah, I can't figure out where the fuck the second snake is, dude. I really, really can't. Might check. I don't know what you mean might check later. Like, these are the chapters where the snake shows up. They're not around at any other chapter. This is literally the only chapter where we see the correction. This is the one of a chapter and I guess a half of you seeing, like, the snakes. A chapter and 2 extra pages. This is when they get summoned, right? Yeah. They attack. Go through them slowly. One of them goes down. Chases after Naruto. There's Kabuto, like, yeah, no, Kishimoto just straight up forgot. The association alone would make you look like a worse of a person. Not that you would change, of course. I mean, unless, here's the thing. Unless, like, Noodles is going out of his way to, like, insult people on my fucking chat or whatever, unless we, like, get to the point, like, at that point, I wouldn't even become content. I'm just deleting that afterwards because I'm like, there's just no way. Like, it's not even at a... I'm not gonna ever get to the point where I'm gonna insult the guy. I don't think I'd ever, at least I don't think I'd ever would get to the point where I ever insult the guy, but I don't know. Platforming someone who, like, you know, can get to the point where, like, they're having a crazy ass, toxic ass back and forth between them and another individual, I just don't think I can do that, dude. I'm telling you, they got scared when Naruto summoned the small frog. When he summoned Gamakichi, I guess, beware the power of Gamakichi. Yeah. He does not have a respectable track record. Someone who uses many slurs shouldn't be on the channel for real. Yeah, I think that's fine. But yeah. So I'm glad to know that I'm not bugging on this. I'm glad to know that the snakes just don't. Nothing happens. At least as far as I'm aware, nothing happens to these fuck ass snakes.
Yeah, that logic is circular. This punch.
The fuck is this? A bad list versus rotation. Switch 2 has no games. Yeah, I agree with that. There's really no, like, games that really would have you buy, like, a Switch 2 off the bat. I don't know. A generational Kirby boss mod ever? Alright. Anyway. I'll check this out
so
later.
rotations and
whoa, that is not the voice that I thought I would listen to whenever I saw that fucking spray. Alright. Not that I would change my mind about the great move, but newcomers might interpret his appearance in the wrong way. I mean, here's the thing. It's not really about, like, changing anything or anyone. Have a good one, Marcos. I hope you have a good rest of your night, man. Get some good sleep. It's not even really about, like, changing someone or whatever, but, like, honestly, if I could at least get some people, like, not even from, like, the Naruto community, but, like, in power scaling to see that, like, hey, power scaling doesn't have to be, like, this toxic, you know, like, mishmash of, like, back and forths, and I think that would be fine, you know? I think that I would at least succeed in that, you know? Anyway. Back to the point, within the first few... Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be back. If you were isekai'd into the Berserk universe, are given the choice to bring out one ability from any form of media, what ability would you have? I'll answer that in just a second. Likely room. I would likely have room. I think room is too insane not to have. What, you got a microwave back in there? No. It's my AC. It's fucking hot as balls. I don't know, maybe room. I'd probably get something like room. I don't know. Probably something like room, or probably something like, I'd probably do like one of those like isekai things, or like you get me like a field or adventurer's card or whatever that lets me, manipulate stats or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if I'd like to be isekai'd into a world if I don't have at least some kind of, like, MacGuffin that allows me to see, like, my stats, allows me to see, like, some RPG-like features. I don't know. The more I've, like, read about, these kinds of, like, series, yeah, I just feel like it becomes very helpful, especially if you don't have, like, any, you know, survival tools, or you have like no knowledge of survival. Like if I'm just being spawned into the Berserk world, and I'm essentially being put into like a random fuck ass village, and I have no one to talk to, no help out whatsoever. Yeah, it might as well give me something like that. Maybe a skill that like lets me make money. Maybe like a skill that like helps me like generate currency very easily. 420, take a puff. I don't smoke. I don't like inhalants. I don't even like being near people who like smoke cigarettes. Isekai slop did damage to the manga. I guess I could agree with that. Berserk Universe, I don't think money matters. Sure. I mean, I'm going to look at the Shonen Jump later. Reminds me, I got students going on being invisible in the manga, proving that anime does wind visuals for the audience. Wind, Itachi, Pain, Land of Iron. Visible right there. Visible right here. You can also just argue that Sasuke's keeping track of his mouth movement. When does he use that wind slash attack? There's literally a massive gust of air here. Literally a massive gust of air being shot there. Giant vacuum bullet. Literal visible waves of vacuum right here. It's not invisible. It's very much visible. Lag at work had me like a minute. If survival is everything, you should use the negate death from Undead Unluck. That also works. Also, wind style. Definitely visible right there. Okay. Within the first few chapters of One Piece, we are introduced to a recurring minor villain named Alvida, who can smash a wooden... What would you guys call this? Would you guys call this like a shed? Would you guys call this like a wooden shed, like a storage house? I would call this like a storage house. I'm talking about the panel where Danzo takes out 4 guys with his wind style. What part of the series is that at? Is that before the 5 Kage summit or afterwards? Is that prior to the 5 Kage, One Smart? I will call this a storage house. A wooden... By chucking her wooden club. Wooden club. Granted, not very. Something that you'll generally see throughout One Piece is that there's a... Did bro just ask if Danzo using attack after the 5 Kage summon? My guy, he's dead. I'm not asking after him. I'm asking it has to be done before, right? It has to be like... It has to be like... It would have to be like by the time that they head out for the 5 Kage summit. So it would have to be around... Actually, no, because this is already by the 5 Kage summit. So it would have to be prior to... What, 454 to 455? 454 to 455, yeah. It has to be within that range. He puts them under... Don't interfere, I shall take care of them. Okay. Cool. Fantastic. Cool. Fantastic. One-off moment. It is a one-off moment. Tamari. Naruto shows up around here, right? When does Tamari fight Shikamaru? Would be like what, 107? Yeah, you can see gusts of wind with Tamari. Yeah, you can definitely see gusts of wind with Tamari. Yeah. Where were we at? Okay. Traveling. Your recurring villains by chucking her wooden club at it. Though it may not seem impressive at first. Dude, I get really pissed whenever I'm typing something. I see the line, I see it blinking. Though it may not be inherently seem as impressive as Naruto smashing Haku through an ice mirror. This is just the first destructive feat. This is the first destructive feat we see. And the weakest villain, Luffy fights the weakest villain, Luffy fights. If you could have any fictional character as a roommate, who would it be? I'd probably keep one of these guys. I'd probably keep like this little guy as like my roommate. One of this guy, this little dude right here. Yeah, this guy. Absolutely. This guy. This little guy. Right here. Does a universal feat need a statement saying it's universal for it to actually be universal? Someone's trying to tell me that it does because we don't actually know what an entire universe looks like. That's so cute. Yeah. I remember watching like a scene or two of this little guy. He 100% would be. Oh, they also made him an episode where he wanted to like help out. He wanted to help out in the kitchen, but couldn't hold a knife, so they made him a little like razor sharp knife so he can help cut the vegetables. Yeah, this would be my roommate. How to keep him on me? Yeah, 100%. Hey, what's good, Jerome? I'll put it like this: it only helps. It can only help a character if something is outright stated to be capable of wiping out the universe. However, again, not all universes, not all forms of cosmology are the same throughout each faction of fiction, right? What am I doing right now? I'm working through the script. I'm trying to work through my nerves and continue writing One Piece. Think about it. Orochi did tons of building damage so Danzo could buy the land of the cheap for the good of the village. Fantastic. Fantastic reasoning. See it from the weakest villain Luffy fights. Okay. Bet Luffy fights. Alvida is capable of like smashing through regular wood using her giant club, but there's not much else that I can really use. Alvida mostly smashes through wooden constructs. So she's not the greatest baseline to start off with. So she's not exactly the greatest baseline to start off with. After all, Luffy does one-shot her. After all, Luffy does one-shot her. I'm just gonna do this through my phone. But through wooden construct, I would say though that yeah. Where is it? No, there we go. One second, I'm trying to find it on my, there we go. After all, Luffy does one-shot her. Like the keyboard noise, just like ASMR won't work. Gotcha. Speech to text is still working. My bad. Okay. Now, characters like Axe-Hand Morgan also don't really create the... Characters like Axe-Hand Morgan also don't do the best job at establishing how powerful these characters can truly be, but he once again helps establish a consistently One Piece characters can actually become. But I do think that starting off with, hopefully you will see, 1 second guys. One second, guys. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I had to answer a critical thing. Anyway. But hopefully you will see that there is a progressive increase in strength in regards to not just you will hopefully see throughout this video that the character is not starting off in the most impressive states. Incremental scaling for the series is both somewhat consistent and consistent and what? Consistent at what? It's the progressive the incremental scaling of the series is both consistent and quickly will quickly snowball out of proportion. As the name suggests, Morgan is capable of one-shotting a Marine soldier with a single swipe of his titular axe hand. The best scaling I can provide as far as this first portion of the series goes is Luffy showing the clear capacity to use Gum Gum Rocket at around and moving fast enough to intercept bullets fired by Marine soldiers' rifle from an unquantifiable distance. Luffy does fly off towards rocket himself into Zoro before Morgan gives the soldiers the command to fire, so I can't necessarily use this as a way to scale Luffy's speed, besides the potential speed of his Gum Gum Rocket. Under no conclusion can you say that Kaido does not get immediately speed blitzed by Madara, either by himself or by Limbo Close, because he can react to Naruto while at faster than light. Shaky Block Mac. Objectively wrong. There is no reason for me to even remotely entertain the idea that Kaido wouldn't automatically speed blitz Madara. There's no objective reason why I would even remotely agree with that. Yeah, you can actually come to a conclusion very easily, and it's not that hard to see why. Especially, what does your Uber Eats call you outside say? What does your Uber Eats call you saying they're outside? No, they're not. That wasn't my Uber Eats. Okay, how I've missed listening to this. Alright. Let's just start this off with. Let me ask you this. Do you know that Madara's... Okay, do you agree with the data books? Kaido was getting caught off by Fodder Samurai? Yes, Fodder Samurai in One Piece, not Fodder Samurai in Naruto. Fodder Samurai in One Piece would actually be top tiers in Naruto. And, oh yeah, no, they also went in there for an assassination. So I don't even know what you're talking about when you're saying that he got caught off guard. Are you talking about the guys who, what, you talking about these guys right here who all literally just jump in at him from all over the place while the shit show's happening? Cool. They all stab him. Fantastic. And you want to know what's crazy? They didn't do any damage. Oh wait, actually they did. Ha! They did. And it's still too shallow. Yes, you agree with the data books. Right, so then there's no jutsu in Naruto that's FTL. Right, so there's no jutsu in Naruto that's FTL. Also, those scratches that you see here, those scratches that you see right here, cool. Fantastic. Pops up later. No damage done. Also, Luffy, later on, when they were damaging his scales on the rooftop, you can't say Madara, you can't say Madara slicing Kaido apart. Yeah, I can definitely say that Madara is 100% not slashing Kaido apart. Why would he slash him apart? What feat does Madara have to imply that he can bypass Kaido's scales? What feat does Madara have to even remotely imply that he can literally slash Kaido's scales? Does he have any kind of internal destruction? No. Does he have any jutsu that can bypass Kaido's scales? No. What's the reason? What's the scaling for? Like, what are we talking about here? Cool. Cool. Fantastic. Paradise Totsuka. Cool. They can draw some blood from Kaido. I saw a visage. I remember I could have let him kill me. It's still too shallow right here. You don't even have enough power to open up the old scar. I saw the visage of Kozuki Oden. I could have let you kill me with each throb of my scar. I remember, but you people, you are not Oden. We will never see a monster samurai of his like again. It is too shallow. You don't even have enough power to open up my old scar. You cannot do it. And then he literally slices one of their arms off and just proceeds to fucking curb stomp these guys. Proceeds to curb stomp easily. He casually sliced the mountaintop by just slightly moving a sword. Yes, fantastic. And did you know that Kaido took a, what was it again? Oh yeah. Kaido tanked a King Kong gun from Luffy. Kaido tanked the King Kong gun from Luffy, so what's your point? Where the fuck did that happen? Was it this one? Oh no, this was after. So it must be this one. Yeah, Kaido tanked a King Kong gun from Luffy and walked away with no damage. Walked away with no damage. Tanked Luffy's King Kong gun. Tanked Luffy's King Kong gun. Walked away with 0 damage. You know how powerful a King Kong gun is? You want to know how powerful? You want me to tell you? It's more powerful than 2 guys who can split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. So slicing a tiny little mountaintop is casual. As a matter of fact, I'll even do you one better. Actually, I'll even make something easier for you. Here is Kaido. Here is an image of Kaido literally vaporizing, not even slicing. No. Not slicing. Not some little pee pee poo poo baby slice of a mountain. Here is Kaido literally vaporizing a mountaintop. Here's Kaido vaporizing a mountaintop with his blast breath. And here is Kaido, then, later on, here is Kaido, later on taking his own blast breath. His own powered up blast breath. From Luffy. Here's like Kaido taking his own mountain vaporizing blast breath from Luffy and just shrugging it off. You're comparing a blunt force to a slicing attack, by the way. They don't correlate at all. Kaido got slashed by a Zoro cutting attack. Yes, because Zoro scales above guys who can literally split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. Literally shatter a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. Madara above Zoro? Yeah, they are actually trying to scale Madara above Zoro. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? That I can say Zoro, Roronoa Zoro, scaled higher than Madara's Susanoo. 100%, 100,000%. Easily. Kaido was tanking continent-shattering punches not just tanking. He one-shot a guy who could one-shot a guy who is stronger than two guys who can literally look at the light go away from Luffy's eye. Look at the light go away. Yeah, Madara's not. What? You're telling me slashing two mountaintops is more impressive than that? More impressive than one-shotting a guy who is stronger than two guys who can split a continent. Oh, he split mountaintops. Ooh, ooh. Oh my god, guys, I'm so afraid. The big guy, you needed to use his full power to one-shot, to slice two little mountaintops. Cool, fantastic. It's already above Zoro. What are we talking about? I swear it's gotta be joking. No, I'm not joking. I'm literally asking you. Yeah. Comparing a final arc villain just to some dude, yeah. Some dude who is part of a series that is longer than Naruto. You guys want to know something funny? Here, let me show you guys something crazy. I actually did a little bit of research on my own. I started doing a little bit of counting. Let me write something for you, right? Let me write something for you guys real quick. You guys are gonna love this. You guys are absolutely gonna fucking love this. This is like absolute peak right here. Yeah, this is some absolute peak. By the way, you're talking about Madara using the perfect Susanoo. Let me show you something even funnier than that. Let me show you something like objectively speaking, even funnier than that. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. You're gonna love this. You're absolutely gonna fucking love this. You have never seen something even better than this. Something even more impressive than what's his face slashing through two tiny little mountaintops, right? Because like, yeah. Here is Zoro. This is a guy taller than a fucking city. A guy larger than a fucking city. Oh, look at that. Look at what Zoro did. Look at what Zoro did. Oh, look at that. Look at what Zoro did. Look at the guy that you're saying doesn't even compare. Yeah. Right there. Slashing it. Casual Zoro shit. Casual Zoro shit. Oh, and then after he slashes it, after he's looking at his sword. He doesn't even care about the slash itself. No nicks or scratches. He's looking at it. He's literally laughing at the fact that he could do something like that and his sword didn't even have any nicks or slashes. Also, let me show you guys something that you guys will really love. Let me show you guys something that you'll really love. Land of Waves. Land of Waves, right? Land of Waves. Chunin exams. Tsunade. Search. Sasuke retrieval. Kazekage rescue. Tenchi bridge. Assault on assault on Akatsuki. Pain / Itachi, and I'm just gonna throw this one in for the fun of it. I'm gonna show you guys something really fucking hilarious. You guys are absolutely gonna fucking love this. I swear, this is about to be real peak. Pain / Itachi. Pain arc. The Pain arc. Land of Iron. Land of Iron. War arc. Land of Iron and then the War arc. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You know what? I'll separate to pre-War arc. I'll separate War arc 1 and War arc 2, right? War arc 2, right? So that's 12 arcs right there, right? Let me show you something. Long, ring, long. Long, ring, long, right? Long, ring, long. Here is Water 7. Thriller Bark. Sabaody Archipelago. Sabaody Archipelago. Amazon Lily. Impel Down. Marineford. Fishman Island. Punk Hazard. I thought about this a couple days ago. I was laughing my ass off when I realized this. Because I was making an argument for Luffy, and I just came down to like this crazy-ass conclusion. Punk Hazard. Dress Rosa. You know what? I gave the War Arc. I gave them War Arc, so I will be giving Zoe as well, because that is an arc. That is an arc. I'm not gonna make a second thing. It's fine. Whole Cake. Whole Cake. Alright. Whole Cake. Wano. I know I could make a second text box, but it's fine. Wano. Egghead. And currently an Elbaf. Right? So 15. Even if you wanted to... even if you were one of those people that believed Naruto, off the first fucking chapter, off the first arc of the series, even if you wanted to argue that Naruto off the first arc of the series alone, but nothing substantial into context, even if you wanted to argue that Naruto was Lightspeed off the first arc of the series, One Piece has had more arcs within the context of its story. One Piece has had more arcs that where the characters are Lightspeed, where the characters can be argued to be Lightspeed, than Naruto has arcs as a whole. There are more arcs where One Piece has, where the characters start off with some level of actual Lightspeed scaling in comparison to Naruto, and even if we were to go off and say that the characters get the exact same amount of strength off of each arc afterwards, One Piece would still have 3 whole arcs where the characters would just have a chance to get even faster than Naruto characters, even if you throw an from start of series to end of series. There are literally more arcs in One Piece where the characters are objectively Lightspeed than there are arcs in Naruto as a whole. And by the way, this right here is where Naruto characters start to get Lightspeed scaling. Where the Lightspeed meta starts. Yeah, this is where the Naruto Lightspeed meta starts, by the way. This is like literally where it starts off, by the way. Just letting you guys know. Just a little piece of a contextual funny business. And you wonder why power scaling is just unfun because of this. No, it's unfun because people like you don't actually care about what's happening in a story, and you'll just say that you like Naruto, or Madara, whoever the fuck wins, just because you like them more. And that's fine. I don't care what you like. I don't care if you choose to believe that Madara slicing a mountain is more impressive than Zoro literally slicing through a man that's the size of a city, or that Kaido is literally stronger than 2 guys who can split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. There is no argument there's no argument that you can make that can prove through actual statements, feats, and evidence to imply that Madara would ever even remotely keep up with Kaido, and even with the Ten Tails, hell, fuck it, give Madara Baryon mode, he still loses to fucking he still loses to Luffy. He still loses to Kaido. Kaido basically turns him into a splat on blood on the wall. You can't even argue that they have continental attack potency, or let alone durability. You can't even argue it. They never blow up continents. They never threaten the whole continent. They never state that the characters will blow up the whole thing. Like, there's just nothing for you to go off of. All you have is a couple of arguments that you got off of some random person on the internet, or some random fucking statement that you saw some power scaler use out of context. You have nothing. I just want to keep it a buck. Naruto's in the big 3 in and of itself. It made a couple of the entire world reading every Kishimoto. Okay, fantastic. So did One Piece. One Piece still does that to this very day. You have not made an argument. I don't give a shit. I don't care. You have not made an argument. That is a terrible argument. By the way, all you're doing right now is perpetuating this idea that my chat and I have, that people like you, yes, people like you specifically, cannot exactly make any kind of like redeemable arguments towards why characters are actually powerful. So all you really do is say things like, oh yeah, it's oh wait, no, that's for my chat. So all you guys essentially do is say like, oh yeah, all the characters scale the same, all the jutsu scale the same. Madara he's using his full power to slice the mountaintops. Fuck you mean you won't verse equalize? Like, you guys just do all the same shit, dude. You guys just all do the same shit, bro. It's in the big 3. Oh yeah, Naruto is one of the big 3. Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. Cool. And so is One Piece. Fantastic. Fantastic. So is One Piece. Who cares? Who gives a shit? I don't care. I don't care. Bingo's out once again. Oh, what? It's a more iconic show now? What are you going to say? It's a more iconic show now? Let me guess. It's a more iconic show. That's your next argument? Dude, You can't make an argument from. You can't make an argument to actually quantify speed scaling in Naruto because almost nothing can be used to actually quantify their speed besides just saying some of the jutsu are light speed, therefore they must be light speed. That's the only thing you have to go off of. That's all you have to go off of, number one. Number two, you can't even argue that there are any objective multipliers within the series because you essentially have to boil everything off of some 10 times statements from the fucking, from Sage Mode and the V2 Curse Mark. Like, that's literally the highest multiplier in the actual written story. That's literally the highest multiplier in the whole story. You do not have anything else to go off of. Even in the data books, it states that they're only a 10 times amp. So even if I were to say that Sage Mode is that 6-path Sage Mode, that the 10 tails is 1,000 times amp, fantastic. Madara does not have an objective light speed movement feat. He cannot run at the speed of light. It's never stated, it's never shown. All he does is block a guy who's coming down from the air who can run at light speed but ended up jumping up into the air and is falling down. So no, absolutely not. You have no arguments here. Even from an argument where you're trying to compare literally the number of arcs in both series, Naruto has 12 arcs total. That even if I were to concede the idea that they were light speed from the very start of the series, One Piece has more arcs from Long Ring Long all the way to Elbaf. Naruto has 12 arcs, whereas One Piece has 15 arcs where the characters already have light speed statement. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to tell you? Oh yeah, no, Madara still speed blitzes because you like him more? Sure. If you think Madara's a cooler villain, sure. If you think Madara's an awesome villain, sure. I don't give a shit, dude. You do not have an argument. You are just spewing the same bullshit. What are you trying to flex about arc numbers? Isn't that irrelevant to the scaling? I'm just telling you, no matter how you choose to go about it, there is no objective way you can argue that the characters even remotely ever keep up in terms of speed. As a matter of fact, this is what I'm gonna tell you. No. Fuck whatever your scaling is. I don't give a shit what your or anyone else's in chat scaling is. Let me tell you this so you guys can understand, because this is literally gonna be an actual line that I'm gonna write in my fucking video. There is no fucking reasonable logic conclusion under any facet of unbiased objectivity that I have to even remotely entertain. Not even the idea, no. The notion, the concept that Naruto Uzumaki or any character in Naruto can keep up with the cast of One Piece when the very first arc, the very first even remote, consistent light speed argument for the story starts less than 24 hours before the war arc ends. Naruto enters the war at the dawn of the second day of the Fourth Great Shinobi Wars. Under what facet of reasonable, unbiased logic should I even remotely entertain the concept that this fuck-ass series cast, especially when he's using his strongest form at the time, is somehow going to keep up with a series where the characters have, from an objective standpoint, at least some level of light speed scaling by Long Ring Long, and there are more arcs in One Piece from the start of Long Ring Long to the current point in the series that there are arcs in total in Naruto, and I'm supposed to believe that in a single day, Naruto surpasses 15 arcs worth of light speed scaling. You're gonna sit here and tell me that Kaido gets blitzed by Madara while One Piece has 15 arcs of consistent FTL scaling? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not even entertaining an argument. You have nothing to base it off of. You have no arguments to even remotely use. You have no objective multipliers. You have no objective speed statements from the author. You have no objective scaling. And all of the data book statements say light speed. So even the fastest jutsu in the verse are actually just light speed. Yeah, no, I don't have a reason to it. You're actually the biggest reason why this community gets so toxic. There's a bunch of good scalers that I respect for actually tending to people's needs. I don't have to tend to your needs. I don't give a shit what your or anybody else's arguments are. Make your own scale, sure, but if your argument is dog shit, I'm not gonna sit here and coddle you. Why would I entertain an argument that's dog shit? What's your argument for Madara being faster? What's your argument? What's your argument? Why aren't the One Piece cast burning up going faster than light? Why isn't Naruto burning up going at faster than light speeds, huh? Why did Naruto burn up then? Why doesn't Naruto burn up? Why doesn't Naruto burn up then? Huh? Okay, cool. Why doesn't Naruto burn up? Why doesn't Naruto burn up right here? Why doesn't the entire Naruto planet ignite into flames? Why doesn't it all ignite into flames the moment Naruto literally does this? The moment Naruto literally blitzes all these tailed beast bombs. Oh wow. Oh wow. It's almost as if it's fiction. It's almost as if fiction doesn't give two fiddly fucks or two tears in a bucket about real world physics or math, so neither should I. You're saying that I'm toxic? No. I'm telling you that your opinion on how fast these characters are doesn't mean shit to me. That's not me being toxic, that's me being honest. Because if your opinion comes down to, I just think they're faster, you can believe it. I'm not telling you not to believe it. I'm not telling you you can't believe it. I'm just saying I have no reason to even remotely engage with that. I have no reason to even remotely entertain the idea that they could be. Why should I? And why should I? What is forcing me to do that? What is making me do that? What? Am I going to cater? What's the objective reasoning that we're talking about here? Why didn't the world instantly instantly turn into fucking ash as soon as Naruto weaved the Madara? Why did space warp around Naruto when he weaved the Light Fang? Under what facet of logic? Again, under what facet of logic? What reason? What objective reason? It's a matter of enduring the speed. Fact! Can endure that level of friction because those speeds is what I'm saying? Okay, so can One Piece. So I can make the same argument for One Piece. That argument, by the way, what you just stated, not stated anywhere in the series. Made the fuck up. But you know what? I can argue the same thing for One Piece if you want to go that route. So, okay, there we go. Oh man. You know what? This is what I love. This is what I love, bro. I love it when people come into my streams and do this kind of shit where like, oh, this is so toxic, you're so toxic, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not. I'm just straight up telling you that as far as opinions go, I genuinely don't care. As far as opinions go, if your opinion is Madara can blitz Kaido, I disagree wholeheartedly. I will tell you why. I have evidence to back up why. You, unfortunately, cannot prove to me why he should be able to blitz. I can give you evidence as to why he can't. Why put that for One Piece? I see why Eon is so angry. People like Shocky will refuse to look at the feats and accept the Naruto characters get eclipsed. Yeah, it's not about it. It's just I don't have the energy to cuddle around and speak with you and say, oh, cool, ooh, goo, goo, gaga. Does the little baby want keys? I don't have time to do that shit, bro. I don't have the energy to do that shit. I'm just gonna tell you straight up, you're wrong. Yes, you're wrong. And guess what? I wouldn't be able to, disprove everything you said by either going by the logic of the series, the narrative, the statements, the feats, etc., etc., etc. There is no argument. I thought about this from more angles than most people here. I can't go by statements because there are no statements. That's one light speed statement in the 700 chapters of the series. The data book statements just say some jutsus are light speed and one guy and his brother can run at almost light speed. That is it. I cannot go off of quantification. How do I quantify half this shit? You can't quantify the distance, you can't quantify the amount of time. It's a fucking manga. It doesn't mean anything. It obviously doesn't use the laws of relativity, so that does that. I'm just throwing that out the window. I'm not even gonna remotely entertain that. What about multipliers? Well, I can make up multipliers even when I make them up, even when I give Madara every single multiplier possible. Even if I were to say that the 10 tails is a 10,000 times amp and I give Madara light speed for movement speed and make him 10,000 times the speed of light, I can still get Kaido to 27 times faster than that on a massive low ball. There's just no way for me to go off of, dude. Yeah, they're just so silly. They're very silly. If I was in your shoes, I'd try to turn it around and accept that I can accept my mishaps and being wrong and try to cooperate with a person like me because I'm a human being. Yeah, no, you're a human being and human beings can be flawed. I'm a human being. I can be flawed too. I could be wrong on things. I've accepted many times on stream, live, where I've said, yes, I'm wrong. So what I'm saying here is, you can do the same. If you are human, you can do the same. You can say you're wrong. You can say, hey, Eon, you know what? I don't have an argument for you right now. You know what? You can even say, I don't agree with the scaling, but I will go do my own research and come back later with some better scaling. And you know what? We can just leave it be it there. I'm not going to sit here and even remotely entertain the idea that anything you said about, especially since you haven't even provided any scaling. You just said there is no conclusion. All you said was there is no conclusion where Kaido doesn't get blitzed by Madara. That's all you've said. You haven't given me any reasoning, any speed. You just said, well, he can slash 2 mounts. Cool, fantastic. 2 mounts mean jack shit to me. Get him to Continental first. Get Madara to Continental first. I don't give a shit. Speed scaling? 100% goes to One Piece. 10 times out of 10. 100 times out of 10. This is why I always say, Luffy beats Naruto because of speed. Because it just invalidates everything. Anyway, enough of the rant. I'm gonna go pee because I've been drinking a lot of water. I will catch you guys all later. I'll catch you guys in a little bit. I'll put up a video for you guys if you guys want to listen to anything. You know what? You guys can watch why their Switch has the Switch 2 has no games. You guys can watch this. You guys can watch that for now. I'll be back.
It's funny how much greed has impacted Nintendo's image over the last 14 months, increasing the price of their brand new console by a minimum of 50%, after not only not lowering the price of their last gen console for 9 years, but even increasing the price of said console after they started the next generation. And arguably the most egregious act of them all, bringing in the $80 price tag into the gaming industry. It's no wonder the Nintendo discourse has degraded significantly from 2025 into 2026. And while there still may be a few more months remaining where they can wave the flag of fastest selling console if you don't count the Game Boy Advance in Western markets, one thing is for certain is that the Switch 2 has no games. Or at least, that's a talking point that comes up quite a bit. And I think it's worth delving into how the games have sold over the first year to fully understand why is it that people feel that this console that clearly has games, well, has no games. Why is it that the only people that suggest that the Switch 2 is not collecting dust are the ones that never put it down in the first place? And most importantly, why is it that the Switch 2 software sales have been terrible in comparison to the amazing trends and expectations that were set by the Switch 1, even from its first year? And I'm going to do this in the best way that I know how to do it. I'm going to bring out the old analysis machine, i.e. my brain, mixed with a little bit of Google Sheets, and we're going to look into the Nintendo financials to understand what exactly went wrong with the Switch 2 titles that were launched in the first year of this new console. And more specifically, why is it so much worse in the Western markets? So as of the time of recording this video, we've had 9 months of Switch 2 financials available for us. The current quarter ends in a week from now for Nintendo, but the actual report about this won't be until the start of August. So the best data that we can pull from is from the last financial, which was released last month. And I think that's a pretty good starting point. It's a good comparison to use. It includes the console's launch, it includes its holiday season, and it includes the Switch 2 having zero supply constraints. And likewise, when we think about the Switch 1, it includes the launch, it includes the holiday season, and it includes when it finally had no supply constraints, which in most Western markets started around October with the launch of Mario Odyssey going into the holidays. This is a launches aligned comparison, so there are zero caveats that need to be made. Looking at Nintendo's reports that were released on February 1st of 2018 that covered all of the sales numbers leading up to the end of 2017, otherwise known as the first 9-ish months of the Switch 1's life, shows us the list of successful Switch 1 games that were launched in that first year. At the top of the list we have Super Mario Odyssey with 9.07 million. Just beyond that we have Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, 7.33 million. Not bundled, by the way. There were no bundles for the Switch 1 yet. In third place, Life to Date, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild with 6.7 million, followed by Splatoon 2 with 4.91 million, and then ARMS with 1.61
I just had this
million.
up real quick just to have you guys watch something. 1.0 comes out July 10th. Lovely. Kid Icarus Uprising is fantastic. I agree wholeheartedly. Switch 2 games outside of remakes. No, don't leave us with the grifter. Why is Nintendo still even relevant? They're such a shitty company. I agree. I agree. Alright, so, let me see. I think the most jarring thing, one of the most jarring things about scaling early One Piece is how impressive the characters appear to be even within the first 100 chapters, at least going into the later end of it. In general, many people who downplay the series by saying it's hard stuck at island level generally boils. In general, for the many people, usually boils down to not understanding how physically impressive the characters are right from the start of the series. As someone who essentially got into power scaling through Naruto, the biggest factor that sets its scaling apart from its rival manga is the number of statements and tangible feats that one can use for One Piece. What I'm about to say is, would you ever consider trying to scale the ReZero characters against certain One Piece characters? An example, Reinhardt versus Marco. I've never been interested in ReZero, disheartened. Maybe in the future, once I've gotten through a couple of series. I do plan to eventually scale as much as possible and to go in through other series. I'm probably late, but you're the least toxic person ever. You admit to faults. I don't see anyone like you in the scaling fandom. It's crazy how far anyone would go just because they got proven wrong. It's because the reason why people call me toxic is because I'm not willing to even remotely engage with like their bullshit. I'm just not. If you cannot objectively prove to me something that you say in Naruto, something egregious like the characters being FTL, but after like a specific point or whatever, and the problem with Naruto is just a lot of it is just not quantifiable, then why the fuck would I entertain it? What is forcing me to do this? Like Naruto being able, like Gamma Bunta being 17 meters tall, even if somebody disagrees with me, right? Even if somebody says like, oh well, if I were to say like, well, Gamma Bunta looks like he's like 50 meters tall, and the only thing that I have is the fucking 17 meters, and I would have to go with the 17 meters. It doesn't matter what I think at that point, because I would be wrong saying that it's the only canon height for the character. I don't care. I genuinely do not care if another person is willing to go through mental gymnastics. I'm just not going to engage with it if it's just meaningless. If the argument is meaningless. If your argument boils down to, like I said to the eye, if your argument boils down to, I just like this character better, like the basis of the argument is, I just like this series or character better, it's the exact same thing to me as someone who says like, well, this character should be small building level because of these reasons, right? Even though it's never stated or shown that they're small building level. It's like, it's the same extent of I don't care. That's fine. Even if we're having a reasonable conversation, even if we're having a conversation where like your scaling differentiates from mine, and some of it just boils down to a couple of specific nuances, that nobody's brought up. Sorry, that essentially like divert what way we go with the scale. For example, if you want to say that the snake that Orochimaru summoned is the same one that took down the giant, that took down the castle, is the same one that he summoned against Naruto. If you want to say that, sure, that's fine. I don't think Naruto scales to building level because of it. Naruto just stops the snake from moving. I don't think, and it's not like the snake was taken down, right? Do I care what your opinion is still? No, I don't. It's another interpretation. I think it's a reasonable interpretation to have, if anything, but I don't agree with it. He has too many summons. I don't know if it's the same one. Some of the summons could be more powerful than the others. Different summons at different levels of power, etc., 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 etc. You know what I mean? Like, it's like at the end of the day, whether or not it's an active, whether or not it is an active, productive conversation or an unproductive, like these guys, they're just yapping it about. They're just saying their same bullshit, the same spiel, the same arguments we've always heard from before, and they're constantly using the same arguments to try and debunk, quote unquote. It's not even really a debunk. It's more so just, I don't think this is true, therefore I'm going to say it's not true. Even whether it's one or the other, it's always the same thing to me. I don't care what your opinion is. Especially if it's a case where like we're trying to like figure out who's actually right. Like, I don't care, dude. Believe whatever you want to believe. I'll believe whatever I want to believe. I even say it in the video. My thing is just, as many of you have been following my content may know, the main tagline for my channel is, power scaling is all about interpretation. That means no matter how comprehensive, reasonable, or objective you believe your scaling or argument for a series, for a character or series is, it ultimately boils down to just an opinion. This is why I say it. This is why I tell everyone, I don't care what your scaling is, because guess what? It's an opinion. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not sometimes going to take some scaling and interpret it and even use it myself. No, I can have my mind change, but again, there has to be some logic, some reasoning, some actual evidence to back up what you're saying, not just, oh, I like this more. There's a difference there. There is a big difference there, and I think that people just genuinely don't fucking comprehend that. Moria is the most blatant island level of all time. Now we're going to say no one is physically stronger than Moria. Everyone just stayed the same. Yeah, no, we're totally not going to sit here and say that, like, oh yeah, Kaido wouldn't technically hit harder than Gecko Moria. Like, come on. What would the Straw Hats domain expansions be, in your opinion, if they had one? Luffy would have an open domain. Luffy would figure out an open domain and essentially turn everything around him into rubber. It would essentially be what he does now, turn everything into rubber and essentially just be a massive stat amp for him. Zoro would probably have some kind of, like, green fire induced domain where, like, it basically just boils down to, like, blow for blow with his opponent. Sanji's domain would just be, to basically just be like an Sanji's domain would actually kind of be like a Chimera Shadow Garden, where he sees the Kama, what the fuck are they called? The new Kama, where he sees the Kamabaka Kingdom, where he sees like people from the Kamabaka Kingdom spawn near his opponent, almost like as a short hit, and then Sanji just immediately speed blitzes, reminding himself of them. It would be some crazy shit like that. Robin would just be essentially Mahito's thing, except just a metric fuck ton of hands popping up everywhere. Election day, no, I don't vote. I don't vote. I'm not doing that. Aw, baby. Forgot an umbrella. My girlfriend's telling me that she's swimming home because of the rain. Aw. Makes me sad. You think the desire of the fruit dictates the domain type? Probably. It would probably be something similar. Daz Bones versus Denji Chainsaw Man. Doesn't Denji just blatantly outscale Daz Bones? Unless you think Daz Bones scales to, like, post-time skip speeds. You can probably argue he's just straight up faster then, right? Through the power of the scaling community, I alone am the right one. I don't think I'm the right one. I don't think I'm objectively right. That's the thing. Aw. Unfortunate state of affairs. Aw. General question outside of Power Scan, kinda. What series are you going to include for analysis? I heard you were dipping your toes into Bleach. I think you made a video about, yeah, so I'm thinking about in the future, if I ever... Bleach is a bit of a rough one. I was planning on making a review for Bleach. Kind of maybe even going into, like, making reviews for, like, anime series, just my personal perspective. Guess it kind of depends on how much you buy into FTL Chainsaw Man. Let me ask you this, Aura. Do you think, what are the conditions to kill Denji, right? Like, what are the conditions to kill the guy? Right, like, do his chainsaws, like, scale to the moon cutting attack, or, like, the Ohio sword? Like, do his attacks scale to that? I don't know. I don't know if I really buy into the FTL Chainsaw Man stuff, because that mostly comes from Calx. Now, to answer the question with Bleach, I want to do a review. I want to definitely, like, look into series and maybe even do reviews about them, you know, just maybe some fun stuff. Talk about character analysis, talk about just, like, overall, some pitfalls I think of the series, maybe some tropes that I think they do well, etc., etc. I'm doing it for Bleach. I'm gonna rip Bleach a new one, though. I'm gonna rip Bleach a new one because I don't think the series is a well-written story. I think as far as the manga goes, it's absolute dog shit, but, I'm not planning on scaling Bleach, specifically because Bleach's scaling is too unquantifiable. It just jumps up from, like, the characters being able to, like, destroy portions of cliffs and multiple houses down a city block, to having an explosion that looks pretty big, but I don't know how big Las Noches is in comparison. Bleach is just fucked. Bleach is just, like, fucked in terms of scaling. I'm just not planning on scaling it at all. If anything... And anyone else caught up with all the Sunday releases of Shonen Jump? I don't think so. As far as, like, other series goes, maybe Dandadan. I've been thinking about Dandadan, Black Clover. But I want to get into some video game scaling first, so I might do Black Myth Wukong. I might do Black Myth Wukong first, and maybe, like, what it means to fight the Destined One. But generally, you just kill Denji by repeatedly destroying his body and depriving him of blood. Okay, but, like, does he regenerate with his own blood, or does he need, like, a separate amounts of blood? The feat they used in Death Battle, I'm pretty sure Yoru fucking destroyed Denji with that attack. He doesn't scale to it, if I remember correctly. So, like, okay, if Daz Bones were to, like, let's say, rip Pochita out and then, like, just slice his body apart, right? And, like, there's no, like, leftover outside blood or anything. Like, he didn't cut Daz Bones. Let's just say he didn't cut Daz Bones. How does he regenerate from that? Does he need blood to regenerate? He consumes someone else's blood to regenerate injuries. Okay. So he doesn't scale to that, and I don't have any scaling for Daz Bones beyond whatever the fuck he does in Impel Down, which isn't a lot. This is a tough one, honestly. That's a really tough one. I don't know why they gave Denji, like, the ability to walk through domain expansion. Like, it's not like he could regenerate from that because there wasn't any outside blood he could. Black Myth Wukong versus Elden Ring? I think that would be fun. I think I could do something like that. I would genuinely be down to make a video of Black Myth Wukong, the Destined One versus the Tarnished. I would be down for that. Yeah. Let me see. Have you seen the Moon Kick? I have not. Bleach manga coming back, and you'll get a lot of views from doing that stuff, not gonna lie. I can do a review on Bleach again. I don't want to scale it. I don't want to scale Bleach. I don't want to dip my toes into that, because the characters are anywhere between planetary to having the hacks abilities to reshape the world. Because I don't believe that it scales to all outright attack potency. I don't believe it does. The Bleach cosmology is fucked. Like, this is what I mean when I say that, like, you cannot generalize the cosmology for every single series. You cannot generalize so many things for so many series. Because, in fact, so many series follow different levels of Shrine. You mean Shrine, I think it was, because they made Yuji's domain just the place he kicked Mahito's ass. No, I'm talking about, like, the domain expansion he used against Mahito, specifically in the death battle itself. He doesn't need blood all the time. He regenerated his entire body without blood. It's just a refill on stamina, but he can do it without to an extent. Okay. I think Denji walked through what was supposed to be him tanking, though. Okay. Will you make a video scaling Bleach at one point? No, I'm going to make a video as to why I will never scale Bleach. I will make a video... I have 3 Bleach idea... I have 3 video Bleach ideas in mind so far. It's... my honest thoughts on the manga, my honest thoughts on the 1,000-Year Blood War whenever I get through with that, and why I refuse to scale Bleach. Evil Eye and Dandadan is underrated? Probably. He's the friend, right? He's the childhood friend. I saw recently, I don't know if this is like a spoiler for anybody, but I saw recently that like Okarun essentially chose Momo. He outright stated it out. He loves Momo. And I think that's great. Oh shit, Drake, thank you so much for the 10. Here's your Drake Core paycheck. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. But yeah, if you want a video on Elden Ring, boss strength by lore, check the channel The Bestiary. I think Aster actually put me onto this a while back. Yeah. His video is 8 hours long, but you can jump to the important points. Got you. Thank you so much, guys. Can we get some W's for Drake, please? Alright, so let me just know how this sounds real quick. Generally, thank you. Guys, can we please get some W's? Get Kubo on a podcast? Bro, if I could get Kubo on a podcast, yo, he would be staring daggers at me. I don't think he would. I think he would... I don't know if... Does Kubo know how to speak English? I think he would... I think he would be pissed at me, bro. He'd do that same shit where it's like, if you can make a better manga, then go ahead and do it. Find a manga artist, write better, do better. Don't criticize somebody's work that they put all their work into. And it's like, no, fuck that. Fuck that mentality, by the way. Fuck that mentality that you shouldn't criticize somebody's work if you haven't done anything yourself. No, fuck that. Everything, as soon as you put something out into the world, it is open for criticism. I'm not going to sit here and tell somebody who says, oh, well, your video is trash, your video is ass. No, I'm going to let my video stand for itself and let people talk about it for itself. If it has flaws, I think that it's fine to call out those flaws. I don't agree with this whole idea. I don't agree with this whole idea of like, oh, we shouldn't criticize or we shouldn't call or critique something that is innately flawed or call out something's criticisms just because they put all their work into it. No. If something, whether or not it's subjective or not, if something has problems and you can call out those problems and calling them out is genuinely a fair criticism, then yeah, no, call them out. If somebody were to say, dude, yo, Eon, honestly, your video, I didn't fuck with the music. I think that the choices of songs that you put into like the next like 3, 4, 5 hours of videos that we put in that we're talking about, I think they were honestly all terrible. Like, you genuinely ran out of ideas. You know what? Sure, that's a fair criticism. Oh, the argument for this and that, I don't necessarily agree with it. Blah 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 blah. Like this and that. Like, I don't care, dude. If I were to ever write a series and somebody was talking about like how shit the characters were, you know what? If I saw that online, I wouldn't say, well, write your own fucking manga then. Make your own video game. Like, no, I would say, you know what? Reasonable. I will do a better job at writing my characters better. It's... If you were to ever verse equalize just for fun with One Piece and Chainsaw Man, how would you do it? Would devil fruits be devil/spheres? Could Denji eat them, thus removing them from the reincarnation? That's an interesting question, because, like, I think it's honestly more interesting not to talk about, like, necessarily, like, verse equalization itself in terms of, like, a fight, in terms of, like, an actual fight, but more so verse equalization in terms of, like, what could be considered what, right? I like this idea of, like, the devil fruits being devil/spheres, right? Like, did somebody have... I mean, if anything, that would technically be different, right? Because devil fruits are the aspirations of people's dreams, right? But let's just say they fall under that same axis of the power of the devil works depending on what people fear or people hope, right? You could kind of like make it a separate thing for like devil fruits where like instead of fear it's for hope, right? So maybe how much people like fire or how much people are afraid of magma, so on and so forth. I think that's an interesting concept. Could Denji eat them and remove them from the reincarnation? So yeah, like if Denji were to eat like the Mera no Mi, would the devil fruit respawn somewhere else after the character dies? No, I don't think so. I would think there was an actual argument that he could completely remove it from the context, right? Like that's fun, right? Like those kinds of concepts are actually pretty damn interesting because we're not entailing into a fight where character wins or not. We're just saying, how can we using the logic of both series, kind of like make both series work to say. Google says Kubo studied English at university, so maybe take that as you will. I mean, I studied Italian in university. I got a minor in Italian. I never exactly. But everyone is proud of their crafts, though. You can be proud of your crafts, that's fine, but you can't sit here and be upset if somebody criticizes your craft. Be fine with your craft, but also be open for criticism. If somebody calls my video shit because of an actual number of reasons that they, you know, that I think are actually reasonable, whether it was a bad argument, whether it was a bad series of scaling, etc., I'll give you an example. Probably the most backlash I got from a video was technically this one, because I made some arguments that essentially boiled around to what you choose to personally believe, right? Six right here said that he had some critiques of the video, but he said it was comprehensive, right? Vice Admirals like Momonga were clapping Luffy during Marineford. So you're telling me B got beat by a granny riding him? Yeah. Let's see. What if the Vice Admirals just won? Monkey D. Garb. Oda said an SPF the right rifle user needs stronger hockey than the target. Well, it's a good thing they don't have target. Isn't hockey just willpower? It's weaponized willpower. It's not just willpower. It's more complex than that. Let me see. Like, this is literally unfair. At least 6 people are faster than both of them. And even both the VAs. The fact that the Sunnies, I just suggest. Another thing to note about the Rasen Shuriken that I think you left out. The way they did damages. For example, like right here. If the way they damages target through microscopic wind blades and attack on a cellular level to the point where Kakuzu was left in a near death state. Naruto risked injuring his arm. I think it was a decent chance, at least at incapacitating them in a single hit. Yeah, I miss stuff like this. I definitely like these specific fleshed out scenario-based concepts. I think my favorite part of the video is that you actually try to wrap the characters within the story instead of just throwing them in some random location. Honestly, B just chucks Tailed Beast Bomb. Should have long arcs since they were first time Naruto characters to directly interact with speed attacks. There was something, I know that I got a couple of messages here. Fun video. I kind of looked at the video on the surface, but it seems that I judged too early. You cook. Personally, I think the tailed beast bombs are like water balloons of death. All the damage, all the things that can catch or reflect them are at least about as large as they are, or bigger. They have a huge surface area. If anything or anyone tilts, obviously, okay. Thought it was the massive gap in durability, showings versus attack potency. Right. So this is one of them, right? So it's like B, who is pretty blatantly inferior to the 2 Naruto characters, tanked his own tailed beast bomb, which is easily mount level as far as I could tell. Not bringing Jing. None of the bridging for the Vice Admiral's attack potency got it to quite the tax bracket. So there's stuff like that where I'm like, okay, there are arguments within the context of the of this video, for example, where people, you know, they criticize that maybe I didn't bring this up, or that I didn't say this, or I didn't say that, right? That's fine. I can see that and simply learn and move on from it, and then try to improve it better on as we move on, right? But if you verse equalize, that means Denji is going to blow up if he eats another devil fruit? No, because he wouldn't necessarily gain the powers, right? Things that people who said it actually made their own story, that they wouldn't give we hate comments. It's simply do our own part before you get on my work. Well, that's the thing, though. No piece of work is perfect, right? My point here is, I don't like this idea of Kubo saying that, like, oh, for the people that, like, criticize my series, yes, no, I'm going to criticize it because there are clear issues with your story. I'm not saying that the story innately is dog shit, but I'm saying that the writing within the story is, in many places, absolute hot ass. And that's not me just saying it, oh, because I don't like it. No, it's me saying, when the fuck did Toshiro Hitsugaya get turned into a zombie? He was fine after using his Bankai at one point, looked very tired, and then the next time you see him, he's just a fucking Stern Ritter. What the fuck happened there? There was no fleshing that out. Ausvallen killing some Quincy's, but then not killing some Quincy's. There's things like Nanao essentially being in one fight, having essentially a Deus Ex Machina. Like, there are things in Bleach that you can look at it and say, like, this is bad writing. This is really fucking bad writing. And I think you have to go through a lot of mental hoops in order to tell yourself that it's not, or that it's, like, okay for whatever reason. I think when it comes to bad writing, like, for example, I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example. The boys, movies, movie clips, right? So, like, there are portions, like, in the movie clips, right? There are portions, like, in the movie clips with, like, the boys where, like, you can tell, for example, like, the Dawn of the Seven, right?
Always be in my heart.
Where, like, you can tell the writing is very bad, right?
But the Fourth Reich is in my soul. Join me, and we can reign together.
Let me speed it up. Let me speed it up.
Years. Never. You and I are the same, perfect genetic specimens. Think of how beautiful our children would be. They would be the best of both of us. Flawless. Aryan Kindergarten.
No. They'd be monsters. Like you.
Your choice, Legion. But not even you can stop me alone.
He's not alone.
What? Can't let you guys have all the fun.
This is an example, right? If this were to be a series that is meant to be taken seriously, right? If The Boys, this scene was something that actually happened within the context of the story, you can honestly sit there and say, yeah, no, the writing is pretty lackluster. The writing is pretty fucking terrible. They're literally using the same gotcha Disney-style, Avenger-style writing, except 10 times worse because it's more basic, more, it's basically more family-friendly, basic-ass slop, right? You can just call this slop. Now, within the context of the series, this is just a movie scene. This is a scene that they made for an actual movie that takes place in the context of the story. It's a parody. It's made to make fun of it, right? It's made to make fun of this kind of writing, of these kind of like superhero tropes, this form of bad writing. But if you were to take it, but within the context of the verse, within the context of actually being within the story of The Voice, this is an actual movie. In The Boys universe, this is an actual movie that people will pay money to go watch, and it's like, no, if I saw that movie, if I went to the movie theaters, I would post online, wow, the writing is dog shit. This was written by fucking 16-year-olds who watched every single Marvel Avengers movie, and then just made a parody, bro. This is a headcanon I have held with One Piece World about eating 2 devil fruits, with being an idea only given by Marines in order to strike fear into people as to not try and rebel against them. But that's the thing, it's not just Marines that say that. It's also, it's like, I remember, like, at least, as far as, like, the earlier portions of the series, like, there were, no, not even that, well, I guess they did mention it with, like, CP9 and stuff, so that might be the case, but what would be the case of, like, the higher-ups not having 2 devil fruits, right? Right, like, what would be the case of, like, the higher-ups not necessarily, like, wanting to have 2 devil fruits themselves if it were all just hoopla, if it were all just fake? What the fuck is this? Wait, a Gundam Orbitrator? What are we doing here? Hold on. This might be a... Let me see this real quick. Dude, if I had a fucking dollar for every single sci-fi series where you have a girl with a short fucking bob cut, a choker, a tank top, and then like a loose-fitting fucking jacket that's like, that's like off-shoulder, I would have like $3 or $4, but it'd be crazy that it happened more than once. Like, look, yeah, no, this is basic. Okay, the design right here is kind of basic. No Marine can get too powerful. You tell me right now why you wouldn't want your Marines to be powerful in general, dude. Okay, what's happening here? That's kind of raw.
Every breath taken is inside an armored shell.
Alright.
You're our last hope. The darkness is...
Oh, wait. Fast action? Hold on. Fast action mecha combat? Oh, I am. When the fuck is this coming out? This is an announcement trailer? Fuck. Dude, look at the size of the blade. This is a fucking Buster Sword right here. Look, bro, if you want me to bust the fattest fucking... I'm not gonna finish that. Give me a giant sword, a giant one-edged sword, single-edged blade, where the blade comes a little bit down. I'm not gonna lie. I will shit on Bleach quite a bit. I will always shit on Bleach quite a bit, but, Ichigo Fullbring Shikai. I will always shit on Bleach, but, like, a large sword having this little dip right here, especially if it extends far down the guard, yo, you sold me on the sword. If I could, you sold me. 100%. 100%, you sold me. Holy fuck. Rogue Orbit? Sure. 2027? Dumb. That's stupid. That's so dumb. That's so stupid. Alright, I'm over it. Anyway. I hope you guys kind of see my points with some of that stuff, though. All right. What the fuck is this? Dueling the Pharaoh? I don't care. Yeah. Unless it's Luffy, Blackbeard, or Loki, I don't think they care, honestly. Imu Gorsei could care less about devil fruits. I mean, Kizaru is one of the strongest fruits ever. They could care less, yeah. Can Rockstar make a One Piece game already? That would be crazy. Yeah, but we're not seeing it until 2035, and I'd rather not be around. I'd rather not wait that long. Alright. Anyway, CE Naruto is town level hypersonic plus. CE Naruto, what's that? Land of Waves? First 100 chapters? If you were a billionaire and a homeless guy told you to get your money up, you'd be mad too. Same thing here. Not necessarily. I wouldn't be mad. It's just depending on the person. It's depending on the person. You, as an as a human being, you have to be... Oh, tuning exams. You have to... I don't agree with hypersonic. I 100% do not agree with hypersonic. I don't think Naruto ever gets to those speeds. I don't agree with that at all. I kill for a One Piece MMORPG? Maybe. I think it depends on the person wholeheartedly, but I don't think... how much do you think Naruto's bounty would be in One Piece? I could see him at like 300 million. I could see Naruto 100% at 300 million. Using the New Age vibe scaling meta, do you have bullet dodging vibes? Do I have bullet dodging vibes? I speed blitz bullets, bro. I run around bullets as they're coming towards me, and then I step back at the point where like I was at before where they shot, so then that way I can like see it. I literally follow along a bullet by walking as it's traveling towards me. With how you spell, I'll die happy knowing Rob Lucci speed blitzes Naruto characters. By the way, do you believe Robert deserves Conqueror's Haki? Robert? Who's Robert? Robert. I'm kind of... He just scales to Curse Mark 1 Sasuke perception blitzing the sound. I call that, yeah, but I call that that honestly, that in and of itself is a, I call that an inconsistency. I 100% consider that an inconsistency within the scaling. Hold on. A lot of messages. So let me go up one by one, right? First, to cover this. It depends entirely. First of all, if a homeless man told me I need to get my money up as a billionaire, I would just look at him, I would give him like 10, 20 bucks, and I would just walk away. Like, what is a homeless man supposed to live rent-free inside my head? It's not the same thing. An individual, a human being, should have the capacity to either be able to put up their work out in the future, but also be able to accept criticism when it's fair, when it's justified, internalize it, and then say, you know what, I can do better, right? And in cases where it's not justified, you could just scoff it off as, okay, you know what, they're just trying to hate for the sake of hating. That's fine, right? Okay. Rob Lucci. Robert. Sorry, I forgot. No, I don't think Rob Lucci deserves Conqueror's Haki because he's essentially given up everything he can do in order to live underneath the rule of the Celestial Dragons because they allow him to kill. Essentially, as long as they allow him to kill, he doesn't give a shit. He'll do whatever it is that he wants. Okay, so now this right here. This right here. So the attack could be considered to be supersonic. However, Naruto never once physically scales to Curse Mark 1 Sasuke. There's no scaling that like 1-to-1 shows it. When Sasuke speed blitzing around Naruto in the later parts of the story, right? Not later parts of the pre-time skip with Sasuke retrieval. The only time that Sasuke really uses the Curse Mark, the only time that Sasuke starts to use the Curse Mark is after this point right here, where he attacks Naruto, speed blitzes him, knocks Naruto down, and then stabs him through the chest, which is when Naruto gets like the Nine Tails chakra, right? And then the only time that Naruto like really knocks Sasuke around is underwater, and I just do not believe that they can run as fast as they can swim. Sasuke just cannot keep up with Naruto at that point. Sasuke then gets the 3-Tomoe Sharingan. He now gets the predictive ability. Okay, he's now keeping up with Naruto again easily. Mind you, he's not even in Curse Mark, so it's not really necessarily an argument. Sasuke basically was keeping up with Naruto or getting blitzed around without the Curse Mark amp, right? Sasuke states that he was helpless against the first half Shikakugara while Naruto was going relativistic to him with Gamabunta. Yeah, but there's a couple of differences there as well, right? There's a couple of differences there as well. For one, Naruto is using the Nine-Tailed Fox's chakra again, but not necessarily that. It's the fact that this version of Gaara, for one, he doesn't have an auto-attacking or auto-defending sand. I don't agree with the notion that, like, Gaara's sand... Oh, I don't agree with that, and I don't agree with the notion that, like, Gaara is innately physically as fast as Sasuke, especially since with previous Chidoris, you can see, like, when they're clashing, Sasuke's able to clearly rip through Gaara as he's transforming. Yeah, there nothing here necessarily entails that, like, the sand itself is developing to be faster and faster than, like, it was before. Nothing here implies it, right? And also, they're jumping through the air, so this doesn't imply to me at all that, like, oh, they're both traveling at, like, whatever speed Sasuke can travel at when he's using the Chidori, which should be at least his top speed, right? Also, as Gaara begins to transform right here, Naruto kicks Gaara away. He's flying at Sasuke. Naruto's nowhere in sight. This was an off guard. Naruto never physically keeps up with Gaara. Never physically keeps up with the guy. He whacks him away, whacks Naruto away, tries to summon the Toad, kind of fails. Naruto can't dodge any of his attacks. Naruto goes after Gaara. He uses shadow clones in the air, makes multiple clones. The clones all get blown away, blows Naruto away as well. Like, he's not keeping up with Gaara to the same extent. And I don't think that just because, like, oh, Naruto eventually while fighting the Shukaku, like, that somehow scales him to Sasuke's running speed. That does not match up whatsoever. Naruto uses a shadow clone jutsu to jump off the air. Goes behind Gaara. He still gets knocked away. But he does say right here, I underestimated him, but still either way, I'm ending this now. This is where Naruto starts to get, like, the mental lamp and trying to protect people, and this is the second time that he uses the multi-shadow clone jutsu, right? That's when he starts to attack Gaara, who still isn't recovered. He says right here, I haven't recovered from that last attack. I can only shield myself with the sand, which the sand, again, is not auto-protecting him. It's just him literally using the sand as a cushion while Naruto's physically attacking him. But he starts to rage out as he lands on the ground. And then he summons Shukaku, which Naruto again just summons Gamabunta. Like, none of this necessarily or verbatim scales Naruto to Sasuke's running speed. None of this at all. Gamabunta's doing most of the heavy legwork throughout most of this fight. This is like a hurricane. What a battle. Like, yeah, Sasuke might be in disbelief, but again, this isn't Naruto necessarily, like, speed blitzing around. This is all, at best, Gamabunta. And when Naruto tries to run a Shukaku easily catches him in the sand. Gamabunta blocks it. Naruto is essentially close to, if not out of chakra. Please, I just need a bit more chakra. And then that's when he uses the Nine-Tails chakra, which, just to go off of something that I was describing in the context of my video. So people like to scale Neji up because of Lee. But Might Guy essentially shows that Lee was the only one that was capable of performing the primary Lotus. And when fighting with Neji and using this ability, Neji still... You see how Naruto, like, moves out of the way? This is the only time Naruto shows any kind of, like, actual speed blitzing. Quote-unquote speed blitzing, because not really. Neji, you can see right here, is still looking in Naruto's direction and is still reacting to everything Naruto's doing. He throws Shuriken. The Naruto is also... able to dodge. He's just saying he's quicker than before. Like, even if you were to say that, like, Neji is... Even if for whatever reason you were willing to say that, like, Neji is as fast as, First Gate Lee or Weightless Lee without the first gate, just assuming that both of them are about as fast as each other, either Lee with the first weight giving him 5 times an amp because of, the first gate, or Lee removing his weights, assuming that it's at least a 5 times amp beyond that. Yeah, no, this would at best make Naruto, like, for primary Lotus or either primary Lotus or Weightless Lee without the primary Lotus speed. This is like, that's the fastest you can argue this Naruto is, and that's still anywhere around, again, the actually no, Naruto wouldn't necessarily be that fast because he doesn't scale to Gaara's sand. No, Lee gets that scaling because of the Gaara sand. Yeah. Why did Rock Lee could have took off his weight because it stated Neji was better? Why wouldn't he, though? Rock Lee could have took off his weights. Could have. He hasn't, though. You have no way of proving to me. You have no way of proving that Rock Lee has taken off his weights to train against Neji. And even furthermore, you have no way of proving that Neji could keep up with Lee's speed. And even Might Guy states verbatim that in terms of speed, Lee cannot be surpassed. So, yeah, no. You're basically arguing that Lee would have to be, that Neji would have to be able to keep up with, like, Weightless Lee off of nothing. You have nothing to base it off of. Literally, nothing. Like, as far as objective evidence goes, it's just an opinion, and I don't give a shit about the opinion. I'm just gonna say he's not, because I don't believe that he did. I have no reason to believe it. I'm not gonna say that he did. Not gonna lie, I think about the comment about One Piece and Chainsaw Man. It'd be fun seeing designs of devil fruits being personified and talking through the user. Would Pochita be a devil fruit or an ancient tool? I think Pochita would be a devil fruit. I think it would work, especially since Pochita can turn himself into a heart. Naruto versus Sasuke is probably the top 3 favorite anime fights in history. Might be because of nostalgia, but I love the fight, and I hate the post-timeskip Final Valley fight, though. It's way too predictable. I think it's because the first one removes the subversion of it subverts the expectations. It subverts the expectations about having Sasuke win because Naruto essentially fails to bring his friend back, right? So it obviously adds a lot of stakes to it, because it's like either Naruto brings Sasuke back here and now, or he goes to Orochimaru who can do whatever the fuck he wants within the amount of a lot of time, right? So it subverts expectations in that regard. With Naruto versus Sasuke Part 2, it's like, you know that Naruto's going to win. It's more so about how he gets to that point. So and don't get me wrong, I feel like that's the issue that a lot of people tend to usually have with these kinds of series, where it's like, okay, well, the final fight is worse because we know the final fight is usually very hard to make it work because we always know that the hero's gonna win, which is why so many people were mad at the whole like Sukuna versus like the Shinjuku Showdown squad, right? Because it's like Sukuna's doing literally everything in his power to stop them from stopping him, and doing everything in his power he can to kill them while in a weakened state. But it's like in the end they still won. It's like, oh, of course they won. It's plot armor. It's predictable. It's like, no, the final fight is always going to end with the villain losing. You have to consider just everything leading up to it is the problem. Sudden thought, would Sasuke be able to reach his potential without going to Orochimaru, as in stayed in the village and kept training with Kakashi? They don't know how he reached those speeds. They assumed that it was like some kind of like doping or drugs that they had to use against Sasuke in order to get a speed up. Maybe because they couldn't understand like why Sasuke was moving so fast. No, I don't think so. We don't know if it was actually drugs, etc. that Sasuke used, or it was some kind of speed training that like Sasuke used. That Sasuke basically, like, or Orochimaru, like, follow him through like, you know, already understanding what he had to do with, like, let me slow down. Or maybe he had Orochimaru train him in a way that, like, would amp his speed in the same way that Kakashi helped amp it. It would be funny if Foxy the Goat God conquers Aki as a response, how people view him in the community, how they say his devil fruit is wasted because he doesn't try to be a pirate king. So you like predictable Disney stories where the good guys always win, huh? No, I don't. What I'm saying is I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with the final fight if the hero ends up winning. Like, I think if anything, like, final fight, big major villain, large story going along, shonen fight. Like, you cannot sit here and expect that the series is going to end with a loss for the main protagonist, right? There are cases where this happens. Kengan Asura, the main protagonist, loses, but he kind of already did everything he needed to do, right? The main protagonist loses in Kengan Asura, and then he just, yeah, things just happen, right? Cool, fine. It doesn't add more to the story for me. There are also stories where if the main protagonist is in the middle of a massive fight, like for example, Asta versus Julius, right? Asta versus Julius, Asta and Yuno versus Julius. Yes, they defeat the big bad guy, and then Asta becomes the Pirate King. I'm not surprised. I'm not saying that it's crazy. If Yuno ended up becoming the Wizard King by the end, I mean, cool, fantastic. I don't think it makes the ending better. I think if anything, it would make the ending kind of a little stale. Not stale. Stale's not the word. I think it would make it a little bit worse because it's like, well, the whole point of the series was for Asta to become the Wizard King, and he's not the Wizard King. His friend became the Wizard King. Sure, sure. But, like, that's the thing. It's like, we know that Luffy's gonna be Emu. I don't care about how Luffy beats Emu. I care about the end result. It's not that simple. It's not a Disney predictable story. I don't care about the end result. I simply care about how we get to that point. The reasons why I think that the Black Clover ending, not the ending, but like, let's say like the final fight was kind of underwhelming is because Asta showed up and kind of just started smoking what's his face, and then they just won. Cool. Fantastic. I thought it was a bit underwhelming. I knew they were going to win. I was underwhelmed, not because they won, but because of the way that they won. They kind of just showed up. They kind of just started to speed blitz them, and they eventually just landed the final strike. And that was it. Cool. Fantastic. I'm not upset by it. I just thought it was underwhelming. Asta became the Wizard King. Again, final fight, back and forth between him and Yuno. Okay, cool. It happened. I don't care. I'm more or less affected by how it went along, all the points that went along into reaching that point, rather than it actually being a thing. The bad guys winning is more realistic though, and it's cooler. No, that's your opinion, Plusu. That's your opinion. If you like the bad guys winning and you think it's cooler, sure, fine. I don't personally care. If you get a series ending that you think is amazing because of that, I think that's completely reasonable. I think that's completely fine. But it's not objective. It's not an objective thing, right? It's all about how you choose to internalize it, right? From Downtown was amazing. For example, right? If One Smart says Noel landing the final strike on what's his face on Lucius. If you think that it's fine, sure, that's great. I have no issue with that. I have certain issues with it. I'm not gonna call it outright the most terrible dog shit thing I've ever seen in my life, but I do believe that it was underwhelming because again, Asta kind of just shows up. Yeah, they kind of just shows up. They just both just start swinging blades. Blah, 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 blah. Swing, swing, swing. Big attacks, swing, swing, swing. Big attacks, big attacks, big attacks. There was no, like, big clash for me. For me, a big clash at the end between the heroes or whatever, like, one final, like, ultimate attack that they're both using, I think that's great. I think that's great. This, for me, did not feel like it. Maybe the anime changes my mind. Yuji, for example, was something different, right? Now, some people would say, the ending for JJK, absolutely fucking terrible. The ending for JJK, absolutely terrible. Sukuna should have won, blah, 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 blah. No, I think it was great. Nobara showing up towards the end, literally landing a hit that Sukuna literally could never have seen coming because he didn't care for her, but if she was alive, he could have maybe have had some kind of, set up some kind of, like, contingency to make sure that resonance doesn't affect him or whatever. No. She shows up, stabs him at the end, random fucking plot twist that I ended up liking. Not everyone liked it, but I ended up liking. Do I think it's objectively good because of that? No, I don't think it's objectively good because of that, but what makes it good for me isn't so much the moment, it's this right here. Got you, you idiot. This face right here is Yuji seeing and knowing that he's not alone. That he's not fighting Sukuna alone, that none of this was done with his own strength alone, that he got to this point because everybody else did everything they could to try and take down the King of Curses. They keep going, and eventually Luigi lands one. No, it wasn't out of nowhere. It was set up in a way where she could come back. It was just a matter of time as to when. You love the choreography of the Black Clover's final fights? Yeah, if you like it, that's completely fine. I think that's completely reasonable. You know what? I don't even think that's a hot take. I think it's honestly fine for anybody to like it. I was underwhelmed. Sure, I was underwhelmed, but that doesn't mean that you have to be underwhelmed. If you liked it, I can't take that away from you. That's your personal experience to have, and I think that's a wonderful thing. I think it's lovely that it gave you that kind of an impact, right? Where you were like, I thought it was amazing. I really enjoyed it. I had peak. I was gushing at the mouth going over it, right? Some people are like that. In my personal opinion, I like some stuff like this more, where it's a final slugfest, where it isn't such some guys get revitalized and they just keep going at it and they keep going at it. No, I like a slugfest where it stops being a matter of, like, okay, I got this much stamina left, this and that. I want to see them just go at it. Straight fucking hands. Straight fucking kicks. Yuji, Sukuna, just going for whatever they can. Sukuna kicking Yuji in the fucking face and trying to slam him down and kicking him away. But Megumi slowing down Sukuna by creating a pool of shadows on the floor so Sukuna loses his balance, and then Yuji can go in, capitalize on that specific moment right here. Again, Yuji smiles knowing he got to his friend. His friend wants to come back. His friend wants to live. It's now or never. Go in. Boom, 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 boom. Bing, 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 bing. Bonk. Punches the shit out of Sukuna, but Sukuna retaliates. Now they're both going in for each other. Yuji is slowly whittling down Sukuna. Sukuna's trying to beat down Yuji as much as he can before he runs out so that he can run out of cursed energy because he has to have less than him. But Yuji overpowers him towards the end. Sukuna literally tries to use a burned out technique state by giving himself brain damage. And, Yuji was going to lose here. But, look at that. His fallen friend, the person he thought had died months prior, like 3 months prior. Holy shit, she comes back. Oh my god, was it a bit cheesy? I can admit that. I'm not saying it was perfect. I'm not saying it was insane. I'm not saying that it was like the most insane utilization and oh my god, gay subverted our expectations. No. I think that her coming back in this moment I think Nobara coming back in this moment wasn't the most like, oh my god moment, but oh my god, does it make sense? If there was one singular time where she could have had a impactful, crazy effect in the middle of this fight and show Yuji that his 2 day ones, his mans and his girl that he knew since day one, his classmates, were still there going on about it, bro, peaks absolute cinema for me. Again, am I gonna say it's perfect? No. Am I gonna say you should like it or it's objectively good? No. I don't think it would work because nobody would take Sukuna that seriously to try and revive him. But, if somebody has an issue with it, that's their opinion. They're more than allowed to have that opinion. I don't give a shit. If somebody else says JJK is dog shit, that ending was terrible, why did he even bring back Nobara? It was just out of nowhere. Like, yeah, sure, fine. I don't give a shit. It doesn't remove my enjoyment of it. I'm not even waiting for the... I don't even give a shit that, like, JJK just announced the second half of Season 3. I don't give two fiddly fucks. I'm waiting for Season 4. I'm waiting for Shinjuku Showdown. I'm waiting for my king to drop his sweaty, cursed ballsack in my throat. Nobody clipped that. Deadass, Imu's design is an 11 out of 10. Also love Imu because he has similar possession ability to Sukuna, except he can do it to 20 different people instead of just one at a time while still controlling the body at the Holy Land. That's the thing, right? It's like Imu, right? We know that Luffy's gonna become the king of the pirates. We know for a fact that Luffy's gonna eventually beat Blackbeard. We know that Luffy's gonna get the One Piece and do the happy-go-lucky thing. I don't give a shit if it's like the most, oh, of course Luffy won, of course Luffy beat the odds, whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit, bro. I just care about how they go around doing it. What the fuck is this series about? Juvenile the Top, it's a manhwa. I don't care anymore. I really hope the Brook flashback ends this week. Hopefully. Or we probably got like another 2 weeks. We probably got like another 2 weeks for it. Because this needs to be the big reveal, blah, 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 then the big blah, 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 and then, you know, we gotta... This is where, like, we see Brook not understand what the fuck is happening, and this is probably where we're gonna see Brook get his scar, and then we're probably gonna get, like, 2 more chapters. I don't like manhwa because I hate the paneling. I feel like manhwa paneling is, extremely... What the fuck is this? Hard-pounding new life together with my big sis cousin, Masato Oizumi, just entered high school, and he finds himself staying, with a relative. Living there is his big sister cousin, who's been way too close with him. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading that. Manhwa. What the oh, here it is. I'm not a fan of manhwa's paneling. I feel like there's so much wasted space. I could have had like 5 different panels on this page, but no, I see. My father beat me for as long as I can remember now. Yeah. Like, why is there all this white space? Why is there just so much white space? I don't like this. I don't like this white space. It feels like such a waste. I don't know. Not for me. Where's the obsession? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird. I like how I love Sukuna because he's a unique dude. He's actually God. He's unique. The dude thinks he's actually God. That he won't even have sex with a woman because he can't imagine being equal to anyone else. It's just insane. I love it. I wouldn't say that he thinks he's God. He just does. He understands the concept of love. He just doesn't. He doesn't have love for other people. It's not about being God. It's about not confiding or relating to others. He has no interpersonal relationships with next to anyone besides maybe Raume. He views others as weaker than him because he essentially had to live with survival of the fittest, right? If his mother was born, if the circumstances of his birth imply that he essentially was born poor, that he essentially had to eat his own sibling in order to survive, Sukuna is a person who essentially takes survival of the fittest in the most blatant, outright way possible. It's like you give someone who essentially had no love, no relationships, no connections with anyone, and you have them essentially grow up and learn in a time where these kind of things might have been hard to come by, especially as a wretched, cursed brat with powers, and you essentially just see yourself as, well, these humans don't see me as a human, they treat me as less, they view me as less, and honestly, I don't really have anything about them that makes me want to view them as anything that I could care about. He views strength as the only important quality of substance, and people only go to him to challenge him because he can easily kill them. So he views that in and of itself as love. People choose to challenge him in order to display their love, and he goes out of his way to repay that love by simply fighting back. He doesn't feel connections with people. I don't know, because Yuji, just like Sukuna too, or he's a unique factor in the current era, just like Sukuna was in the Heian era, he basically feels like evil Yuji. I love it. But that's the thing, right? That's the king thing. That's the thing, king. he is a version of Yuji. Remember, he ate. Let's just go back to like the first chapter of JJK, right? He ate his sibling. He ate his sibling in the womb. That sibling was Yuji's grandfather, right? That sibling was Yuji's grandfather. Yuji didn't have a lot of people, but what he did have was his grandfather. The person that Yuji had in his life was his grandfather. The person that his grandfather could have, if Sukuna didn't eat, if they somehow pulled through and Sukuna didn't eat his own twin brother in the womb, he could have possibly have been to Yuji what Sukuna was for him, right? Because this is an old sick man. He doesn't have anything. He wasn't born strong. He doesn't have all of these other things. So all he can do is try to raise his grandchild to be something better. So when he asked Yuji, you're a strong king, help people. It doesn't have to be all the time, just whenever you can. You may feel lost. Don't expect gratitude, just help them. When it's your time to go, you'll be surrounded by others. Don't end up like me. And then his grandfather dies. He was essentially putting a curse. You could argue that he was honestly putting a curse on Yuji, and that curse would eventually devolve itself into being Sukuna, because again, Sukuna is his brother. Sukuna is Yuji's great uncle. It doesn't have to be just whenever you can. You may feel lost. You don't expect gratitude. Sukuna never expected gratitude. Sukuna is so much more interesting than Gojo. He's an underrated villain. I think people miss what Gege was trying to do, and I think that's why why Sukuna gets called bland. Sukuna gets called bland because one thing that you have to one thing that I feel like people just don't understand, and I'm not trying to make correlation equals causation, but I watch a guy named Omizi, right? This guy is not like a scientist. He's not a neuropsychologist or some shit. He's just a dude on the internet with a mic who has takes, right? I want to clarify the guy that I'm about to show you. He has very good takes, but he talks about a lot of different topics revolving not only the black community, but he also has a lot of just talking about streaming culture as a whole. The reason why I bring him up is because he has this discussion he's brought up a couple of times about adults and kids who cannot read, right? Let me see if I can find it. It's not finished, situation, lost everything, she's an idiot, anything for views. Okay, this generation cannot read.
She wore a suit, clothes that were... Who's this for?
She wore a sahalat of clothes that were extraordinary, whatever, bro.
What the fuck does that say? Why am I reading this? No, I'm not reading this. This say a whole bunch of...
They call him ex acquired to accommodate the governor's schedule.
What does that mean?
He ex acquired to accommodate. I don't know, bro.
You know, when I was growing up, we had things like Reading Rainbow, Hooked on Phonics, In Between the Library. Every Easter, we gave a speech at church that made us talk out loud and practice our public speaking skills. And if you read 25 books in a quarter, then you got to get invited to a Pizza Hut pizza party. Trust me, the pizza was always nasty. It wasn't about that. It was the fact that you read the books and you won a prize, and the classmates who couldn't read couldn't get to the pizza. Duh.
So TLDR, why am I bringing this up? Something that I have noticed, and this kind of goes back to something that I have noticed, and this obviously goes back to this whole idea of, like, you know, people talking about shit that they honestly don't they don't know what the fuck is talking about. This goes back to the conversation about casuals, right? People who watch things from a very casual perspective, usually one and dones, or usually people who will just watch a series when they were growing up, they got nostalgia for it, and then they put it aside, and then they say, oh, but look at all the deeper meaning and all that shit, right? People that come from a very casual perspective, I'm not saying that it entirely correlates with this, but I will say that when I watched this video, it kind of offered this idea. Let me bring it up here.
I'm being dead serious.
The class divide of the future is going to be who can read and critically think and who cannot.
Right. So, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there are people on social media. There are teachers on social media. Again, teachers, you know, people that directly work with children. Children that are learning to be the future generation of our country. These teachers, these educators, these people, even the kids... well, not the kids themselves. There is this ongoing, and you guys might not care and you guys might not know, but there is this ongoing struggle that people are having because this new generation does not know how to read. I'm not, you know how like people say JJK fans don't know how to read? I'm not saying this to say that like, yeah, maybe they actually don't. I'm just saying, in general, people don't know how to read and critically think. People will look at things from an extremely surface level perspective and then just start spouting whatever kind of nonsense they want without even knowing what the fuck we're talking about, right? I used to hate this idea. That like when I was in high school, the teacher used to bring up this whole conversation about like, okay, we're talking about like, let's say, what was that fuck ass book? What was that book from like the Roaring Twenties? Fuck. What was that movie with like Leonardo DiCaprio? Leonardo DiCaprio movies. Don't Look Up, Once Upon a Time. Oh, The Wolf of Wall Street, The Great Gatsby, right? There was a book called The Great Gatsby, and there was like, for example, some symbolism, whatever the fuck, going on with like a green lantern, right? With like a green street light or something like that, right? The teachers would constantly go out of their way to try to have us express and critically think about what the themings could be behind, for example, certain pieces of literature, certain statements going along with like descriptions or adjectives regarding certain objects. For example, like a green light, it could probably meaning like wealth, death, whatever the fuck is the point of The Great Gatsby. I didn't read that book, mind you. Oh yeah, that book was a great educating book on literature. Yeah. One of you guys said right here, King T, I think it was you. I think it was you that said that, like, it's partly to blame due to the teachers. And hold on. A teacher's job is to try and educate a student, but what this video kind of goes into is more so a topic of idea.
What every educator on this app is talking about, and what every educator in the field is noticing, is a dramatic decline in basic critical reasoning skills and basic literacy skills among students. This is particularly pronounced among high school age students. And what this is creating is a generation entering the workforce without basic comprehension skills that is going to make it very hard for them to keep and maintain any form of employment.
Since the rise of TikTok, we have been seeing more firsthand accounts of people telling their real life stories about what's actually going on in their day-to-day lives. You could see how plumbers plumb, you could see how bakers bake, and you could see the plight of teachers in today's modern day education system. Right. I feel like it started post-pandemic when kids started to migrate back to the in-class environment, when a slew, and I do mean a slew of teachers, came to the internet claiming that kids couldn't read, they couldn't write, there was a huge literacy crisis, and something needed to be done.
Now, I want to be clear about this. I tried to be a teacher at one point. I tried to become a teacher at an elementary school. I didn't get into a second program, etc. So I kind of went alongside YouTube while I was waiting in time, and I guess YouTube kind of panned out in a positive way for me. I mean, you're all here, right? Now, I say this as someone who spent not too much time, but at least a month or so, in addition to a good bit of program and modules, learning what it was like, not just what it's like to be a teacher, because I didn't get the full experience, but what a lot of it entails. The job of a teacher is extremely difficult because you're essentially kind of doing it's not just like a big daycare where you're just taking care of like 30 or 40 students, sometimes even upwards of like, sometimes it could be classrooms of like 20 kids, sometimes it could be upwards of like 30 or 40 kids. It's not easy, and you can't give every single student the same amount of attention, right? That's why so many classrooms now also have 2 teachers, right? They just got internet access now. But that's the thing. There hasn't always been a major section. No. I don't know. You'd have to pull up some kind of statistic for that. More and more so now, more and more children do not have the capacity to read, and it's not just them, it's their parents. Think about it. They're not going to be kids forever. They're going to eventually become adults, and an adult that cannot read is going to have a child that cannot read. I agree with this 100%. It's bad parents and early internet access. I don't think it's the best thing in the world to give your kid a tablet or to let them use the internet. I don't think that's the best thing in the world in order to raise a high-functioning potential adult. I don't think so, man. I would say limited internet access with a basis in outdoors activities and not just that, but home reading is important. And If a kid cannot get the proper, if a child cannot get the proper level of education in order for them to understand how to read and write in their day-to-day life in school, and their parents at home don't know how to read and write, their parents aren't going to go out of their way to also help their kids be able to read. That's the problem. So why does this all circle back to JJK? Well, simple. You have people saying that the characters, for example, you say Sukuna's just hype moments, a guy who does bad things to do bad things because it's fun. No. This is objectively not true. This is again going back to this idea of you look at what is happening in the story, you look at the words, but you're not internalizing them. You're not internalizing the moments. You're not comparing what a character did chapters ago versus what they're doing now. This is what I mean when I say people don't know. People take things at a very face value and casual level, and you get takes like this. You're saying if we look at Aizen on the other hand, who has layers, he's a book with glorious flavors and layers. The exact opposite. Aizen has no. You say this because you like Aizen more. You say this about Aizen because you like him more. Aizen has next to no depth about him. He was strong. He felt lowly because of his strength. That was it. And then he tried to usurp the essential concept of God. There is nothing else about Aizen within the context of the story that describes who he was or why he is the person that he is. You don't have any idea about his backstory. You have no idea about what made him reach this conclusion. You have no objective idea as to how he even remotely reached the point that he reached in order to then say, I'm just gonna say, fuck all the other Shinigami, I'm doing my own thing. And even the idea of feeling lonely, having all this power of this Ryatsu doesn't make any fucking sense, because Yamamoto's been around and he was like the strongest Shinigami, and even after becoming a captain, having all that power, doing all that shit, he still had to make contingencies for Yamamoto, so I call bullshit. Anyway, he also wasn't the smartest because Kisuke was the smartest, right? I went to my barber a year ago and saw a mom with a 3 or 4 years old baby. Well, not a baby, that's a kid at that point. And when it was crying, she literally didn't know what to do, so she handed her a tablet and stopped the crying. It's dystopian. It's not that it's dystopian, it's just that a mother is not gonna know how to take care of a child. Every person's first child is their first time being a parent. And sometimes as a parent, I'm not saying, I don't know if that woman has a father in the house or not, or a partner or whatever. Sometimes when you're a full-time parent and a full-time worker, it's also going to be hard, and you sometimes just want the kid to shut the fuck up. I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes you just want the kid to shut the fuck up. I'm not saying it's dystopian. I'm not saying I agree with her tactics for it, but sometimes a parent just does not have the energy to do it. Are they still to blame? Sure, yes, you should be doing a better job, but sometimes a person just doesn't know what other actions they can do to be a parent, or sometimes a person just doesn't have the energy to deal with it, right? Anyway, when I see things like this, do you think Gojo could make Sukuna a good person? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Sukuna could not become a good person for the following reason. Sukuna cannot become a good person for the following reason, and it's this. He has a conversation with, what's her face? This was prior to that. I think it was like right around here. 210. Yeah, it should be like around 210. $212. Yeah, it's supposed to be like around here. So he says right there, I want you to be the one who kills me. I want to be the one who kills you, and I want you to be the one who kills me. If you're alive after I win, what will you give me? Everything. If I lose, then that would mean I'm dead, and it doesn't matter what you would do with my corpse. Sukuna's entire philosophy is that of being the strongest. Has been a standard for 2 decades. That doesn't add to depth. You're not making an argument for his depth. What about within the context of the story shows depth of the character? Because I just explained his depth. Not a good argument. Not a good argument. Aizen and Sukuna are both kind of meh. If you think they're both kind of meh, I think that's fine. But to say that he's been a standard of the decade as one of the most iconic villains, that doesn't add anything to his depth. He's just an aura farmer. There's nothing else. I could say the reason why he's that, because he's an aura farmer. That is it. Give me the last time Sukuna had a good thought-provoking speech that is very intellectual like Aizen. When did Aizen have a thought-provoking speech that was intellectual? When did Aizen have one of those? Give me a chapter page. Give me a chapter page right now. So Sukuna says it right here. Everything. Even if I lose, that would mean I'm dead. And it doesn't matter what you do with my corpse. Let's go back to a couple of later chapters. Let's go back to some like the final chapters for his fight, right? We'll actually go a couple more, like what, 6, 7? Yeah. Okay, right here. Sukuna is fighting at the... Okay, let me slow down. Sukuna is someone who ate his biological twin brother while in the mom's wound in order to survive because the mom was likely either dying or starving, right? Probably poor or probably starving, right? So it already shows an innate survival instinct that the character has. No mother, no brother, no one to take care of him. He essentially grew up and lived without human connections or anything to do with anyone else. By the time he likely, again, and this is speculation on my end because I can only construct a backstory based on the information that we have from Sukuna, the only thing that you can construct from that is essentially Sukuna would have absolutely nothing or nobody to ever have a relationship with, maybe up until Uraume, but even then up until that point, he essentially saw survival as the fittest as the only way to live, and not just survival at the fittest, but if he continues to live, if he chooses to live this way, if he chooses to live in a specific way, and then, let's move onward to, what was it, chapter, it wasn't 240. It was not 240, it was like 249? It was around like 249, yeah. Actually, no. Right here, right? He says right here, they wanted your recognition so you could know their worth, but you butchered them, all the while wondering how to treat others with care. If that isn't loving kindness, then what is? Others love us for our strength, and we respond to that love, Yet, solitude troubles you. That's why I called you greedy. Then are you satisfied? If so, why divide your soul and cross the ages as a cursed object? I understand love, and I say to you, love is worthless. I never needed anyone to satisfy me. Again, he never needed anyone in his life. He never needed anyone to do for him. If I eat when I want to eat. If I play with what amuses me and kill whoever is in my way. I live as befits my nature. If no one can grasp that, then that's their problems. What does that picture out? Going back to the things that he said with her. The fact that he continues to believe these things is not because he's just some random sociopath who doesn't give a shit about anyone else. It's not because of any of that. It's because he's grown up in a world where might makes right, and because might makes right, if he is considered the strongest by others, look throughout the entirety of JJK, he never calls himself the King of Curses, he never calls himself the strongest. Everyone else calls him the strongest. But he doesn't view it that way. He simply lives befitting his nature. And if he's living befitting his nature and no one's able to stop him, no one's able to do anything against him, no one's able to beat him, then that must mean if might makes right, then he must be right. He must be right. But you can see it right here. Yuji tries to express relationship that he's brought with other people, relationship that he's made with his friends. And what does Sukuna say? Yeah, I don't feel anything. I understand the words you're saying, but they don't stir any emotions. Just like how you accepted this old dump of a town, I think, oh, so that's the case, but so what? Just as I expected, it's no use. I gotta say, what astonishes me is how spineless you are. Are your anger and hatred for me really this piddling? Boy, could it be? You pity me. The reason why he feels so much anger and rage for Sukuna, for Yuji, is because Yuji views and looks down on him for not being able to understand empathy or sympathy. Oh wait, no, it's Bleach. Thank you for the pages. Divide and conquer is the basic enemy weakness. I should have chopped her up. From the beginning, since you were fake dad, since I became captain, considering anyone to be my lieutenant but Jin. Yeah. Okay, my true identity? Because of you, she worked hard. Yeah, that's true, which I made her quite easy to manipulate. That's why I requested her from her company. Adoration is the state furthers most from understanding. Fantastic. You shouldn't make such rash treatments. It makes you look weak. Yeah, cool, fantastic. Where's the speech? Where's the thought-provoking speech that he said? He just said, I don't care about her. I used her as a pawn. I did not give a shit. Fantastic. What's so thought-provoking about that? Aizen was beyond our reach, Tozen, whatever. The path I walk, Tozen have fallen. No one ever stood atop the heavens before. Not you, or I, or the gods, but the unbearable vacancy of heaven's thrones ends now. From now on, I will stand alone at the top. Fantastic. Cool. He dropped. Cool. Fantastic. How was this thought-provoking? No one decided to stand at the top, so I will do it myself. I will stand at the top. Cool. Thought-provoking. Fantastic. No. Oh, an aura moment. I will give it to you. An aura moment? Fantastic. Not a complex thing to say. Not even remotely complex. What's complex about this? None of you decided to stand on the top. Where did this go? How did this flesh out? How did this flesh out? Where did we get any kind of a personification of who Aizen was before he became this person? How did we get any signs of who he was or what kind of a person he thought? Did he lose anyone? Was he always like this? The moment that he appeared in the Rukon district or in the Soul Society, was he already thinking this? Like this does nothing. I can't extrapolate anything from it. All I can say is he's just saying a couple of cool words and that's it. It's aura farming. There's nothing complex about it, and I'm not the only one who thinks this. Because he challenges Sukuna's beliefs. Exactly. And that is further emphasized in these chapters. Let me go back. It's 240. What was it, like 244? It's like 244. No, sorry, not 244. It's like 247. Okay. Am I feeling down because that sorcerer died? I've never needed anyone to satisfy me, that's true. I eat when I want to eat, play with what amuses me, and kill whoever's in my way. That's me, and I haven't changed. Which makes devouring them a perfect way to pass the time until death. Passing time until death. To me, that's all other people are good for. But you lacked the hunger to take hold of your desires. I live as befits my nature. If no one can grasp that, then that's their problem. I never had any ideals. I never strove for more than befitted my nature. But they pursued the ideal of killing me. Why does it irritate me to see others dedicated to an ideal? They remind me of someone I knew 1,000 years ago. Have I changed during that time? The boy, that's right. You. 1,000 years ago, the people I fought were strangers. To me, their reasons and ideals were all dying words added later. Words whose truth I could not ascertain. They may have been bluffing, or they may have had an overly high opinion of themselves. But this is different. Two souls were inhabiting the same flesh. I come back no matter how many times he or his spirit breaks. I know his ideal is to be unbreakable. Unfortunately, I have learned that someone far weaker can go toe-to-toe with me and achieve his ideal through strength of will, and that really irritates me. Right here and now, he's essentially expressing not that his irritation isn't coming from the fact that they're necessarily trying to kill him, but more so from the fact that no matter how many times, it doesn't matter how many times Yuji is broken, Yuji is attacked, Yuji is broken down, people are killed in front of him, things are his fault, he will persevere to move forward and push on ahead, and that pisses him off because unlike Sukuna, who could figure out curse techniques and different cursed applications off of a single view, who has a domain expansion and a domain expansion with an open domain, who can use curse techniques without even remotely activating the trigger, who beat the strongest sorcerer of the modern day and is still the #1 top dog regardless. Someone like him, who could essentially continue to live for thousands of years by simply choosing to move on and be and do as he wants, he hates the idea that this kid is choosing to go toe-to-toe with him through strength of will alone. And that pisses him off because everyone else was torn down, cut down, etc. And he had absolutely no relationship with them. That is depth. That is an understanding. Gege Akutami gave us a ton of different forms of information on the character without ever outright giving us any kind of a statement, any kind of an opinion, any kind of a backstory. The only thing we know about this character is who exactly is Yuji Itadori? We don't get a backstory of how Yuji was conceived, Kenjaku's child, but I don't know from which body. I once sensed the same thing in him as you, though his face made me laugh. Your residuals in that vessel aren't enough to explain it. He's too powerful for an empty shell. Well, Kenjaku wouldn't have a child for no reason. Perhaps his mate was my other half reincarnated, his other half being the brother that he ate in the womb. How do we know this? Because we know that Sukuna was born as a twin. We know that Gege later on expresses in a back page that Yuji's grandfather was the dad, and thus possessed the same soul. Your other half, I was almost born as twins. My mother was starving. Rather than starve myself, I ate my other half. Then that soul was born again and mated with Kenjaku. Sukuna's fingers were sealed, and Yuji Itadori, even though he was born as a player in the Culling games, I suppose that was unnecessary to strengthen the vessel. Oh, is that so? Does that mean that he has... My response... What breaks my entire point? The fact that you're even saying these questions proves my point. And it goes to show how brilliant of a complex... Okay, so explain to me. Why is he a complex character? Explain to me. You haven't explained anything. You haven't actually made an argument. You're just saying... It just goes to show to me that you have. Explain to me what makes him a complex character. Objectively speaking, what makes Sosuke Aizen a complex character? What makes him a complicated character? You haven't given me a reason. What about his writing? What about his lore? What about his statements? I can promise you, Plus U Ultra, you couldn't even remotely, even if I put, you know what, here, even if I gave you access to this Discord channel, and even if I sat here with a general fucking chat and waited for you to yap into my ear about why Sosuke Aizen is a legitimately complex character, I promise you, you could not even remotely express it to the same extent that I can express it to Sukuna. Explain to me right now what makes him a complicated character. I'll wait. You got 5 minutes before I close up stream. You have 5 minutes. It isn't an answer. You're criticizing Eon for not understanding things, yet you're refusing to help him understand. Yeah, you're not giving me a reason to understand. If somebody were to explain, ask me, hey Eon, Sukuna is just a bare bones character. He only does bad things for the sake of doing bad things. Cool. Fantastic. I will give you a reasoning why. As a matter of fact, I just spent the last 15 to 20 to 30 minutes explaining why Sukuna is a complex character and why he is such a good character. You can't even in 5 minutes write down an explanation as to why Sosuke Aizen is even remotely complex. If asking questions makes Aizen complex, then Kenny might be the most complex motherfucker in JJK. Probably. You can't do it. I've read all of Bleach. Nothing about Bleach even remotely paints Aizen as complex besides these chapters right here. Besides these chapters over here, nothing at all even remotely expresses what's his face as someone complex. He's just not a complex character. He's really not. Nothing here even remotely expresses Sosuke Aizen to be complex besides the final Getsuga Tensho fight. Yeah, you got 5 minutes because I gotta get out to eat something, dude. I'm starving. Versus Mamushi. Domain expansion kills all of them. It attacks everything at once. Yeah. What does Mamushi do? The guy's scaling is terrible. His fucking clones can be killed by what's-her-face. Is alone from the Stone Society. Nobody relates to him. Not true. Not true. Kenpachi is literally so powerful. Kenpachi is quite literally so fucking powerful that he had to get a mental block in the back of his mind, and they also had to stop him from training moments, literally like a day after he trained. No, he's not too powerful. No one relates to him in the Soul Society in a meaningful way. Why doesn't anybody relate to him? Where is the explanation? Where is it even remotely stated within the context of the story that no one could truly... Because here's the thing. You're bringing up exactly what I was looking for. Right here. You're not saying anything that nobody has looked about. What about Aizen's complex, though? What made them reach this point? That's my questions. What's deep about this? The dude was surrounded by people that adored him. He was trusted and respected, and that wasn't enough. Exactly. No one chose the path of absolute power. He chose to be the strongest, and so he did. Except a couple of problems with that, right? Kenpachi literally chose the path of being the strongest, and they literally marked him as the Kenpachi of the fucking Serite. Then he also went out of his way to literally unleash his true power, which was a complete anomaly compared to the rest of the series. There's also Ichigo Kurosaki, who has every major fucking power in the verse. Every major race's abilities in the verse. So what do you mean he couldn't He had no one relates to him in a meaningful way, and he chose absolute power. No, he chose to be an asshole. Why did he choose to be an asshole? Explain that to me. Show me the complexity of it. Why did he choose to be an asshole? Why did he choose to reach the top? What made him do it? What circumstance, what moment in his life made him do it? Because right now, you have done absolutely nothing to express it. You just gave me the same bullshit that everyone says. I was finally able to steal a sword. After I gained enough power to fight him as an equal, I only felt loneliness from his sword. If he was born with exceptional power, maybe he was looking for somebody who could see things from his perspective, and the moment he gave up and stopped looking, maybe he began wishing he could just be another Soul Reaper someone ahead. Why didn't he just do it? Why wasn't he just another Soul Reaper? If he wanted it, he could have just done it. It's one of those cases where I can't understand the character. Oh, aha, Eon, you admitted that you can't understand. Yes, because there's nothing about the character for me to understand. The author did not do a good job at expressing why the character's meaning must be meaningfully understood. Where is the information? Where are the excerpts about Aizen's past? I don't need to see a whole fucking backstory. I just need to see some examples of, like, Aizen was a good kid. Aizen had a friend. Aizen tried. Aizen did this. When he went to the library in the Sgote 13, Aizen, something in him changed. Something, bro. Oh, if he really was, if he really was so sad, maybe he wanted to lose his powers, then why didn't he just go for it? Why do all of this instead of just lose his powers? Like, it's just purposeless. I want to be another Soul Reaper. Okay, so instead of losing all your powers with the Hogyoku, instead of doing something you can to make yourself weaker, finding some way to lose your powers, give it to some other fucking person maybe. Go to the human world and give your powers to someone else to lose them. Something whatsoever. Oh no, I'm just gonna try to usurp God. Why? Where's the complexity in that? Why did he do it? How am I supposed to understand as a reader if there's nothing for me to go off of? All of this is just so contradictory. You can say, well, that's the complexity. You're not meant to understand. No, that's dog shit. That's dog shit writing. Because no matter what path you go to, because his actions are speaking completely different words than what he's trying to do. His actions are completely separate from what he's trying to do, from what he allegedly wants. Why take out the Soul King? What does that benefit you? Is an obstacle for Ichigo's growth? No. You're not going to sit here and say he's an obstacle for Ichigo's growth. You're not going to sit here and tell me that he's some wall or whatever when he literally designed Ichigo so that he could have somebody to fight with later. Beliefs from right from wrong. Fantastic. He didn't challenge any of his beliefs. He just beat him. He didn't challenge Aizen's beliefs. Not once here does he challenge Aizen's beliefs. Not once here does it state that he does it. You're just spewing bullshit, Plus Ultra. You don't have an argument because, again, Bleach is not a deep story. Terrible arguments, terrible trash. Aizen freaks out as soon as Ichigo. If he really wanted to meet somebody who was as powerful as he was, that is completely antithetical. That is completely antithetical to his whole idea of, like, making somebody so he could eventually test his powers before fighting the Squad Zero. Completely irrelevant to the topic. You just don't like Bleach. I don't like Bleach because it's bad writing! What part of that did you not understand? If Bleach had good writing, it has everything it needs to be a series that I might like, except the good writing. It dog shit writing. Doesn't express anything. The world building is trash. The character writing is trash. The fucking main villain of this arc, of this whole fucking kerfuffle, no one to this day understands why he did what he did. Again, Kubo, dog shit writer. Terrible ass writer. He is not a belief challenger. Exactly. Kubo isn't here. Ichigo isn't here to challenge Aizen's belief that he's wrong in what he's doing. No. Aizen is an asshole. He did all of this shit just to beat the Soul King. He's not even doing this for the Soul King. He's doing this because if I don't stop Aizen, everyone else dies. So I'm just gonna stop Aizen. Stop thinking that Bleach is fun. This is what I mean. You are literally falling into this definition of people that I keep saying, where you don't internalize, comprehend, or see the things that are happening in the story. Now this. I gotta make a Bleach fucking bingo card, bro. Kubo is writing poems. He's trying to explain it through these deep depths and layers and all this crap. Ya no voy a gritar más, no se preocupe. 1 second, guys. Bro is out here saying that he's okay, so where are they? Where are all these the complete depths and layers? Here, I'm gonna just tell you what I'm gonna tell you the honesty. I'm going to tell you the honesty that the Bleach community has lied to you for years plus Ultra. I'm gonna straight up just be honest with you and tell you I'm gonna be the most honest person in your fucking life right now and tell you the truth about Bleach. It's not that deep. Bleach is not that deep. Bleach does not have that many crazy depths or layers or any of that shit. Kubo is a hack writer who has a very nice art style, who knows exactly how to draw a very visually appealing character, and that is it. He knows how to draw aura, nothing else. Kubo does not have a cohesive story where everything makes sense. He writes Deus Ex Machinas. He literally writes fucking plot armor, weapons, and characters because he writes himself into brick walls. Everyone who has ever objectively in the facet of history since the moment Bleach came out from its first fucking chapter, every fucking person that has ever read or watched Bleach has convinced themselves that the series is deeper in layers than the absolute lukewarm puddle of fucking water that it is. You couldn't even fill up a fucking shot glass of water with the amount of depth that Bleach has, because there is anything. Notice how you, of all people, like every single person that has ever come into one of my live streams, bullshitting your way to saying, oh, but I like Bleach, oh my god, it's so good, you don't get it. Notice how you've said the exact same thing that every single other fucking person has ever fucking said in any one of my streams, whether I was talking about Bleach or not. It's more complex. There's all these layers. You just don't understand it. Kubo writes these complexities. Oh my god, it's like poems. Oh god, he writes like in a 5th degree, like at a 500 IQ. Like you have to no. People that say that have no ability to actually internalize and comprehend what was happening in a story. All you're doing is looks cool, character says something cool, must be depth. Oh man, look at all the layers. Oh man, yeah, no. There's nothing there. You have not made any new arguments. And look at how, just like everyone else, you can't actually explain to me why Bleach has layers. Explain to me the depths. Tell me what the layers are. You're just saying that there are. You're not telling me which layers, which complexities, which things exist within the context of this dog shit, god awfully written fuck-ass story. You haven't given me anything. You haven't done it. You know, all you do is say, well, look at how you can't do it. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. If you like Bleach, go ahead, like it. I'm not telling you can't like it. I'm not telling you it's not a fun time to watch if you turn off your brain. But the moment that you read the series with any level of reading comprehension, you realize, holy goddamn shit, it is ass. There we go. Anyway, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that little fantastic. Oh, it inspired JJK. Fantastic, dude. I gotta make a bingo card. We're gonna make a bingo card at some point. Next time we stream, somebody remind me to make a bingo card. The pseudo victory lap where they talk about Ichigo changing the Soul Society comes across as goofy because Ichigo just wanted to save Rukia. No other Soul Society injustice ever crossed his mind. That's what I'm saying. It's like the gumdrops and ice cream of anime. People want to talk about it being realistic. No, they think it's realistic because it's the only one that has a somewhat parallel to a real world setting, and that's it. In fact, he literally walks in as a fucking war criminal into the Soul Society. Causes a massive uproar just because everyone found out it was Aizen. They're like, oh no, we're cool now. You didn't do anything crazy. You saved us? Oh yeah, you changed us from within. No, you didn't. He didn't do shit. He just saved Rukia. He didn't clash with any of their ideals. He just said, I don't agree with you guys trying to kill my friend. That's it. Anyway. You see, when you buy a Bleach manga, you have multiple layers of papers that you must read through, so it must be pretty deep. Yeah, there's a lot of pages in Bleach, so it must have some depth to it. When will you stream again? I don't know. This was just sort of getting into writing the One Piece story thing. That's basically it. Guys, I will catch you all later. I will talk to you guys all later. Peace out. Have a good night. And take care of yourselves.